Chapter 28. Riven Point of View. I strolled into my and Ariella's sleeping quarters and made my way to the slumbering area so I could rouse her, a chore I knew would not be simple, so I needed to approach this wisely. "Ariella?" She grumbled and just shifted to her other flank, so I settled onto the bed beside her and placed my hand on her midsection so I could gently stir her awake. "Ariella, dear, it's time to rise." "Nope, 5 more minutes." I chuckled and brushed a strand of hair from her countenance, which she did not appreciate because she merely spun around to strike me, but with my swift reflexes, I evaded before her clenched hand actually connected. "I swear to the Almighty, Riven, if you don't depart from me this instant, I'll be certain to hit you next time," she uttered in a drowsy tone before pulling the covers up over her skull even more. "Come on, sweetie." She extended her hand from beneath the covers and gave me a rude gesture before tucking it back, and I just chuckled at how she generally loathes being awakened in the morning, or at any moment for that matter. "I'll wander around without a shirt for you," I stated with a touch of optimism in my vocals. "If you parade around shirtless, I'll kick your backside." I sighed and ran my digits through my hair before I slipped under the covers with her and enfolded my arms around her waist, to which she rolled over and snuggled into my chest, and I began to gently rub the small of her back with my thumb in a soothing manner, which caused her to let out a pleased sigh. "You truly must get up, Ariella. We need to inspect the pack dwelling for the gathering. We have many significant individuals attending this." "But I'm fatigued." "I comprehend, precious, but I pledge, once the celebration concludes, I'll allow you to slumber as much as you wish." She opened her optics slowly and pouted, and my inner wolf was going wild at how alluring she appeared when she did that. "You promise?" I subdued my inner wolf and nodded before I bent down and gave her a light kiss on the lips. "I promise." She let out a small grin and rubbed her eyes wearily. "Retribution is a female dog, darling." I swallowed. What are you going to do?" She arose from the bed and donned one of my garments before strolling towards the bathing area and turning to face me. "Let's just say that you won't be receiving any for a spell." She winked at me and entered the bathing area, and I just remained seated with a stunned countenance. I cannot fathom that she's exacting vengeance by declaring that I cannot engage in intimacy with her. I mean, it's not that our bond is based on that, but that's not the crux of the matter. I rose from the bed and exited the room because I apprehended that if I lingered in there any longer, I wouldn't be able to prevent myself from entering the shower with Ariella and compelling her to retract her declarations. "Riven, your maternal parent desires to ascertain precisely how many alphas are arriving at the celebration tonight." I gazed at Brenner in bewilderment. "Why?" He shrugged. "Something concerning food quantities." I groaned. "Pray tell me she isn't concocting her renowned casserole?" He rubbed the back of his neck. "Indeed. Kindly go and halt her. Brenner, do you recall how the last one turned out?" He nodded frenetically. "Yes, I do, fret not, I'll manage it." "Thank you." He nodded and departed, and I commenced walking towards the rear of the dwelling to observe how much advancement had been achieved. "Where is Tauren?" Everyone rotated to confront me and shook their craniums. "We haven't sighted him all day, Alpha." I sighed and dispatched Tauren a mental communique. "Tauren, where are you?" "Out with my maternal figure acquiring items for the festivity. She is excessively enthusiastic about this." I chuckled. "So is my maternal figure. She's preparing her casserole." "Oh God, no. Kindly don't tell me it's the one she presented at the last gathering." "The sole and exclusive." I instructed Brenner to deter her from preparing it. Thank the heavens, I simply lack the fortitude to inform her that it's merely not optimal for festivities or any occasion for that matter. "Neither do I, and she's my maternal parent." He guffawed in my cranium. "We'll return in an hour." "All right, I'd like to converse with you when you return." "Okay, no tribulation." I severed the connection and was about to pivot when I felt 2 appendages encircle my midsection, and a grin automatically formed on my countenance. "Hey, sweetie." I revolved to face Ariella, and she enfolded her arms around my neck. "Why didn't you accompany me?" I looked at her in confusion. "Where?" She ran her digits through my hair. "The shower." I looked at her in disbelief. "You stated that dash." She interrupted me by giving me a light kiss on the lips. "I stated that you won't be receiving any. That didn't signify you couldn't perform anything else." I smirked and leaned down so I could whisper in her ear. Fret not, I'll be sure to conclude the festivity early so I can accept your proposition. She whispered back, you had better. She leaned back, and I briefly pressed my lips against hers before we were interrupted by my maternal figure rushing out. Riven Jameson Kepler. I groaned and turned to face my maternal figure. What is it, mother? I still haven't acquired the numerical count of alphas attending tonight. Probably because I instructed Brenna not to furnish them to you. And why precisely is that? Because it's simply not requisite for you to ascertain, mother. I need to prepare my casserole, Riven. No, you don't, mother, I apologize, but I'm not going to permit you to prepare that, mother, it's simply not ideal. Ariella scowled at me and struck me across the rear of the cranium. Oh, Ariella. Seriously, what was that for? Don't be so ill-mannered to your maternal figure. Goodness. I wasn't being ill-mannered, I was merely being candid with her. Candor necessitates subtlety, Riven, apologize. But dash. She raised an eyebrow at me, apologize, forthwith. I sighed and turned to face my maternal figure. I apologize, mother. It's satisfactory, thank you, Ariella. She smiled, anytime, I'll be certain to keep him in line. She nodded and retreated into the dwelling, and my inner wolf was somewhat incensed at Ariella right now at how she just undermined me as an alpha. I mean, yes, she's my maternal figure, but I am also her alpha. Ariella, I believe we need to converse. She looked at me in bewilderment but nodded nonetheless, and she trailed me into the dwelling and into my personal study, where I shut the portal and secured it. My inner wolf and I are not content right now. And why is that? You undermined me as an alpha just then. I was endeavoring to elucidate to her why I didn't provide her with numerical counts, and you struck me across the cranium like a canine that had disobeyed its possessor. You dishonored your own maternal parent. You surmise I was going to stand by and permit you to address her in that manner. I was in alpha mode, Ariella. You cannot simply strike me when I'm in alpha mode. Did you imagine my inner wolf and I would be overjoyed at the fact that you virtually shamed us in front of nearly the entire pack? She narrowed her optics at me. Don't you dare elevate your vocals to me, Riven. I informed you once prior that if you ever elevated your vocals to me again, you'd lament it. Endeavor to address me in that tone of voice again and observe what transpires. I sighed and ran my digits through my hair before leaning back against the portal. I apologize, but you cannot do that, Ariella. Do you comprehend how that made me appear? She crossed her arms, feeble. I know precisely how it made you appear because you frequently make me appear like that, but I never address you in that manner, and do you desire to ascertain why? I remained tacit, so she continued, because you're my mate, and you make errors just like everyone else. I address you as an equal, not your blasted superior, which is more than I can state concerning you. My gaze softened, and I moved away from the portal so I could stroll over to her, and I unfolded my arms around her midsection, and she leaned her cranium on my chest. I apologize. I suppose I wasn't thinking clearly. My inner wolf was just enraged, and I was somewhat incensed, and I didn't actually mean what I stated. I was. I let out a breath before continuing. I wasn't taking into account your sentiments, and I feel like an atrocious mate for it. She shook her cranium against my chest. You're not an atrocious mate. You're the finest mate any maiden could solicit, but you allowed your wrath to overpower you. I comprehend, and I apologize, I truly am. She looked up at me and smiled before she gave me a light kiss on the lips. I absolve you, and I'm sorry as well for making you feel like that. I just didn't appreciate the manner in which you were speaking to your maternal parent. She's accomplished a great deal for you. I nodded, I comprehend, and I swear I'll compensate her and you. Thank you. I smiled and kissed the apex of her cranium only to be interrupted from the moment by Brenna bursting into the chamber. Brenna, you comprehend how I feel about individuals intruding into my study without sanction. I apologize, Riven, but we have a predicament, a very immense predicament. I looked at him in bewilderment. How immense? Let's just state Alpha Robert is not content with Sharice's quietude, and there is now a colossal clamor between both his pack and ours. Drat. I sprinted out of the chamber with both Ariella and Brenna hot on my heels, and when I entered the garden, I was not impressed with what I witnessed. What is the import of this? Everyone ceased arguing and turned to face me, and Alpha Robert strode up to me. Alpha Riven, the manner in which your pack members are disrespecting mine is not what I anticipate from an alpha who possesses such excellent command over his pack. I stood up straight. Well, Alpha Robert, my pack members do not merely instigate clamor for no rationale, something or someone must have provoked them. He wiped down his blazer and straightened his necktie before speaking again. I was merely endeavoring to present myself to your pack and vice versa. It is not my fault that one of your pack members had the effrontery not to return my salutation. And which one would that be? He merely turned around and gazed in the direction of Shorei's, and I was about to speak up when Ariella beat me to it. So, you're informing me that you resolved to instigate an altercation because one of the pack members didn't greet you in the manner you deem fitting? Are you jesting? He turned to face Ariella and narrowed his optics at her. And you possess what prerogative to address me in that manner? The prerogative of an alpha female. Well, then as an alpha female, exercise command over your pack. Ariella stepped forward, and you should acquire some civility. There is obviously a rationale why she didn't greet you. Contemplate before you assume, Alpha Robert. Contemplate before you articulate. He stepped nearer to Ariella, and I strode forward and stood beside her, daring him to take one more stride towards her. Don't you dare approach any closer to my mate. Take a step backward. He remained stationary, so I decided to jog his memory. You are on my dominion now, so take a step backward away from my mate. Everyone winced at my vocals, and Robert took a step backward along with the remainder of his pack. Now, before you leap to conclusions, it would be in your paramount interests to ascertain the narrative of why she didn't actually greet you. She has endured a great deal in the past few weeks, including being abducted and confined for an extended duration, so pardon me if she doesn't appear like she is an outgoing maiden who defers to your every whim, even if you are not her alpha. He looked at me with an expressionless countenance, but I could perceive a touch of astonishment in his optics. I apologize, Alpha Riven, I should not have leaped to conclusions so swiftly. It is not me you should be apologizing to. He nodded and strode over to Shorei's and apologized before doing the same thing to the remainder of my pack members, to which they reciprocated the favor, and he turned back to face me. I am truly sorry, Alpha. It was erroneous of me to do what I did. I nodded. It is fine. I turned to face everyone else. This isn't precisely how I desired this festivity to commence, but I do not anticipate it to conclude how it began. I have many individuals attending this festivity, and when they arrive, this is not what I desire them to encounter: hostility, altercations, judgments, assumptions. This is not the pack I comprehend, and Alpha Robert, this is not the pack you practically fostered. I am actually very disheartened and embarrassed at how both packs have conducted themselves towards each other. You should know better. I will not be dismissing this lightly, and I can assure you, every single individual who was involved from my pack will be addressed sooner or later. I may be youthful, but I am still your alpha, and you will treat me as such. Manners are everything, and clearly, you possess none. Everyone looked down to the ground, but I wasn't finished yet. The festivity will persist as planned, and it will transpire smoothly no matter what the circumstance may be, but I swear to the Almighty, and trust me when I state this, if anything else like this or along the lines of this transpires again or even approaches it, every single blasted individual will be penalized. Have I made myself explicit? Everyone nodded. Yes, Alpha Riven. I scanned over everyone. Proceed as before, but remember my declarations. Yes, Alpha. I pivoted on my heels and retreated into the pack dwelling, fuming. I simply cannot fathom what transpired. The fact that they had the audacity to instigate an altercation, whether they commenced it or not, is not how I propelled my pack to the pinnacle. I entered the study and input the tome code so I could proceed into the meeting chamber, and I strode directly towards the conflict schematics. If Lucas believes I am going to permit him to escape with everything he has perpetrated, he can reconsider. Nothing will impede me from locating him, and when I do, I definitely make no pledges that I won't injure him. Riven. I looked towards the ingress to behold Ariella with Shorei's in tow. She cannot be in here, Ariella. Come on, Riven, a great deal has just transpired, and she needs to escape from that. This is the sole locale I could conceive of. I sighed and ran my digits through my hair. Okay, fine. I desire to assist. I looked at Shorais in bewilderment. With what precisely? With pursuing Lucas. My inner wolf and I looked at each other in astonishment and then looked back at her. Are you serious? Just yesterday, you didn't desire the conflict to commence. What prompted you to alter your viewpoint? Even though I don't wish to disclose to you what he perpetrated to me, I still cannot expunge it from my cranium, and I know I'm just a pack member, but this has had a truly significant impact on me and my existence, and I believe that compelling him to pay is the paramount action right now. I nodded and looked at Ariella for corroboration, to which she nodded. I suppose you could assist, but you're only 16, Shah. I attended a class in karate, judo, and martial arts, and I comprehend every segment of our and everyone else's dominion like the back of my hand. And how do you ascertain that? I possess mates from many diverse packs. I've grown acquainted with the terrains of others. I nodded and gestured for her and Ariella to take a seat, to which they complied and settled down, and I slid over the conflict schematics to them. Take a gander and examine carefully. The plan needs to be irrefutable by the cessation of tonight because I intend to strike tomorrow or, at the latest, in 3 days. Sharice's point of view. Wow. Who would have envisioned that gaining entry into the meeting chamber would be that effortless? But I must commend Riven though. A clandestine chamber behind 2 bookshelves with tome titles for a code. Who would have conceived it? The countless times I've been in the study and not once realized that the meeting chamber was only about 3 feet distant. So, what do you surmise? I scrutinized the final conflict schematic and slid it back over to Riven. Why are you only dispatching 3/4 of the pack combatants? Because we cannot risk dispatching everyone. I nodded. Wouldn't it be optimal if you remained at the pack dwelling? It's merely a surprise assault, not a full-fledged head-to-head confrontation. He nodded, contemplating it. The truth is that I genuinely needed him to remain behind because if he doesn't, then I'm going to have to discover another method to isolate him, and that signifies the plan will be postponed by at least a few more days, and I don't believe Alpha Lucas will be very content if that transpires. Shorais, I'm going to be forthright and state this. Why doesn't your mental link operate? Drat. I did not take that into account when I switched packs. Come on, Shorais, ponder. I didn't desire to state anything, but I suppose I have no recourse now. I looked down and activated the waterworks to make the sorrowful maiden act more credible. He intoxicated me, and apparently, the ramifications require up to 5 or 6 weeks to dissipate. Blasted scoundrel. I'll terminate him. Ariella stood up in a fit of rage, and Riven merely placed a hand on her shoulder and seemed to be communicating with her through the mental links, and whatever he uttered seemed to have achieved the objective because she calmed down immediately and settled back down in the seat. I apologize. He is just making me so infuriated. She ran her digits through her hair, and I wiped away my tears and rose from the seat. I believe I should depart now. Why? You seem to possess extensive knowledge of conflict maneuvers. We require you. I'm just instigating theatrics and a great deal of it. I believe it's optimal if I just proceed to my room and remain there until the festivity. You don't have to do that, Shorais. You are more than welcome to remain with us. I shook my cranium. I apologize. I commenced strolling towards the portal, or should I state bookshelves, but before I could exit, Riven spoke up. I'll take your proposition into account, Shorais. We'll converse more about it later. Be certain to keep this a secret. I nodded and exited and commenced strolling towards my room, and as soon as I entered, I secured the portal and let out the widest smirk conceivable. Blasted hook, line, and sinker. Alpha Lucas, it's accomplished. You acquired the schematics. Better than that, I'm involved in the entire affair, and they are none the wiser. Shorais Prescott, you never cease to astonish me. I smiled. Thank you, Alpha. I just need to be certain on the conclusive plan. When will that be accomplished? Tonight, no later, I promise. Do not make pledges you don't intend to uphold, Shorais, because I am not a clement individual. I intend to uphold this pledge, Alpha. I can assure you, by the cessation of this week, you will attain what you desire, and Riven will receive what he merits. Okay, I confide in you. Cessation of tonight, Shorais, no later. Yes, Alpha. He severed the link, and I swear I couldn't be more joyous. The fact that everything is transacting according to the plan, swifter than I first anticipated, is simply the paramount thing ever, and I will be certain to commemorate it tonight at the festivity. Nothing can erase the grin from my countenance, not with me apprehending that my alpha is proud of my advancement, and I'll be sure to make him even more proud with my conclusion. Chapter 29. Ariella's point of view. Something's amiss with Shorai's. I averted my gaze from the looking-glass and rotated to confront Riven, who was presently struggling with his neckwear, so I sighed and approached him to assist him with it. What prompts you to assert that? She's endured a great deal in the preceding weeks. Naturally, she won't be the same as she was formerly. I guided his necktie through the loop and gently tugged it before adjusting it for him. I comprehend, but she appears a bit too, I don't know, methodical. I raised an eyebrow at him. Methodical? How can she seem overly methodical? He shrugged and made his way to the wardrobe to retrieve his jacket. I'm unsure, it might just be me, but one moment she desires no conflict to commence, and then the next, she wishes to aid us in locating Lucas. Doesn't that strike you as a bit peculiar? Somewhat, but she did mention that she contemplated everything he inflicted upon her. She finally regained her senses. He nodded and fastened the buttons of his jacket, but I merely shook my head and approached him to unfasten them. Never button up a jacket. Why? I smoothed down his jacket and adjusted his collar. You appear more alluring with it unfastened. He smirked. Oh, truly? I nodded and gazed into his eyes. Definitely. I took a step back and surveyed Riven. He slicked back his hair to make himself appear more dapper. He was clad in a simple white shirt with a sea blue necktie and his dark Armani jacket. He completed his ensemble with his black dress trousers and his plain black Gucci footwear, and it simply made his azure eyes stand out even more, especially with his silver stud in his left ear. For impact, I was adorned in a sea blue silk halter-neck form-fitting dress that reached just below my knees with my blue gladiator sandals, considering I'm not a grand admirer of elevated footwear. I coiled my hair because, inherently, my hair is stick-straight, so it consumed a considerable duration. For adornments, I resolved to wear my Tiffany earrings and matching necklace. Riven acquired them for me spontaneously, and he insisted that I wear them. You look radiant tonight, Ariella. I blushed and cast my gaze downward. Thank you. He tilted my head upward with his finger and gave me a light kiss on the lips. You look very distinguished. He smiled. Pleased you think so, you're all I need to impress. I smiled back. I'm alerting you now, if any other female from a different pack commences to even regard you in a flirtatious manner, I won't restrain my wolf. He chuckled. The same applies to any males gazing at you in an improper way, but I doubt that will occur. They'll be proclaiming us on the way down. Really? Why? Each occasion an alpha hosts a gathering, they will be presented to everyone who attends. It demonstrates respect and gratitude. Wow, I'm still not accustomed to this alpha female persona. He took my hand. Fret not, you'll become accustomed to it eventually. You're practically a natural anyway. I smiled and gave him a light kiss on the lips. I adore you. I adore you too. He took my hand in his. Ready? I nodded. Let's initiate this party. We exited the room and proceeded towards the staircase where we were currently being announced. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the alpha and alpha female of the Shadow Valley pack, please incline your heads in deference to Riven Kepler and Ariella Kashella. Riven compressed my hand for reassurance, and we both descended the staircase, and everyone inclined their heads, and I internally groaned. I can barely tolerate a few individuals bowing to me, but a throng of nearly 300? That's a multitude of people. Alpha, thank you very much for inviting us to this occasion. Riven nodded. You're very welcome, Alpha Stephen. Thank you for the introduction. He chuckled. It was very fitting. May I present myself to your mate? You may. Alpha Stephen turned to face me. Delighted to meet you. I'm Alpha Stephen Thomas. I placed my hand in his, and he kissed the back of my hand. Ariella Kashella. Oh, I know. Everyone knows about you. Really? Why is that? How can you not recall the maiden who kept the renowned Alpha Riven in check? I smiled. How merciless was he before I arrived? Fret not about that, dear. I looked at Riven. I'm going to presume you were quite unsparing. He shook his head. Let's just say that I wasn't precisely equitable to my pack members. I nodded and leaned up to give him a light kiss on the lips. Well, everything's transformed now. He smiled and gave me another light kiss on the lips, for the better. So, you wish to introduce me to some individuals? He nodded and placed his arm around my waist. Well, you've obviously encountered Alpha Stephen, so let's go and meet his wife and offspring. I nodded, and he guided me towards a woman in her early 40s with a young boy and girl seated on her lap. Mrs. Thomas. The woman looked up at us and smiled. Well, if it isn't Riven Kepler, behold you now, a globally recognized alpha. I remember you when you were merely small, scampering around the garden in only your shorts. I began laughing and looked over at Riven to see him blushing. That is classic. Or, darling. I was young. I didn't comprehend what I was doing. I smiled and placed my hand on his chest. You are simply too charming. Whatever, Yvette, this is my mate Ariella. Ariella, this is Yvette Thomas and her 2 offspring, Sophia and Kyle. Yvette stood up, and I went to shake her hand, but she just pulled me in for an embrace. It's lovely to meet you, Ariella. I am alpha female to the Silver Suns pack. I pulled back, shocked. No way, isn't that the pack that engaged in conflict with the Deadly Sinners pack? She nodded, the one and only. The Deadly Sinners pack. The most ruthless and perilous pack in the entire country. If you ever incur their displeasure, conflict will ensue, and they do not treat conflict lightly. Whatever transpired with Alpha Sergio? She shrugged, he absconded, and we haven't seen him since, but let's not discuss that. Tonight is a night for enjoyment, so where's the beverage? I laughed. Yvette, what would Stephen say if he observed you imbibing? Oh, please, Giorgio. She waved him off and gestured for one of the servers to offer her a goblet of sparkling wine, and I turned around to face the gentleman who just spoke. Well, what designation should I affix to your lovely countenance? Riven growled and drew me closer to him possessively. This is my mate, so I'd advise you to withdraw. I could sense Riven's fury, so I rubbed up and down his arm to pacify him, and he closed his eyes for a while before he relaxed. I apologize, Alpha Riven, I shall present myself. He turned to look at me. My appellation is Giorgio Samir, and I am Alpha to the Seven Oceans pack. I shook his hand and smiled. Delighted to meet you, Alpha Giorgio. I'm Ariella Cascella. So, you're the renowned Ariella? How does everyone know about me? Because of you keeping Alpha Riven controlled, your pack has been performing 10 times better. They are now one of the strongest packs in the region. I looked at Riven, shocked. Is that accurate? He nodded. Because of you, we are much more disciplined and composed. Wow, I never realized I had that much of an impact on you. You've transformed me into a superior individual. I smiled and leaned into his side. You've transformed me into a superior individual as well. He smiled and kissed the top of my head. Well, if it isn't my favorite nephew. We turned around to the origin of the vocals, and Riven growled intensely at the gentleman in front of us. Uncle Harold, aren't you going to introduce me to your mate? Over my lifeless corporeal form. He smirked. That can be arranged. Riven began trembling in rage. Someone escort him out of my pack dwelling and off of my territory. Who extended an invitation to him? Everyone shrugged in bewilderment. No one knows. Well, somebody remove him. What's the matter, Riven? I'm your uncle. The day you'll be my uncle again is the day that the sun freezes. You harbor too many resentments, dear nephew. He growled. You nearly murdered my maternal parent. Depart before I transform and compel you. I'm leaving, but it was lovely meeting you, Ariella. Hopefully, we'll intersect paths again. I smiled naively. Hopefully not. He chuckled and exited the room, and hopefully out of the pack dwelling, and Riven exhaled deeply before facing everyone. I apologize for that, everyone. It was erroneous of me to display myself in such a manner. Please continue to savor the festivity. Everyone nodded and reverted to what they were originally performing, and I stepped in front of Riven so I could adjust his necktie again. You become so agitated sometimes, but even though I don't comprehend why you became incensed, it must have been severe. He nodded. I'll tell you about it later. He was just fortunate I didn't transform. Indeed, it's a good thing you didn't, because that suit cost a great deal of currency. He chuckled and leaned down to whisper in my ear. I truly anticipate you revoke my penalty, even though I might require you to instruct me a small lesson. I enfolded my arms around his waist and whispered back. You have been a mischievous boy lately. It would be in my paramount interest to instruct you a lesson. He emitted a seductive growl and lightly kissed my neck. Preserve that for later, fellows. I pulled away from Riven and looked towards the portal to behold my maternal parent. Mum, you truly know how to make matters public, don't you? She laughed. What are maternal figures for? I smiled. Where's paternal figure? Outside, speaking with the fellow alphas and betas. He misses his position, doesn't he? She nodded. He won't concede it, but I know he does, and I still don't comprehend why he forfeited it. I shook my head and took Riven's hand so I could drag him outside into the back, and once my paternal figure saw me, he emitted a broad smile. There's my cherished daughter. I smiled and walked into his open arms so he could give me an embrace. I saw you yesterday, paternal figure. I know. Come, let me present you to some of the beta and alphas. I nodded, and he guided me towards a group of men. From left to right, we have Alpha Bradley and his beta Samson from the Warrior Pack, then we have Alpha Jermaine and his beta Harvey from the Highlands Pack, and finally, we have Alpha Jordan and his beta Ash from the Willowfield Pack. Fellows, this is my daughter, Ariella. They all inclined their heads to me, and I did the same to demonstrate deference. Pleasure to meet you, gentlemen. You appear a bit young. How old are you precisely? I raised an eyebrow at Beta Ash. It's impolite to inquire about a lady's age. He smirked, confident. Very good. I smiled naively. I am 18, but mature enough to comprehend everything about managing a pack. He nodded. Well, it is an honor meeting you, Ariella. Everyone else nodded in agreement, and Riven approached me and enfolded his arm around my waist. I trust you're not harassing my mate, gentlemen. Of course not, Alpha Riven. We wouldn't dare. I smiled and looked at Riven. Where did you go? 1 minute you were there, and the next, you weren't holding my hand anymore. I just went to greet my maternal parent swiftly. I nodded and leaned into his side. So, where are your wives and mates? Inside, socializing with the other women. Probably catching up with all the gossip within all the packs. The men chuckled. Why don't you join them, dear girl? Sorry, Luther, but Ariella is not departing my side tonight. I don't trust some of those lecherous male wolves inside. I laughed. It's fine, darling. If you wish to spend time with some of the other alphas, I don't mind going inside. He shook his head. No, if you go inside, I accompany you. I seriously don't mind, Riven. You have no choice in the matter, darling. You're bound to me tonight. I smiled and gave him a light kiss on the lips, and then Tauren came rushing out of the pack dwelling. Riven, we have a dilemma. He groaned. What now? Why can't this party just proceed smoothly? Tyler and Drake are having a bit of a dispute over Shorai's. I looked at Tauren in bewilderment. Who is Drake? Sharice's current male friend, and Tyler is her former. How come I've never met this Drake? Surely we should have met by now. I mean, she went missing. Let's just say, he's a philanderer. I growled and angrily strode into the pack dwelling where the commotion was originating from to behold a throng forming around Drake and Tyler, and I shoved my way through the crowd. Both of you desist now. They both stepped away from each other immediately, and I was quite astonished at how much power and authority emanated from me. Now, I am going to inquire what transpired, and I anticipate the veracity. This cad was flirting with my female. Tyler growled. Who are you calling a cad? Be seated. They both sat down on separate chairs, and I looked at Drake. Now, I'd like your account of the narrative, please, and Tyler, interrupt once, and I won't be content. He nodded, and Drake began to explicate his side of the narrative. I was searching for Shorai's because I hadn't seen her since she went missing, and I missed her, and when I entered the lounge, I observed Tyler flirting with her, stating how she should be his. She's mine. I nodded and turned to face Tyler and gestured for him to recount his side of the narrative. I'm not going to fabricate and state that's not what transpired because it is, but it's accurate. I love her more than he does. He's a philanderer. He engages in intimacy with every female there is. I know that I'll treat Shorai's correctly. I sighed and looked towards Shorai's, who was standing against the window, appearing quite serene considering the predicament. Is that what transpired? She nodded. Indeed, precisely like that. Okay, behold, I'm no matchmaker or anything, but even I can discern that Tyler cares for you, even if he has a peculiar way of demonstrating it. I'm not one to judge, but if Drake is a philanderer, then perhaps you should terminate it. No. She's mine. You have no prerogative to instruct her to terminate our relationship. My eyes became crimson, and I turned to face Drake. No, I may not possess that prerogative, but I possess every prerogative to make my pack members content, and that is what I'm performing. You dare address me in that manner again, and you will regret it. Am I clear? He nodded and inclined his head. I apologize. I turned back to face Shorais. It's up to you what you wish to do, Shah. Either you remain with Drake or go with Tyler, but choose prudently because even though one may adore you, the other may require you. She sighed and looked at Tyler and then Drake. I'm uncertain. Behold, Drake, do you even adore Shorais? And I don't just signify adore her for her corporeal form kind of adoration. I signify adore her for her heart, mind, and soul kind of adoration. I'm not an individual who believes in adoration. She comprehended that when she resolved to enter into a relationship with me. I didn't resolve anything. You compelled me into the relationship. I looked at Drake with shock on my countenance, but anger in my eyes. You what? What's the difficulty? I know she desired it just as much as I did. I growled at him. So you don't care for her at all, do you? He shrugged and smirked. To be candid, she wasn't good for anything except engaging in passionate kissing, among other things. He winked at Shorais, and I began to tremble in rage. My wolf was so close to emerging. She's not even that attractive. That did it. I growled and transformed right there in the lounge, and everyone took about 5 large steps back away from me, and Drake looked at me in fear while Tyler walked over to Shorais to comfort her, and I smiled at that before redirecting my anger back towards Drake. I took a step towards him while he took a step back, and I continued to walk towards him until I had him cornered against the wall, and all of a sudden, Riven stepped in front of me, obstructing my immediate objective, and I growled at him before snapping my teeth close to the hand that was outstretched towards me, and he swiftly recoiled. Ariella, you recognize me. I snarled at him and sent him a mental message, move before I compel you. He shook his head and extended his hand to stroke my head, but I moved my head back and growled. Why are you defending him? I'm not. If you love me, you'll move. I don't wish to harm you. I love you with every fiber of my being, but I'm not moving. Come on, just allow me to pacify you. I hesitantly walked towards his hand, and he gently stroked my fur, which made my wolf purr. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen, but this party has to be abbreviated. As you can discern, my mate needs to be calmed, and she is not a fan of crowds, so it would be in her paramount interest that everyone departs, but I can assure you, I will arrange another date for the party to persist. I'm very sorry that this has had to transpire. My beta Brenner will escort you all out. Riven gestured for me to exit the room, and the crowd parted for us so that we could both walk through, but before we departed, I sent a mental message to Riven so he could repeat it to Shorais. Inform her to follow us and to bring Tyler with her. He nodded and turned to face Shorais and Tyler. She stated to follow us, and Tyler, come with us. She nodded, and they both followed me and Riven out of the room, and everyone inclined their heads in deference when we departed. We entered Riven's study, and Tyler closed the portal behind him and walked over to the chair, and considering I was still in wolf form, it was a bit arduous, but I leaped onto the chair and sat down facing Shorais and Tyler. Why don't you transform back? Riven replied for me, she's calm, but her wolf is still incensed, so until her wolf calms down as well, she won't be able to transform back. They both nodded. So is she going to message you, and you repeat it, because my mental link is still disrupted? He nodded, and I sent a message to Riven again, inquire what Drake perpetrated to her. She stated, what did Drake do to you? He compelled me into the relationship. I tilted my head in bewilderment, inquire why. Do you comprehend how much torment he would have inflicted upon me if I stated no? He knows a great many individuals. I wasn't going to jeopardize my academic life. Inquire if she likes Tyler. Do you like Tyler? Tyler looked at her expectantly, and she briefly looked at him before nodding, and I sent a message to Tyler. She likes you, Tyler. But don't rush her into things, okay? I'm only going to give you one admonition because, quite frankly, because of what you did to her a few weeks ago, I'm not very fond of you, but I'm going to give you a chance here because I wish to make Shorai's content, and that's all that matters. But for now, can you just leave the three of us alone? You may converse with her later. He nodded and stood up before inclining his head to both of us and exiting the room, closing the portal behind him, and I nudged Riven and then nodded towards Shorai's. I believe she wishes you to turn around, Shorai's. She nodded and turned around, and I leaped down from the chair and transformed back. I stretched out my muscles a bit and looked towards Riven to see him holding some garments for me, and I swiftly donned them. I'm so vexed because that dress was not inexpensive. He chuckled and gave me a light kiss on the lips. I'll acquire you another one. I shook my head. Fret not, I'm not a gold digger. I'm offering, and you have no choice but to accept it. I smiled and gave him another light kiss on the lips before facing Shorai's. Okay, you can turn back around now, and since we're all here, we might as well inform you about the final conflict schematics. She turned around. Okay then, disclose it to me. Basically, we plan to execute a surprise assault on Lucas's pack tomorrow at midnight, no later. Riven will remain behind as you suggested, and his beta will lead the remainder of the pack combatants. We anticipate it to proceed smoothly with no impediments, and seeing as you comprehend quite a lot about maneuvers for your age, is it up to your standards? Sharice's point of view. Up to my standards? Of course, it is. This plan is literally perfect for what I wish to transpire. Basically, since his pack combatants will be absent from the pack dwelling, this grants Alpha Lucas a superior advantage over Riven because this signifies that he will possess no reinforcements. Very much so, but how many pack combatants are we dispatching? It would be superior to dispatch as many as possible. I haven't actually observed Lucas's pack, but I heard it was quite sizable. Riven nodded. It's large, so we plan to dispatch at least 50 or perhaps 60 pack combatants, considering we currently possess 100, most of them are merely volunteers. Even better. Volunteer combatants are never instructed, so they possess no experience when it pertains to engaging another pack, so for Riven, that is a very hazardous maneuver. So, what time do you desire me? You don't actually have to be there if you don't wish to. To be candid, you've accomplished quite a lot to aid the pack anyway. If only he knew. No, it's fine. I wish to be there. I detest being by myself anyway. Ariella looked at me in bewilderment. Where's your maternal parent? I shrugged. I'm uncertain. Ever since she conversed with me after the evening meal, I haven't seen her. I mean, you would have thought that after we had a small heart-to-heart, she'd care more, but not really. You're jesting with me, correct? I shook my head and activated the waterworks. In actuality, I'm not truly fabricating about my maternal parent. I actually haven't seen her since after the evening meal, and I'm not that distraught about it, but it would be pleasant if she at least demonstrated a touch of compassion towards her daughter. It's like ever since I returned, she's been apprehensive of conversing with me, and it's irritating. It's as if she doesn't care about me anymore. I looked down to the ground and let a few tears fall from my eyes. I should have pursued drama because I cannot believe that they are succumbing to this falsehood. Of course, she cares about you. You're just a bit delicate. I looked up. Delicate? I'm not delicate. I'm just cautious about my surroundings now. I was abducted in broad daylight in my own pack dwelling. What kind of security is that? You were in the pack dwelling? I nodded. I thought you were supposed to have guards around the perimeter. Where were they? Riven growled. Obviously not where they were supposed to be. I'll definitely be having a few words with them about this. Like you care, I uttered in my cranium when, in actuality, I stated, that's just going to instigate more drama. I just cause trouble. Ariella shook her head. You don't cause trouble. None of this has been your fault. It's been Lucas, and I swear once I lay my hands on him, I will injure him so severely he's going to be wishing for demise. I emitted an inaudible growl. I don't appreciate it when they continually speak about harming my alpha. It makes me desire to harm them, but I know that if I do, it will jeopardize everything, and I haven't come this far for it to be ruined now. Hopefully, the substance will dissipate soon, and I'll regain my mental link. Indeed, as if that was ever going to transpire, let's hope. I detest not being able to communicate with you other than speaking aloud. I smiled. Me too. Okay now, I genuinely adore Ariella like a sister, and I truly don't wish to harm her, but sometimes you have to harm the ones you love to attain what you desire and to gratify others, and I wish Riven to comprehend what it feels like to have no one aid him, for him to be isolated as I was, and I wish to gratify Alpha Lucas with the outcomes. Speaking of Alpha Lucas, I need to apprise him of the plan. Well, it's been quite a prolonged evening, and I'm truly fatigued. Having two gentlemen contend over you accomplishes that to you. Ariella laughed. I'd comprehend all about that. I smiled and stood up. I'll be downstairs tomorrow at midnight. Riven smiled and nodded, if that's what you wish. I nodded and turned around and emitted a smirk before exiting the study completely and ascending the stairs to my room, and I entered and secured the portal behind me. I sat on my bed and dispatched a message to Alpha Lucas. Alpha, I obtained the final plans as I stated. Very well done, Shoreyes. What are they? They plan to attack tomorrow at midnight. Riven is remaining behind, and he is going to dispatch 50 to 60 pack combatants. Most of them are volunteers. He guffawed in my cranium, so amateurish. Be certain to have Ariella and Riven in the same chamber but separate when I arrive. I cannot have him with his hands all over my female. Yes, Alpha. I'll ensure it transpires. How do you plan on gaining entry without anyone noticing? Is there a soundproof chamber? The only one I'm aware of is the meeting chamber, but it possesses no windows, but I'm presuming you've been in Riven's study, which possesses windows. Your point. The meeting chamber is behind the bookshelves, and it is revealed with a tome title code. Clever. What is the code? I proceeded to inform him the code, but also what the code to exit was. I plan to arrive at precisely 12:30. I'll grant his pack combatants an opportunity to approach closer towards where they surmise I am. I have had the finest instructor train my combatants. Riven won't comprehend what has befallen him. I have every faith in you, Alpha. And so you should. Remember your task, and don't disappoint me. Have I so far? Don't become arrogant, Shoreyes, but no, you haven't. I shall see you tomorrow. Yes, Alpha. He severed the link, and I lay back on my bed with a smirk. The sole positive aspect about today was that I made my Alpha content, and I finally discarded my despicable male friend, but I just cannot wait for tomorrow to arrive. It's a day I definitely do not wish to miss. Luca's point of view. I'm not going to fabricate. Shoreyes has impressed me to a very high degree. I mean, for a 16-year-old, she is intelligent with what she performs, and she definitely does not disappoint. Alpha. I emerged from my trance and looked towards the portal to behold Devon. What is it, Devon? Well, I am guarding the detention chamber, and I just wish to ascertain what you're going to do with the maiden who is currently being held. Adele? He nodded. Indeed, her. I actually forgot about her. It's been about 2 days since I seized her. I sighed and stood up so I could exit the room towards the detention chamber, and I descended the steps and took in the sight before me. Adele was in the same posture I left her in 2 days prior, but she appeared fearful and emaciated. I apologize, Adele. I've had a great deal transpiring, and I haven't had the opportunity to descend and engage in a conversation. What do you desire from me? She whispered clearly, but obviously, with my advanced hearing, I heard her loud and clear. I don't desire anything. I just cannot set you free, but don't imagine I haven't forgotten about my small gamble. Have you decided? I don't really possess a choice, do I? Well, continue speaking like that, and I won't hesitate to terminate you. I'm providing you with an option. Don't make me alter my decision. She cowered away from me in fear. I'll join your pack. I smirked. Good choice, but betray me once, and I'll impose the highest chastisement ever conceivable. She nodded frenetically, and I recited the oath. Adele Kepler, I hereby proclaim you part of the Dark Moon Pack. Do you pledge to abandon your old pack, sentiments and all, and only dedicate your all to gratify your new Alpha? Do you swear to adhere to his regulations and his regulations alone, to never disobey him, and to give 100% to the pack? She nodded. I do. Then it is accomplished. I could discern the change of packs through her corporeal form, and I sent her a mental message. Remember what I stated, Adele, betray me once, and I will locate you. She nodded, and I turned to face Devon. Unchain her and escort her upstairs to provide her with some sustenance. She is no longer a prisoner, but inform me if she performs anything that I would wish to hear. Do not hesitate." He nodded. "Yes, Alpha." I ascended the stairs away from both of them, and I sent a mental message to all of my pack combatants. "The plan has been finalized. Rendezvous in the back at 11:45 p.m., no later. It is time that Riven receives what he merits, and I can assure you, if this proceeds smoothly, everyone will be rewarded." "Yes, Alpha," they recited back, and I smirked before entering my room and making my way to my bedside cabinet where I picked up the illustration of Ariella. Soon Riven will be eliminated, and we can finally be together. I replaced the illustration and sat down on my bed. No matter what, I will reclaim Ariella because it is only equitable that I obtain what is mine, and I don't intend on losing. Chapter 30. Riven point of view. Tense. That is the solitary term I can employ to portray how today is going to feel. Tense. Although I am confident about this evening, I have a premonition that something will unravel. I possess a very potent intuition that tonight simply will not unfold as orchestrated, yet I do not comprehend why. I adhere to my previous assertion regarding Shorai's behaving differently, because she is, but then I merely ponder what she has undergone in the preceding weeks, and I allow it to depart my thoughts, because consider it, if you were abducted for days and you return to your kin and mates after days of not seeing them, you are evidently going to feel altered and act differently to everyone you know. It is merely natural. I was interrupted from my reveries by Ariella seating herself upon my lap, and I smiled and enfolded my arms around her waist and rested my head upon her shoulder. "Hey, darling, are you all right?" She nodded. "I'm fine, but I believe it is I who should be posing that query to you." I sighed. "I'm well." She snorted. "I comprehend those two utterances, Riven, trust me. When individuals assert they are well, they are never well, so how are you truly?" "I am so stressed right now. I am apprehensive." She rotated upon my lap so that she was now straddling me and regarded me in confusion. "Why are you apprehensive? If tonight does not unfold as orchestrated, I could forfeit you." I leaned forward and pressed my forehead against hers. "I do not wish to forfeit you, not now, not ever." She elevated her hand and ran it through my hair, and I closed my eyes at her touch. "Recall the day we went bowling and you escorted me home after what transpired?" I opened my eyes and nodded. "Yes." "Recall when I was drifting off to slumber? And you uttered something to me just prior to my falling asleep?" I smiled and nodded. "Yes, I recall." She elevated her other hand and positioned it upon my cheek and commenced gently caressing it with her thumb. "What did you utter?" I stated that I was never going to release you, not with the affection I sense for you. She smiled. "Precisely, and I'll never release you. You will never forfeit me if we both plan to never release each other." I gave her a light kiss upon the lips. "I have no notion what I did to merit you." "Well, we are mates for a reason. We were destined to be together." I smiled. "I have no notion what I would do without you." I know that this is going to sound exceedingly cliched, but I cannot even articulate how much I adore you. Sometimes I am apprehensive in case I awaken and discover that this was all a fantasy and that you are not truly present. I am apprehensive in case you abandon me, and I am apprehensive I'll err, and you won't adore me anymore. I looked down at my lap, but Ariella merely tilted my head upward so that I was now gazing into her eyes. "Why do you perpetually entertain such thoughts? You possess a propensity to perceive the negative aspect of matters." I shrugged. "I don't know. I've forfeited a multitude of individuals in my existence. My closest mate betrayed me with my female friend. My sibling detests me, and my paternal figure is not who he was before. I cannot afford to forfeit you as well." She looked at me softly and pressed her lips to mine gently while one of her hands was around my neck and the other was in my hair, and I clasped my hands together around her back and pulled her closer to me so that her chest was pressing against mine. I gently bit her lower lip, and she parted her lips for me, and I seized that as my opportunity to insert my tongue into her mouth, and we commenced contending for control, but I eventually yielded and allowed her to possess it. Oddly enough, the kiss tasted of strawberries. "You taste sweet," I uttered against her lips, and she smiled but did not withdraw, not that I was objecting, however. I seized her waist and lifted her so that I could position her upon the writing desk, and I moved between her legs so that she could enfold them around my waist. I withdrew from her, and she rested her head in the hollow of my neck, so I leaned down and commenced to lightly kiss her neck, which caused her to emit a trembling breath. I commenced to kiss down her neck until I reached her chest, but she seized my hair and pulled me away. "Don't you dare!" I gave her a light kiss upon the lips. "I apologize, darling." I gave her another light kiss and commenced to gently caress her back slowly with my thumb. "I can never remain incensed at you. I detest it." I chuckled. "Why?" "Because when I endeavor to remain incensed, you proceed and perform something undeniably sweet." I smiled and rested my head upon her shoulder. "Because I adore you undeniably." She sighed contentedly. "I adore you too, so much." She placed her hands upon my chest and pushed me back so that I was now seated upon my chair, and I looked at her in confusion. "What was that for?" She gave me a smirk. "Recall how I informed you that I detest teasing?" I gulped and nodded. "Sorry?" She shook her head slowly and leapt off the writing desk. "Not going to suffice, darling." She moved forward and positioned one leg on either side of mine so that she was standing over me. She placed both of her hands upon my chest and leaned forward. "It's only equitable that I reciprocate the favor." She sat down upon my lap and swiftly lifted my shirt over my head. She ran her hands over my abdominal muscles while commencing to kiss down my chest, and I emitted a sharp breath, and I could sense her smirk against my chest. She moved her head upward and commenced kissing up my neck until she reached my ear, at which point she commenced to lightly nibble and tug at it, which caused me to close my eyes in pleasure, but they immediately snapped open when I sensed her hands move down to the front of my jeans. "I can tell you're reveling in this," she stated with a hint of a smile in her voice. "It's a pity that's all you're receiving." She moved her hands away and stood up, and I looked at her shocked before playfully narrowing my eyes at her. "You had better flee, darling." She shrieked and ran out of my study, and I leaped up out of the chair and ran after her, and I could hear her laughing from down the corridor, which caused me to smile. "If anyone discovers Ariella, apprehend her." I heard Ariella scream from the lounge, and I smirked. "Tauren, release me." "Sorry, Ariella, Alpha's directives." I ran into the lounge to behold Tauren holding Ariella by her waist, and she was struggling to extricate herself from his grasp. "I appreciate your assistance, Tauren. I can assume control from here." He nodded and released Ariella and practically ran out of the portal, ensuring to close the portal behind him, and I looked at Ariella and smirked. "You truly imagined you could evade me?" I commenced to walk towards her, which merely caused her to walk backward until I had her pressed against the wall. "I always capture you, Ariella. We alpha males cherish a pursuit, especially when it pertains to our beautiful." I lightly kissed her lips. "Gorgeous." I lightly kissed them again, breathtakingly, and again, stunning mates. She blushed and looked down, but I merely tilted her head upward to gaze at me. "That was a very unpleasant thing you performed, Ariella." She smiled. "You initiated it. Becoming childish, are we?" "You compelled me to do it. You provoked me first." I tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "I was merely endeavoring to gratify you." I leaned down next to her ear. "I know you reveled in it." "I reveled in it as much as you reveled in yours." I smiled. "Yes, but the distinction is, I did not leave you stranded." She clasped a hand in my hair. "Yes, the distinction is that I left you desiring more. All you have to do is solicit, darling, and I'm yours." I leaned back and smirked at her. "Oh, truly? All I have to do is solicit?" She nodded and placed a hand on my chest. "Just solicit. I'm going to grant you a head start to flee. 5 seconds, darling." She looked at me shocked. "I wasn't going to permit you to escape that easily. As you stated, retribution is a vexation." She unexpectedly struck me in the stomach, and because I was not expecting it, it pained more than I imagined. I hunched over in pain, and she laughed on the way out. "That should procure me another 5 seconds." I smiled and shook off the pain before I commenced running after her. "Riven, what are you performing?" "Sorry, cannot converse, occupied." My maternal parent laughed, and as I was running after Ariella, everyone emerged from the halls and commenced smiling and laughing at the both of us. "Keep running, Ariella." She commenced laughing, and I could not help but smile at her. I did not perform anything. I laughed, and as soon as I approached her, I enfolded my arms around her waist and spun her around, which caused her to shriek and laugh. Riven. Release me. Not until I receive an apology. I pulled her closer to my chest. For what? Leaving me stranded when I was oh so pleased. And what if I don't wish to apologize? I lifted her up and commenced spinning her around on the spot, and she commenced to shriek. Okay, I'll apologize. I ceased spinning her, and I allowed her feet to drop to the ground and twisted her around so that she was now facing me. I raised an eyebrow at her. Well, I'm awaiting. She smiled. I'm sorry. I smiled and gave her a light kiss upon the lips. I accept your apology. What would I have had to do if you did not accept? Well, you'll never have to comprehend that. I adore you too much to decline. Oh, well, thank you. I looked at her in confusion. For what precisely? For distracting my thoughts from everything that's transpiring, for supporting me, and principally just for adoring me unconditionally. Well, you're welcome. You know what would permit everyone to comprehend just how much I adore you? She smiled and shook her head slightly. No, Riven, I comprehend what you're going to utter, and it's simply not going to transpire right now. I laughed. We don't have to become wedded now, perhaps in a couple of months. She looked at me shocked. Couple of months? Are you insane? I mean, I adore you, Riven, I adore you a great deal, but we are definitely not becoming wedded in a couple of months. Planning a nuptial ceremony consumes time, darling. I sighed. I know, but I just wish everyone to comprehend that you're mine, wolf and human. She smiled. Well, with how possessive you are, nobody will have any difficulty comprehending that I'm yours. I'm not possessive. She laughed. Yes, you are. I mean, I know you're an alpha and all, but you are very possessive. I allowed her utterances to permeate. I don't intend to be like that, honest. It just transpires. I did not state that I did not appreciate how possessive you are. It's quite alluring, actually. I chuckled. Is that so? She nodded and leaned forward next to my ear. Inform me I'm yours. I could feel my eyes transform from how much desire I sensed with how seductive she sounded. What do you wish me to inform you? I just wished to hear her alluring vocals again. I wish you to inform me I'm yours. I emitted a low growl. You're mine. Again. You're mine and solely mine. She seized my hair and compelled my lips against hers, but trust me, I was not going to decline her offer, so I immediately bit her lower lip, and she wasted no time in permitting me entry and swiftly assuming control of the kiss. I heard the portal burst open, but I was not planning on withdrawing from the kiss, and by how matters were unfolding, neither was Ariella. Truly, fellows? I intrude into the chamber, and you do not feel inclined to cease kissing each other? Ariella smiled against my lips and merely pulled me closer, intensifying the kiss in the process. Fellows. I chuckled against her lips and withdrew from her so that I could rotate to face Shorei's to behold that she was standing in the doorway, smiling with Tyler. You interrupted us, so why should we cease? It's courteous. Ariella laughed. Whatever, it's not my fault I enjoy kissing my attractive alpha mate. We all laughed. Thank you for the compliment, darling. She smiled and was about to lean up and kiss me again. No. All of a sudden, Shorei's seized Ariella by the wrist and pulled her away from me. No. Shorei's. Permit me to kiss him. I laughed and looked at Ariella struggling to extricate herself from Sharice's grasp. Come on, Ariella, cease struggling. I wish to pose a query to you. Ariella ceased struggling and rotated to face Shorei's properly. What is it? Can Tyler join the volunteers? Ariella looked at me, and I shrugged, and then she looked back at Shorei's in confusion. Is that his concept or yours? His. Trust me, I don't wish him to contend. I just acquired him, and he wishes to go and contend. His an oath. Shorei slapped him upon the head, and I laughed because that just reminded me of what Ariella performed to me. Why do you wish to contend, Tyler? He looked at me. Because I made an oath to serve my alpha and to give 100% to the pack. I nodded. I comprehend, but that does not necessarily signify that you have to contend tonight. I wish to contend. I'm actually going to delegate this decision to your female friend. He scratched the back of his neck. Yes, about that, she's not just my female friend, we're mates. My mate, and I looked at them shocked. What? But you weren't even together. What the heck transpired to keep you apart? I sort of rejected her. I could sense Ariella's fury through our connection, so I swiftly walked over to her just as she was about to lunge for Tyler. I leaned down next to her ear. Pacify yourself, darling. He may have rejected her, but they're together now, and Shoreyes is content. Isn't that what you wish? She sighed and nodded, yes. I kissed the side of her head, and she looked at Tyler. Honestly, Tyler, as much as I dislike you even more now, Shoreyes is content, so I will at least endeavor to like you, but I'm not going to permit you to contend tonight. He looked at me shocked. What? Why? Because, by the looks of matters, Shoreyes doesn't wish you to contend, and it is in my paramount interest to keep her content. I apologize now if what I utter next offends you, but you stated yourself yesterday that you wish to make all of your pack members content. Well, by not permitting me to contend, you're making one of your pack members unhappy. Yes, and if I permit you to contend, Shoreyes will be unhappy, and I'm sorry if you find this unjust, but she is very significant to me, and she comes first. Shoreyes smiled at her, and Tyler nodded. You truly care about her, don't you? She nodded, very much, and I know there's a reason why, and I'm going to uncover it. He nodded and took Sharice's hand in his. I guess I'll be downstairs when Shoreyes arrives. See you then. They both smiled and exited, and I unfolded my arm around Ariella's waist. So, you wish to resume where we concluded? She laughed and struck my chest playfully. Perhaps later. I wish to converse with my paternal figure first. About why I feel connected to Shoreyes. I know he's concealing something, and I'm going to uncover what it is. I nodded. Let's go converse with your paternal figure then. You had better go and put on a shirt. I'm not going to permit you to parade around the dwelling unclad for every female wolf to behold your corporeal form. I smirked. Fret not, darling, my corporeal form is for your eyes solely. She gave me a light kiss upon the lips. I would hope so. Can I utilize your study to converse with my paternal figure? I nodded. You don't have to solicit. It's as much yours as it is mine. The same applies to everything else. She smiled. Thank you. I adore you. I adore you more. She shook her head. Not feasible. I gave her another light kiss upon the lips. Very feasible. I'll go put on a shirt, and I'll meet you in the study. She nodded and ran a hand over my chest and abdominal muscles before winking at me and exiting the lounge, and I opened our mental link and dispatched her a message. Provoker. I heard her laugh in my cranium. You adore me anyway. I smiled and shook my head before walking off to my and Ariella's chamber so I could adhere to my mate's wishes and put on a shirt. Ariella's point of view. I walked away from Riven and dispatched my paternal figure a mental message. Paternal figure. Study, immediately. I am still your paternal figure, Ariella, recall that. I am not in the mood right now, paternal figure. I am still your alpha female, recall that. We have matters that need to be deliberated, and we are not departing the study today until I receive some responses. Arrive there. Immediately. I angrily walked into the study and took a seat behind Riven's writing desk, awaiting for my paternal figure to walk into the chamber. And as soon as he did, I just maintained my countenance blank as I gazed at him. Close the portal and take a seat. He nodded and closed the portal before taking a seat upon the chair in front of me. What is it that you wish to converse about, dear girl? Don't even address me as that right now. You sit in front of me right now acting as if you've performed nothing amiss when you comprehend perfectly well what you've performed. He looked at me shocked. I have no notion what you're discussing. So, you're going to deny the fact that you deceived my maternal parent with Layla? How did you comprehend that? I shook my head. So it is accurate. You need to learn to mask your emotions a little better. As soon as I mentioned the sisterly connection between me and Shoreyes at evening meal, you became anxious and looked directly at Layla. You practically betrayed yourself. You cannot inform your maternal parent. Why is that? It will shatter her heart. I cannot bear to behold her distraught. But you can deceive her without hesitating, and then portray a content family. I cannot believe you performed that to her. She's your wife. No, even worse, she's your mate. He ran his hands through his hair. I know, it was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. I realized what I performed after I performed it. Why? Why would you deceive her? I don't know. I just arrived here with Alistair when I was beater on business, and I beheld Layla, and then one thing led to another. But your own mate, the maternal figure of your offspring? You possessed 2 offspring, and you still performed what you performed. It was a misstep. I felt a tear fall onto my hand, and only at that juncture did I realize that I was crying. Riven walked into the room and closed the portal behind him, and as soon as he observed that I was crying, he looked at my paternal figure and growled at him. What did you perform to cause my mate to weep? He walked over to me and bent down to my level so that he could wipe away my tears before he turned back to face my paternal figure. What did you perform? Respond to me. I placed a hand on his arm to pacify him, and when he looked down at me, I just shook my head to inform him to disregard it, and I gestured towards the seat next to me, so he sat down and took my hand in his. Paternal figure, I just wish to pose one query to you. He nodded. Proceed. Is Shorais my sibling? He sighed and nodded. Yes, she is. Layla called me when she discovered she was pregnant and informed me, but I informed her to terminate it, and she stated no. I looked at him shocked. You asked her to terminate your own offspring? What kind of individual are you? I'm sorry, paternal figure, but you made the idiotic misstep of deceiving my maternal parent with Layla, and then you impregnated her, and you wished her to terminate your own offspring? It's revolting. I know. But I possessed a family. I couldn't jeopardize that. You have jeopardized everything by my discovering. At least now I possess responses about my and Charisse connection, but that does not alter the fact that you deceived my maternal parent and possessed the audacity to walk past Shorais as if she is not your daughter. She is still your flesh and blood. I cannot behave as if she's my daughter if your maternal parent doesn't even comprehend. Then I believe it's time we alter that. He shook his head. You cannot inform her. I narrowed my eyes at him. If you don't inform her by the end of the month, I will. I cannot behold her become injured. And I cannot behold her become deceived anymore. You will inform her, and that's an order. I utilized my alpha tone, and he immediately obeyed and nodded. I cannot even look at you right now, just depart. Soccer. Depart. He looked at me sadly and stood up and commenced to walk out, but not before uttering, I'm sorry. I shook my head and just looked away from him, and he walked out of the portal, and that is when I released all of my tears, and Riven lifted me onto his lap, and I cried into his chest. Cheech, darling, it's all right, everything's going to be all right. He deceived my maternal parent, Riven. I cannot believe he lied to us like that. He commenced rubbing my back softly. I know, darling, I know, but you cannot permit this to affect you. He's still your paternal figure. He's been deceiving us for the past 16 or so years. He possessed a mate and 2 offspring, and he had an offspring this entire time. I know you're distraught, but we have to look to the positive aspect of this. I looked up at Riven, which is? He wiped away my tears and smiled. Shorais is your sibling for certain. Even though you adored her like one before, you can adore her even more now that you're siblings. I nodded. I guess so, but this is going to shatter my maternal parent's heart. It's superior for her to possess a shattered heart at the truth than for her to be living a fabrication. You're correct. I cannot stand by and observe my paternal figure deceive her anymore. I won't permit it. Do you wish your paternal figure never made the misstep then? I do, but then I don't, because what he performed was wrong, but then I wouldn't possess Shorais as my sibling. He nodded. I comprehend, but this could impact your family significantly. I sighed. If your paternal figure deceived your maternal parent, had an offspring, and concealed it from her for the next 16 years, and you discovered, would you inform her? He nodded. I adore my maternal parent immeasurably. Call me a maternal figure's boy, I don't care, but yes, I would inform her. Precisely, I adore my maternal parent as well, so I have to ensure she comprehends the truth, and I believe it's charming how much you adore your maternal parent. Individuals might state I'm a bit of a coward for adoring my maternal parent as I do, especially because I'm alpha. Who gives a hoot what anyone else contemplates? You adore your maternal parent, that doesn't make you any less of a man for it. Wish me to assault them for you? He chuckled. And ruin my image? No, thank you. I laughed. What image? Ha ha, very amusing, darling. I'm alpha. I need to maintain the reputation that I've established. I raised an eyebrow at him, and me assaulting a multitude of individuals will affect that. He shook his head. No, you assaulting a multitude of individuals for calling me a coward will affect that, severely. I smiled. Well, when you phrase it like that, I comprehend your perspective. He laughed. Precisely. But thank you for offering. I gave him a light kiss upon the lips. You're welcome, and since we're on the subject of siblings, where's yours? He shrugged. I have no notion. I haven't seen her in about 2 or 3 days. I'm hoping she resolved to depart the pack dwelling. You truly detest her, don't you? I don't detest her, she detests me, so I just assent to it. Why don't you endeavor to converse with her? He emitted a low growl. She'd rather perish first than endeavor to resolve matters. That's how much she detests me. I placed a hand on his chest. I'm sorry. He looked at me in confusion. Why are you sorry? It's not your fault my sibling detests me. I know, but you did not perform anything, and she's discarded a perfectly good relationship between the both of you. He shrugged. I don't really care anymore. She's never going to forgive me, so why endeavor? She's your sibling. I don't require her. I possess you. He gave me a light kiss upon the lips and smiled. You're all I need. I smiled and gave him another light kiss upon the lips. I adore you. I adore you too. I rose from his lap and seized his hand so I could pull him up from the chair. Where are we proceeding? I wish to inform Shorais the positive tidings. He groaned as I continued to drag him towards the lounge. Cannot I just spend time with you? We never possess any time for ourselves. We will, later. He ceased walking and pulled me back so that my back was against his chest. Promise. I promise. Now release me. I commenced to endeavor to extricate myself from his grasp, but he just emitted a low growl and pulled me closer. Keep moving against me like that, and I will make love to you against this wall. I smirked. Oh, do you not appreciate it when I perform that? I commenced moving against him again, and he immediately pinned me against the wall and looked at me with desire in his eyes. You're treading on dangerous ground, Ariella. His voice sounded so seductive, and I could not stop my hand from moving down into his jeans, and I looked into his eyes. Low enough. Proceed any lower, and I won't be able to control my wolf any longer. I commenced to move my hand a bit lower when all of a sudden Shorais called my name, and I took my hand out of his jeans. Perhaps later. I commenced to lean forward to move away when he just growled and pinned me back against the wall. There's no perhaps about it. I will possess you. I smirked and ran a hand up his shirt. I'll hold you to that. I gave him a light kiss upon the lips, and he moved away so that I could walk in front of him, and he seized my hand and commenced walking with me. We walked into the lounge to behold Shorais, Layla, my maternal parent, and my paternal figure, and I automatically comprehended what transpired. He informed you. My maternal parent nodded. You ordered him to. I stated he had until the end of the month, not the end of the hour. Why does it matter? You informed him to inform me, and he did. I sighed, and Riven rubbed my back for comfort. Well, now that you comprehend, what's going to transpire? Nothing. He's my mate, and it was only one time. I looked at her shocked. You're all right with it? I never stated that. I just stated I'm not going to perform anything. So, are you going to treat Shorais as your daughter? She's not mine. I narrowed my eyes. That may be the case, but she is still paternal figure's daughter. It's fine, Ariella. If they don't wish to treat me like kin, don't compel them. I shook my head. No, Shorais, it's unfair. You're my blessed sibling. Watch your utterances, Ariella. Oh, drat you. Don't converse with your paternal figure like that. Please. He forfeited that designation when he refused to treat Shorais as one of his own. No paternal figure rejects their own offspring. Apologize. I snorted. You wish me to apologize? He's the deceiving cheat. Layla sighed. Behold, I'm just as responsible as he is. Did you comprehend he possessed 2 offspring? She shook her head. Not until after. Then you're not responsible. You know what? Drat this. Shorais, let's go. Proceed where? Anywhere but this accursed chamber. I commenced to walk out when I heard my paternal figure exclaim. Don't you dare walk out of the portal, Ariella. Return here immediately. Riven emitted a loud growl, which caused nearly everyone in the chamber to flinch. Don't you ever converse with her like that again. I believe you seem to have forgotten that she is your alpha female. Treat her as such. You do not issue directives to her, she issues them to you, paternal figure or not. Have I made myself unambiguous? Yes, alpha. Good. He approached and enfolded his arm around my waist, and we walked out of the lounge and into the conservatory so we could all sit down. Well, at least we're definitely siblings. I smiled and shook my head. Thank heaven, that is the sole positive aspect that has emerged from my paternal figure's actions. I always pondered who my paternal figure was, she muttered, and I looked at her curiously. What did your maternal figure inform you? She just stated how it was an individual she had one night with. I shook my head. This entire time he possessed a daughter, but what transpired with your maternal figure's mate? Oh, she stated he perished before I was born. They discovered each other quite young. My paternal figure probably comforted her for a night, then left her heartbroken again. I cannot believe him. I mean, I don't really mind not possessing a paternal figure. I'm accustomed to it now, but at least I comprehend who it is. I ran my hand through my hair. Talon is going to have a bloody tantrum when he hears this. Riven looked at me in confusion. Why? Talon is a maternal figure's boy hands down, and he doesn't really get along with my paternal figure, so when he hears he deceived her, he'll probably assault him, no doubt about it. Who's older? You or Talon? Talon by only 2 minutes, but he never permits me to forget it. She smiled. I always imagined you were older. I behave more maturely than him. I matured quicker because I had to. She nodded and drifted off, and I focused on her facial expressions. Usually, when you drift off, you acquire a distant look on your countenance, but she seemed to be having a bit of a debate with herself because her expressions kept fluctuating from confused to calm, then to guilty, and many more. Riven, do you comprehend the name of the substance Lucas gave Shorais? No, why? Do you comprehend the symptoms? Well, yes. There isn't actually a designation for that particular substance, but that's the sole one that blocks the mental link. It also hinders shifting and communication with your wolf. I furrowed my eyebrows. That makes no sense. If she was drugged, she cannot be conversing with her wolf, and her mental link is blocked right now, and I know she isn't just having a conflict in her cranium, so what the heck is transpiring? Shorais. She did not reply, so I endeavored again. Shorais? Nothing. I stood up and clicked my fingers in front of her countenance, and she seemed to emerge from a trance before looking at me. Sorry, I kind of drifted off there. Shorais, what's transpiring? She looked at me in confusion. What? Nothing. Don't deceive me, Shorais. You seem to be deep in thought just then, but the query is with whom? How can I be in thought with anyone? My mental link is disrupted. I swear to God that if I discover you're deceiving me about this, I won't be content. I swear, Ariella, nothing is transpiring. I searched her eyes for any hint of a fabrication, but they were just blank, so I sighed. Okay, fine, I believe I'm just paranoid and stressed about tonight. So you go accusing me of deceiving? Shorais, I'm sorry. She shook her head. Whatever, some sibling you are. She stood up and exited, and I struck one of the windows out of frustration, causing it to shatter into pieces. Are you going to compensate for that? Drat you. I turned to face Riven to behold him with his hands raised in surrender. Don't vent this upon me, Ariella. I narrowed my eyes at him. Don't patronize me. He sighed and stood up so that he could walk towards me, and he took my hand in his. We should get you cleansed. I looked at my hand and to behold that it was bleeding, and I possessed tiny fragments of glass in my knuckles, just what I needed. Come on. I permitted him to drag me towards the bathing room where he secured the portal and seated me upon the edge of the bath while he retrieved the first aid kit and took out small tweezers. We kind of had to extract the glass before I commenced to heal, because then the glass would just become lodged. He extracted each fragment of glass individually, and each time I flinched a little because they were quite deep within. After a few minutes, my hand healed, and I stretched it out a bit before Riven wiped the blood off my hand. Riven replaced the first aid kit and commenced to walk out of the bathing room, but I seized his wrist and stood up in front of him. I'm sorry. He did not utter anything, so I enfolded my arms around his neck. Please, darling, I did not intend to become incensed. Converse with me, please. I was just endeavoring to make you feel superior. I know, I shouldn't have vented my anger upon you. Don't be incensed at me. He sighed and looked into my eyes. I'm not incensed, darling, I'm just a bit distraught. Good going, you caused our mate to become distraught. Be silent, would you? I'm endeavoring to rectify it. You had better. I blocked out my wolf and focused on Riven again. I truly am sorry, I did not intend to cause you to become distraught. I feel horrible. Forgive me. I'm uncertain. I felt tears well up in my eyes. Please, Riven, I promise I'll compensate you. I cannot bear you being distraught with me. No, don't weep, please don't weep. He wiped away the tears that fell from my eyes and leaned his forehead against mine. I forgive you, okay? I'm sorry for causing you to weep. I shook my head. I'm sorry for becoming incensed. He smiled and leaned forward to press his lips against mine, and I gently bit his lower lip, to which he immediately responded. I permitted my tongue to meet his, and I did not even hesitate to permit him to assume control of the kiss. I just wished him to be content. He withdrew from me and lightly kissed my lips once, then twice. He grinned and bent forward to press his lips against mine, and I softly bit his lower lip, which he promptly reacted to. I let my tongue meet his, and I didn't even hesitate to let him assume control of the kiss. I just wished him to be content. He pulled back from me and lightly kissed my lips once, then twice. I adore you. I adore you too, and I'm SOR. He interrupted me by pressing his lips to mine again briefly. Let's disregard it, alright? I nodded. Alright, I'll compensate for the window, though. He shook his head. There's no way I'm going to let you pay for that. I'll pay. No, that's unfair. I fractured it, so I'll compensate for it. You're my mate, you're not paying for it. Final answer. Do you comprehend me? I looked down, but he tilted my head up to look back at his. I said, do you comprehend me? I nodded. I comprehend you. Good. While you're with me, I won't permit you to expend your own funds. Why not? Because I'm supposed to attend to you, so from now on, it's either my credit card or no credit card, understand? I nodded, and he smiled. Good. Do you want to see my weapon collection? I looked at him, astonished. You possess one of those? He chuckled. Every group has one. Yeah, can I see it? Of course. He led me toward the stairway, and we ascended to the 4th story and walked to the last entrance at the end of the corridor. He took his necklace out from under his shirt and used the fastener that was attached to unfasten the door. I never noticed that necklace before. He opened the door, and I saw another flight of winding stairs, so we ascended to the summit and came to a metallic entrance. 12 inches of stainless steel, vocal recognition lock, only activates to my vocals. What's the sequence? He cleared his throat and started to speak. To cherish and safeguard one's assembly. To preserve and restore what's present. Unseal this weapon storage once more. To unveil the implements I prize. Vocals recognized. Greetings, Alpha Riven, please state who is with you. He looked at me, and my mouth was just agape in astonishment, and he smiled before responding. Ariella Kaelith, Alpha Female. Recognized. I heard a few latches and bolts being unfastened from the interior, and the door opened. We both walked in. For security, the door secures us within. Is that acceptable? I nodded, still in astonishment, and the door closed and secured us within, and I just looked around the room in wonder. Wow! He chuckled. Consumed me a while to acquire all of these implements, but I did. Throughout the room, from what I could discern, he possessed approximately 35 different blades, 12 pistols which come in pairs, for shotguns, 20 other categories of firearms, 8 nunchucks, 5 crossbows, 8 ordinary bows with up to 25 arrows each, and many more that I cannot truly designate. Wow! He laughed. Is that all you can utter right now? I'm just in awe. I've never been enveloped by so many perilous items. They're only perilous in the incorrect hands, and this weapon storage only activates to my vocals, so no one can obtain these. I nodded. That's comforting at least. Does everyone comprehend about this? He shook my head. Just me, you, my second in command, Torren since he was my second-in-command, and the group contenders. Are they going to be utilizing this tonight? He shrugged. If they feel the necessity to, then yes, they have a choice. I nodded. I feel peculiar. Can we exit here? He nodded. If you desire to. Unfasten and open. The door unfastened and opened, and we walked out. Goodbye, Alpha. The door closed itself, and he made sure to restore it to its initial state. Reset. Original command. Restored back to original. He took my hand and led me back down the stairway, and when we reached the bottom, he took out his necklace again and secured the door before turning to face me. Is there anything you desire to do? We have quite a lot of time to occupy until tonight. I shrugged. I don't really know. With everything that's unfolding, I don't really feel like going anywhere. He nodded. I comprehend. Are you tired? I shook my head. No, but I do want to go to slumber. All right, well, I'll escort you up and let you get into slumber. He took my hand and started to lead me to our room, but I just shook my head slightly and pushed him up against the wall. I didn't mean by myself. He smirked. What did you mean then? You truly want me to articulate it aloud? He nodded and kissed the side of my neck. Articulate it. I want you to come to slumber with me. I wrapped my arm around his neck, but not to sleep. He let out a low growl. What will we be doing then? Let's just say I'm done relying on your utterance. It's time for you to fulfill it. Before I knew it, Riven lifted me up in a bridal fashion and practically ran to our sleeping chamber. He secured the door behind him and gently placed me down on the bed before hovering on top of me. I adore you. I smiled. I adore you too. He leaned down and pressed his lips against mine, and all my thoughts just vanished from my head. I solely focused on Riven because I definitely required this, and so did he. He's stressed, and everyone knew it, so for the next few hours or so, I'm distracting his mind from everything that's unfolding. Sharice's point of view. From when she drifted off in the conservatory. Shoreyes, how is the strategy coming along? I don't really need to do anything, Alpha. It's merely about the anticipation. Are you telling me that you're just idling around, awaiting for me to come? Isn't that what you said? I said nothing of the sort, Shoreyes. I did not anticipate this from you. I apologize, Alpha, but I do have some news. It better be good. Ariella is my half-sibling. Oh, truly? Yes. This could benefit me. How so? You'll see. I could hear the smirk in his voice, but I took no notice of it because, all of a sudden, Ariella clicked her fingers in front of my face, and I shook my head slightly. Sorry, I kind of drifted off there. Shoreyes, what's transpiring? I looked at her, confused, but on the inside, I was panicking. What? Nothing. Don't deceive me, Shoreyes. You seem to be deep in thought just then, but the question is with whom? How can I be in thought with anyone? My mind link is disrupted. I swear to God that if I find out you're deceiving me about this, I won't be content. I swear, Ariella, nothing is transpiring. She seemed to be searching my eyes for any hint of a facade, so I just kept my face devoid of any emotion, and she sighed. Okay, fine, I think I'm just apprehensive and tense about tonight. So you go accusing me of deceiving? Shoreyes, I'm sorry. I shook my head. Whatever, some sibling you are. I stood up and walked out, and I heard glass shattering from behind me, but I didn't even bother to turn back and see what it was. I was actually really annoyed at how Ariella accused me of deceiving. I mean, yes, I was deceiving her, but that's not the point. The point is that she doesn't trust me, and I know I won't be able to keep this from Alpha Lucas. This is too significant, and if he finds out that I didn't tell him, he will be very, very furious. Alpha Lucas? What happened, Shoreyes? You never exclude me. I apologize for that, but Ariella was in the room, and she kind of noticed I wasn't paying attention. I think she's comprehending. I walked into the lounge and sat down on the sofa, awaiting for his reply. Comprehending? You say it in such a calm manner like I would be all right with that. What did you tell her? Nothing. I just said there's nothing transpiring, and that she was accusing me of being a fabricator. I played the guilty sibling card. Exact words. Some sibling you are. He chuckled inside my head. Well played, Shoreyes. Look, I'm going to go over the final arrangements right now. Keep me informed of anything you think I should know, alright? Yes, Alpha. He severed the link, and I sat back on the sofa and sighed. I don't appreciate it when you sigh. I abruptly looked toward the door to see Tyler. And why is that? He walked over and sat down next to me, because that means you're distraught, and I don't appreciate it when my girl is distraught. I smiled and leaned on his chest. I'm fine, honest, I'm just a bit apprehensive about tonight. Why? You're not going to contend, are you? If I didn't let you contend, what makes you think I would? He chuckled. All right, true. Why are you apprehensive, then? I didn't even know why. I decided to just fabricate a believable lie. If tonight doesn't go to plan, Ariella could get taken from the pack, and I don't want that. I only found out today that we're siblings. He looked at me, astonished. Truly? Like, proper siblings? Well, half-siblings, but yeah, her dad is my dad as well. Wow, so you're an alpha female's sister. You're practically superior to anyone else in the pack, except for the alpha, of course. I guess so. Maybe everyone will finally treat me differently then. How did they treat you before? I looked at him, astonished. Are you serious? Everyone detested me, Tyler. Isn't that why you rejected me in the first place? He looked at me with remorse etched across his face. Actually no. Drake told me to reject you. He kind of threatened me. I just told you it was because I detested you. I hit his chest, and he flinched. Why the heck didn't you tell me before? I couldn't. He said he would harm you if I said anything. I couldn't bear to see you with him, but I'd rather that than him lay a finger on you. My expression softened. So you were watching out for me? He nodded. You're my mate. It's my responsibility. He smiled at me and gave me a light kiss on the lips, and I lay my head back on his chest with a confused expression on my face. Alpha Lucas told me that even my mate detests me, but he was just trying to safeguard me. Did he deceive me? But why would he do that? He's my alpha. He would never deceive me. I shook my misgivings out of my head and placed my hand on Tyler's chest where I hit him and started to gently rub it. I'm sorry. He kissed the top of my head. It's all right. I don't blame you for hitting me. I deserved it. I shook my head. I should have let you explain first. It's all right, darling, honestly. What do you want to do before midnight, because right now it's, he looked at his watch, 5:30. Can we just recline here, please? Whatever you desire. He wrapped his arms around my waist, and I sighed contentedly. I know that once everyone finds out I was involved in Lucas's assault, I will most probably be detested, but the fact is, I don't really care, and even still, I'm not even part of this pack anymore, and as long as Alpha Lucas is content, everything will be fine. Back to Ariella's point of view. Midnight. Do not halt unless I am informed first. In wolf form, it shall only take you at least 30 minutes to get there, maximum. We were currently outside the back, addressing all of the wolves that were going to be contending tonight. The majority of them are in wolf form, while a few are in human form with a few of their preferred weapons, so they will be riding on the backs of other wolves. Make sure to notify me when you approach his domain. Am I understood? Everyone nodded, and I decided to say something. Now, I have counted 87 wolves that will be contending tonight, and I expect 87 wolves to return. Don't make me pursue your asses down. I heard a few chuckles. No, but seriously, think about your families that will be awaiting for you when you get back. Don't disappoint them, all right? You will return. The humans smiled, and the wolves just nodded. All right, so everyone knows what to do. Don't fail me. Everyone nodded, and Brenna howled, signaling the commencement of their expedition. Everyone turned around and ran into the woodland, and after a few minutes, they were all gone. I have faith in them. When will they be back? I turned around to face Shoreyes, who was with Tyler, and I shrugged. Whenever they get back, I guess. She turned to face Tyler. You should go to slumber. You look fatigued. He nodded. Aren't you coming? I'll be there later. She gave him a light kiss on the lips, and he waved at me and Riven, to which we returned the gesture, and he walked off back into the pack dwelling. How about we wait in your study? That's the safest place I know. I nodded at Cheris's suggestion. All right. I took Riven's hand, and we all walked into the packed dwelling and into Riven's study, and Shorais closed the door behind her, and I went to sit down in the chair while Shorais just started admiring the books. I never actually noticed how many books there were. I laughed. Truly? The whole wall is books. Yeah, I know. I wasn't really paying attention, though. I smiled and shook my head. Whatever you say, Shorais. Half an hour later. I was currently playing Angry Birds on Riven's phone at the desk while Shorais and Riven were playing checkers on the floor when my phone started to vibrate, so I quickly took it out of my pocket and answered it. Hello. You look exceptionally attractive in your blue shirt, Ariella. It's a pity I cannot see any lower. My breathing got caught in my throat at Lucas's voice. It would be in your paramount interest to act naturally, otherwise your precious mate will get it. I slowly got back my breath. Darling, who is it? Fabricate something, Ariella. You're a clever girl. It's just a friend from my old pack. Haven't spoken to her in a while. He stood up and looked at me, confused. You don't sound too happy about that. Your mate is always so observant, drat it. Next thing I know, the window behind me is being smashed, and Riven dropped to his knees, clutching the side of his neck, and only when he pulled his hand away did I realize he had been shot with a calming liquid. Darn vexation that was. At least now he cannot transform. I turned around to see Lucas climbing through the window, and I was about to shriek when another person came up and put their hand over my mouth, and Lucas pointed a firearm at me. I pierced you 3 times before, Ariella. Don't think I won't discharge you. These are silver projectiles. Don't provoke me. I felt tears fall down my face, and I felt a small prick at the back of my neck, making me flinch. Just in case you decide to transform, the one I gave Riven rendered him unconscious, but I want you to be awake. He stroked my cheek, but I just moved my head away from me, which made the guy behind me hold on to me tighter. You have an attitude, but I can rectify that. Shorais, put the sequence in. I was turned around to face Shorais, and I saw her nod and walk over to the bookshelf and enter the sequence, opening the room behind it, and I just started crying even more. This whole time, Shorais was a part of the surprise attack. My own sibling, the one I cared for since day one, was a part of this. I know what you're thinking. Shocking, right? Your own sibling, a disloyal one. I started struggling in the guy's arms as he started to drag me into the meeting room, but that just resulted in me getting slapped by Lucas. For goodness sake, keep still. The shelves closed behind us, and the guy dropped me, and I fell to the ground. Now you may shriek all you like, but remember, this room is soundproof. I saw Riven stir from the other side of the room, and I was about to go over to him when Lucas pointed the firearm at me and shook his head. Don't even think about it, darling. Why are you doing this? I whispered. All will be revealed. Riven groaned and opened his eyes. Welcome to the gathering, Riven. You finally recovered. He looked around the room, and his eyes landed on me, and he looked back at Lucas and growled. You scoundrel. He stood up and was about to lunge for Lucas when he just pulled out another firearm and discharged Riven in the leg, making him fall to the ground, and I started to cry. Those are merely dissolving projectiles. A little preview of what's to come if you don't sit down. Riven clenched his teeth, and I knew he would heal, but it pained me to see him in distress and not do anything. Now, Riven, I have a proposal for you. The shelves opened, and in walked 2 guys holding Riven's maternal parent. I'm going to give you a choice. I was lifted up by my arms and was roughly propelled next to Sadie. Your maternal parent. Or your mate. Ariella's viewpoint. He couldn't be earnest. I can't fathom his making Riven choose between me and his mother. He'll never be able to decide. You must be jesting. Lucas looked at Riven with an unemotional face. Does it appear I'm jesting? This isn't a diversion, Riven. Either you select or I designate for you. Riven growled, you can't do this. Lucas walked up to me and placed his hand on my cheek, which made me close my eyes not only in revulsion but in dread as well. I can do whatever I fancy. At this moment, I possess all the authority, not you. He smirked and leaned forward towards me and pressed his lips against mine, and because I wasn't anticipating it, I kicked him in the leg, which made him groan and look at me with pure fury in his eyes. Apologize. I gained some bravery and narrowed my eyes at him. Or what, Lucas? You desire me, don't you? You wouldn't dare kill me. He smirked. Probably not. He walked to Sadie and grabbed a strand of her hair in his hand. But I could kill her. He ran the firearm across her face, and her face just paled even more. Don't touch her. It's me you want, not her. He shook his head. Tut tut tut, Ariella, do you not understand me at all? I'm not one to play fair, and I always obtain what I'm after, isn't that right, Shoreyes? I looked at Shoreyes to see her nod her head. Yes, Alpha. Alpha. So that's why she has no mind link, because she changed flipping groups. My own sibling. Anyway, back to my query. He turned to face Riven and put one hand towards me and the other towards Sadie. Your mother or your mate? I haven't got all day. Riven looked torn between me and Sadie, like he was fighting a conflict inside his head, even though he no longer had communication with his wolf. He sighed before looking down with watery eyes. I can't choose. Well, I'm just going to have to designate for you then. He pointed the firearm at me, then at Sadie. Eeny meeny miny mo. I ignored him and only caught the last bit of his sentence. Eeny meeny miny mo. I opened my eyes, suddenly realizing that I closed them unconsciously to see the firearm pointed at Sadie, and I felt tears rush down my face. The decision has been made. He took the safety off and smirked and was just about to pull the trigger when Riven shouted out. No, please. I'll do anything. I'll even relinquish my alpha status. Me and Sadie gasped in shock, but Lucas just shook his head. That's not sufficient. I'm giving you a choice, so make it. I saw a tear roll down Riven's cheek, and it pained me to see him so distraught. Please, I'll do anything. Give up, Ariella. He shook his head. I can't do that. Then watch as your mother takes her final breath. No. Before we could even blink, Lucas pulled the trigger, and it seemed like everything was happening in slow motion. Sadie fell to the floor with blood now drenching her shirt in the stomach area. No. Mother. Please, no. You can release him, let him see the error he's made, but keep a hold of Ariella. They nodded and let go of Riven's arms, and he immediately ran over to his mother and bent down to her level. Mother, I'm so sorry. Please don't abandon me, please, I can't lose you. Sadie placed a hand on Riven's cheek, and I didn't even bother wiping away the tears that were now freely flowing. Fight, Riven, I know you're stronger than this. He shook his head. No. Say you'll be fine. Tell me that I'll see you later. She closed her eyes for a second and shook her head before opening them again. I can't, I'm not a deceiver. Riven cried out. No. Mother, please don't depart. I love you, Riven, keep me in here. She moved her hand down so that it was placed over his heart. Don't forget me. He shook his head. Never, I promise. I love you. She smiled, and a few seconds later, her eyes slowly closed, and Riven buried his head in her neck, and I could hear his muffled cries, and I looked through my blurred vision at Lucas to see him looking at his fingernails before he looked back up. Oh, are you finished? You heartless scoundrel. He smiled at me. You know you don't mean that, darling. You'll learn. He clicked his fingers and pointed at Riven, and before I could even warn him, one of the guys bent down and injected Riven with some sort of substance. What is that? It will render him unconscious, for a while. I detest you. Well, I love you. All of this is because I love you. Now stop complaining and let's go home. I'm not going anywhere with you. He pulled the trigger, and it hit the wall right next to my face. You will come with me. If not, I'll be sure to hit you next time. I nodded my head and looked down to the ground. Great, Shoreyes, put in the sequence, please. Yes, Alpha. I heard her footsteps, and a few seconds later, I heard the shelves being opened, and I was forcibly propelled forward, being made to walk, leaving Riven in the room against my desire. You won't escape with this. Lucas chuckled. Oh, but I believe I will. Your pack members are currently slumbering, unaware that their alpha female is being taken away from them. I closed my eyes to keep the unshed tears at bay, and I was led outside, which was where I heard a range of growls and snarls, and I opened my eyes to see the pack fighters all in wolf form. Well, hello, gentlemen, how are you? They all snarled, and the wolf I recognized as Torren transformed and narrowed his eyes at Lucas and the guys that were currently restraining me. Where do you think you're going with our alpha female? I'm merely reclaiming what is rightfully mine. Where is the alpha? Currently unavailable. If it's battle you desire, it's a battle you've got. All of a sudden, up to 100 wolves walked out from inside, behind, and around the house, and they were clearly part of Lucas's pack. Are you sure you want to engage us? You are clearly outnumbered. Try us. Tauren transformed back and immediately lunged for Lucas, but he didn't even move. All Lucas did was grab Tauren by his neck and stare him in his wolf eyes. Try harder. He threw him onto the ground, and I just looked at Lucas in shock. I knew he was strong, but to lift a fully grown wolf and throw him like that takes a ridiculous amount of power. I was roughly pulled away from the battle, and both sides started running towards each other in fury, desperately trying to claw at one another. Let's just say that it was not a pleasant sight seeing the amount of gore and hearing the range of growls and snarls and howls of agony. I knew that both sides would never retreat, and the only way to stop all of this is to have an alpha battle, but seeing as Riven is currently unconscious, the next best thing to do would be for me myself to challenge him. From what I know, that has never been done, and I don't know if it can, but I refuse to surrender and let my pack fall. Stop. Everyone, stop. Everyone silenced and stood still. I didn't use my alpha tone, but the loudness and intensity of my voice made them stop to see what I had to say. Ariella, stay out of this. I narrowed my eyes at Brenna. This is as much my conflict as it is yours, Brenna. Sadie died at the hands of him. I pointed to Lucas, and my pack members started walking towards him. No. Stay where you are. That time I used my alpha tone, and they immediately stood still. I will be the one to challenge him. I will be the one to end this hostility. Lucas transformed back at the same time that Tauren did. Don't be foolish, Ariella. I'll kill all of them in 5 minutes tops, and we can go home. Curse you. This is her decision. If I can throw you in wolf form, do not disregard what I can do to you in your human form, young one. Tauren growled and ran up to Lucas to punch him in the face, but I saw Lucas take out a blade and stab him in his stomach, and Tauren fell to the ground. You're lucky that blade wasn't silver, otherwise you'd literally be deceased. Try that again, and I'll be sure to use the right blade next time. Tauren groaned and clutched his stomach, awaiting for it to heal, and I looked back at Lucas to see him wipe the blade and put it back in his pocket. Take the challenge. I can't contend you, Ariella. I love you. I would never injure you. You've injured me already. A few incisions and bruises won't make me feel any worse than what I do now. He laughed. Incisions and bruises? That's what you think you're going to come out with? I may love you, but if I accept the challenge, I will not go easy on you. I nodded. I, Ariella Kashella, alpha female of the Shadow Valley group, challenge you, Lucas Knight, alpha of the Dark Moon group, to an alphas contest. I accept. Before I could even blink, my arms were released, and Lucas lunged for me, pinning me to the ground at full force, making me lose my breath for a few seconds. You can back out anytime, Ariella. Just say the word. I shook my head and started struggling from underneath him. I could feel my wolf coming back to me, but not close enough for me to transform yet, so I knew the only way to get him off was to divert him. I closed my eyes and leaned up to press my lips against his, and he was a bit shocked, which is what made him loosen his grip on me, and I didn't waste any time in kicking him off me, making him fly a few feet away from me. That I wiped my mouth in disgust, and Lucas stood up. Clever maneuver, but I won't fall for it a second time. I would never kiss you a second time. He smirked. And why is that? We started circling each other, because you repulse me. You can't accept the fact that I found my mate. I'm no longer yours. He growled at me. You will always be mine. Why can't you just let me go? Because I had you first, and I will not let anyone take you away from me. I felt my wolf surface. Kill him. I transformed and lunged for him, and his eyes widened because I caught him off guard, and he realized that I was merely diverting him the whole time. I gave my wolf full control, and I felt the fury increase as I did that. I managed to pin him down to the ground with my paw over his neck, but with how strong he was, he had no trouble in pushing me off of him. He transformed and ran towards me at full speed, and I used all my power to jump over him, but he just turned around and sunk his teeth into my back leg, which made me howl out in agony, and my steps faltered, which gave him the opportunity to push me down to the ground. He transformed back, and even in human form, he managed to pin me down while I was still in wolf form. I'm sorry I have to do this, Ariella, but a challenge requires only one survivor, so, any final words? My wolf gave me back control so that I could transform back. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. For what? For this. I reached behind me and grabbed the silver blade that fell to the floor when he transformed, and I wasted no time in plunging it into his stomach, 3 times. Now you know what it feels like to be stabbed 3 times. He groaned, and I pushed him off of me, and he started coughing up blood before he just stopped moving completely, a sign that he was now dead. I stood up and whimpered because my leg hadn't fully healed yet. Ariella. I turned to face Torren to see him handing me some attire, so I smiled gratefully and proceeded to put them on. You do know that you're now alpha female to both packs now? I nodded, it had to be accomplished. I turned around to face all of the wolves, from both mine and Lucas's pack, to see them all bow their heads to me, including Torren. Everyone bowed their head, everyone but Shorai's, who was currently kneeling next to Lucas's body, crying. How can you shed tears for a man that would have killed you at the blink of an eye if needed be? She looked up at me, and I could see a newfound rage in her eyes, and she stood up and stalked towards me. How could you kill him? He was my alpha. Key word there being was. There's nothing you can do to change this. She growled and transformed, and just when she was about to lunge for me, Torren transformed along with Brenna, Adrian, and Carl, and they all stood in front of me in a defensive stance, which made Shorai stop in her tracks and back up a bit. I walked in between Brenna and Adrian. You may be my sibling, but you seem to have forgotten that I am also your alpha female. You listen to me. She growled. I listened to no one but Alpha Lucas. I growled back at her. He's dead. He is no longer your alpha, and sooner or later you're going to have to accept that. Until you decide to listen to what I have to say, I have no choice but to send you to the detention rooms for betraying your pack. I wasn't part of your pack. You were on our territory. I can do whatever I see fit. Transform back now. I used my alpha tone, so she had no choice but to transform back, and when she did, I gestured for Carl and Adrian to restrain her. Take her to the detention rooms. Guard her. They both nodded and transformed back and started walking off with Shorai's in their grasp. She did put up a struggle, but it didn't really bother them as they continued to drag her towards the detention rooms. I turned around to face everyone else. Everyone go and get dressed. The wolves that were previously in Lucas's pack, my pack members will kindly provide you attire. I want everyone back down here in an hour max, understand? They all nodded and walked off into the house, and I started running towards the study where I immediately put in the sequence and ran over to Riven when the shelves opened. I bent down to his level and tried shaking him awake, but it wasn't working, so I called for the pack doctor. That's if he's awake because Lucas said he put everyone to slumber. Dr. Hyam. I didn't get a reply, so I tried calling him a second time. Dr. Hyam, answer me. The alpha tone must have triggered something in him because he replied in no time. Alpha female, what is it? The alpha is unconscious. He was injected with some sort of substance. What color was it? I closed my eyes and tried thinking back to when I was in the study, and I remembered seeing a flash of green. Green. Luckily, I have an antidote for that one. Where are you? Meeting room. I'll be there as quick as I can. I severed the link and looked down at Riven, and I let my tears fall. He's never going to forgive me for this. I'm the one that caused his mother's death. I'm the one that caused him to get drugged. I'm the one that put all my trust in Shorai's, which led to an ambush. Everything comes down to me. Alpha female. I turned around to the entrance to see the pack doctor. My name's Ariella. Alright then, Ariella, I apologize for this, but can you step back so that I can get nearer to him? I nodded and shakily stood up on my 2 feet, and he bent down towards Riven's level and started feeling around his neck, probably looking for the right place to inject him with the antidote. He finally stopped searching and took a breath before injecting him with the antidote, and a few seconds later, Riven took in a large breath and quickly sat up, searching frantically around the room. He took out the needle from his neck and threw it across the room before standing up and looking down at his mother. I wasn't dreaming, he whispered, she's really departed. He dropped to his knees again and placed his hand on his mother's heart, I'll always remember you, just like you told me to. Why did you have to leave me? Now you'll never see me get married or have cubs. You didn't deserve this. I shouldn't have had to lose you, Mother. You were my everything. I'm gonna miss you so much." He let out a cry and pressed his lips against her forehead before wiping his eyes and standing up to face us with fury in his eyes. "Where is he? Dead?" He looked at me. That isn't what I asked. The question was, where is he? Out the back. He transformed in the room and ran out, and I quickly ran after him just in time to see him pick up Lucas's body in between his teeth and run off into the woods, and I just dropped to the ground and let my tears go. The way he looked at me, like he detested me, like he saw me as just another pack member. The way he spoke to me as if he blamed me for what happened, I knew it was going to happen eventually. I heard a howl come from the woods, and I knew it was Riven signaling the death of a pack member. Everyone in the pack house howled back in reply, and I transformed and did the same. It just shows respect to the person that has died. Everyone stopped howling, and it turned eerily quiet. No more than 5 minutes later, Riven emerged from the woods, still in wolf form, so I just ducked my head in a sort of bowing-like manner, and I could see him walk up to me from the corner of my eye. He nudged the side of my head with the tip of his nose, so I looked up at him, and he licked the side of my face, which is the equivalent of a kiss in human form. I whimpered and took a step back away from him, and he tilted his head in confusion before walking towards me again and licking the other side of my face. I moved back again until I hit the wall and lay on my stomach, which showed submission to the alpha. Ariella. Hearing his voice made me whimper and just made me feel even more guilty about what I caused. "I apologize, Alpha. You're my mate. We don't call each other by title. You're alpha female. I don't deserve that title." He growled lowly, "Don't talk nonsense. You don't think I'm not distraught about my mother? Of course I am, but she would not want this. She loved you. She would want to see you get up and face the world, just like I'm trying to do. You might as well say that I killed her because that's what it feels like." He bent down and nudged me with the side of his head. "Don't say that." I looked up at him to see him look at me with sad eyes, and I knew that because his ears were dropped low. "I just lost my mother. I can't lose you as well." He lay down on his stomach in front of me and put the tip of his nose up against mine, but I stood up and walked over to his side so that I could lay down and lean my head on his side, and he turned to face me and licked my face again, to which this time I returned the favor, and his ears perked up again, and he started wagging his huge tail just like a dog, a sign that his wolf was content. "What are you going to tell your father?" "I don't know, the truth, I guess. He's gonna detest me. Everyone is. None of this was your fault, but how did you even kill Lucas?" I challenged him to an alphas contest. He growled and stood up. "You what?" I stood up as well and buried my head into his fur. "I'm sorry, but I had to do it. You could have been killed, and then what would I have done? I would have lost my mother and my mate in the same night." I whimpered at the anger in his voice and ducked my head. "I'm sorry." He softly leaned his head on top of mine. "No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have shouted at you like that. I'm just a bit upset. She didn't deserve to die. I know. She was a good person, so we'll be sure to give her a proper farewell. She'd appreciate that." I moved from under his head just in time to see Torren walk out with some attire, and he put them on the ground and turned away from us so that we could both transform back and put on the attire. We finished putting the attire on, and only then did he turn back around. "I heard the news. I'm so sorry, Riven." Riven smiled sadly. "Thanks. Does everyone else know?" He nodded. "The majority, yes. I'll be sure to tell everyone, though, so they won't say the wrong thing." "That would be excellent." He nodded and then looked at me. "Shorai's desires to speak to you, both of you." I nodded and followed him towards the detention rooms, and when we got down there, I could hear her shouting to get out, and it was so annoying. "Shorai's." Silence. She went quiet, and I looked at Carl and Adrian. "You're dismissed." They nodded and bowed before leaving and going back upstairs, and I looked at Shorai's. "You asked for us. When will I be let out?" I laughed humorlessly. "You think I'm going to let you out so soon? After what you've caused, I should give you the highest penalty there is. But I still have the connection towards you, and I would never forgive myself even if I banish you or even worse, kill you. I've had enough deaths today. Yes, one of them being my alpha. He killed Riven's mother. If you thought for one flipping second that I was going to let him get away with that, then you must be mentally disturbed, Shorais. He killed an innocent existence. So did you. Lucas was far from innocent. What falsehoods has he been telling you? That we detest you? That we never cared about you? Or that we were utilizing you? He's brainwashed you, Shorais. Can you not see that? I refuse to believe that. You're my sibling. Why would I deceive you? Tell me. She opened her mouth to speak but then closed it again before ducking her head. Exactly, you can't tell me because you know that I wouldn't deceive you. I have no reason to deceive you. He told me that no one cared about me, that I was just at the bottom of the pack. Before you came, Riven didn't even take any notice of me. Riven replied, because I was a vain alpha. I didn't notice anyone. I only cared about rank, but when Ariella came, she changed that. She made me into a better person. I'm sorry. I was just so sure that he was telling the truth. Something must have triggered inside her head because all of a sudden, she broke down crying. Oh my gosh, this is all my fault. Your mother died because of me. I'm so sorry. I accept your apology, but I can never forgive you for this. She was my mother, and you stood there while he made me choose between her and my mate. I'm sorry, but I can't forgive you. She nodded, I comprehend. We will never be the same again, Shorais. I hope you know that. I will never be able to trust you again because of this, and neither will anyone else. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I think it's best if you left the pack for a while. She looked at me shocked. What? Why? People won't be able to handle it if you're here. There would be disorder, so it would be best if you left the pack. You may come back when I deem fit. She sighed, all right. For now, I'm going to keep you locked up. I just can't believe you, Shorais. I really thought I knew you better. I shook my head in disappointment and walked away from her upstairs, and I walked into the back to see everyone awaiting for me and Riven to address them, so I stepped up onto the stage and went in front of the microphone. All right, so as you know, we've lost a pack member, someone who was very dear to all of us. Sadie Kepler. Some people in the crowd gasped, and others started crying. We must kill whoever did it. The crowd agreed, and I put my hand up to silence them. It's been handled, by me personally. I wasn't going to let them escape. Who was it? It's best if you didn't know that information. There will be a funeral for her at a later date, and everyone is invited. Me and Riven will discuss everything, and we'll get back to you. I know that nearly everyone loved Sadie, so feel free to say a few words about her when the day comes. She'd appreciate it. What happens now? We have 100 more wolves with more to come. The pack house isn't big enough for 2 packs of large quantity. I'll manage it, don't worry. I know it will be difficult, but Sadie would want us to carry on with our lives instead of sitting around moping. Things will be better in the morning, well, afternoon now. Everyone nodded, and I dismissed everyone before turning to face Riven, who had his eyes closed. Riven, you all right? Just remembering my mother, like I promised. I smiled and walked over to him, and he wrapped his arm around my waist, and we both looked up to the sky. She's in a superior location now. He nodded and looked at me. Marry me, please. I looked at him shocked about how sudden that was. What? Marry me. I don't care when, and I don't care where, just please say yes to me, right here, right now. He took my hand in his. Please. I looked into his eyes, and they were pleading me to say yes, Riven. His face looked devastated, and I realized it was the way I said his name. He probably thought I said no. Riven, no, I mean yes. Yes, of course, I'll marry you. His face lit up. Truly? You mean it? I nodded, yes. He pressed his lips against mine. I promise I'll get you a ring soon and do this properly. I smiled, all right. He pulled me in for a hug before whispering up to the sky. You were right, mother, she said yes. At that, I buried my head into the crook of his neck, and we just stayed in each other's embrace. This is finally a fresh start for us. I know that a lot of unpleasant things have gone on in the past few months, but tonight is the conclusion of that, and from this point on, it can only get better. Chapter 31. Riven's Perspective. 2 months later. Well, it's been 60 days since Lucas was eliminated, 60 days since I proposed to Ariella, and 60 days since my mother passed away. It's been truly arduous for everyone during these past 2 months. My father attempted to end his life 3 times because he couldn't endure existence without my mother, but we've managed to prevent him each time, and he was not pleased about that. He's now confined himself to his room for most days, but I can hear him weeping for my mother most nights, and I'd be a hypocrite if I said that I didn't do the same, but the difference is, I have my partner to console me, whereas he doesn't. Ariella and I have been doing well these past 2 months. I can't say exceptionally, because there's been a lot of turmoil that's been testing our bond, but we've managed to persevere each time. If she wasn't with me in these past 2 months, I don't think I would have survived. Riven. I looked up from the bed and looked at Ariella. You alright? She nodded and walked over and sat down on the bed next to me. You thinking about your mother? I nodded, yeah, and you? She looked at me perplexed. Me? Why? You've gotten me through the past 2 months. Without you, I don't know what I would have done. I'm your partner. It's my duty to care for you and comfort you. It should be me comforting you, not the other way around. It doesn't matter, Riven. You needed me, and I was there. I sighed. I know, I'm sorry. She took my hand in hers. Are you going to visit your mother today? I shook my head. I went yesterday. I go and visit my mother 3 times a month. We had her funeral exactly a week after she died, and it was so emotional that we didn't even have a reception because everyone was crying so much. I literally cried myself to slumber that night and every other night for the next week after that until I realized that my mother wouldn't want me to be doing that. It's still difficult, but I'm very slowly getting used to the fact that she's not coming back, as hard as it is to accept that. What are you going to do today? How about we spend today together? We haven't done that in a while. She smiled and nodded. I'd appreciate that. Let's go take a wash then. She looked at me shocked. Together? I nodded. That's if you desire to. I mean, I know we haven't really done that lately. The reason she was shocked was because ever since everything happened, we haven't really been as intimate as much as we used to, only on rare occasions. Most of the time, we were just too distraught or just not up to it, but I missed being able to touch her and being able to kiss all over her anytime I wanted. I just miss her in general, and I feel like a terrible partner for pushing her away from me. You're not a terrible partner, Riven. I feel like it. I've been pushing you away. I'm surprised you even stayed with me with the way I've been treating you. She smiled and shook her head. I stayed with you because I love you, with all my heart. You're not only my partner, you're also my fiancé, and you mean a lot to me, and I would never pass up the opportunity to call you my husband later on. I chuckled. Well, that does sound pretty good, but not as good as me calling you my wife. That sounds really good. I smiled. I know I haven't got you a ring yet, but I promise I will. It's fine, Riven. We're still gonna say we're engaged regardless. Yeah, I know, but I want the ring to make it official. She nodded. Alright then, do you want to go in the washroom now then? I nodded. Yeah, then I can take you out. She stood up and grabbed my hand to pull me up with her, and we both walked into the restroom. What Ariella didn't know was that I already have a ring for her, and today is the day that I propose properly. It's the least she deserves. An hour later. We were now in the car, and I am driving us to Ariella's favorite restaurant, but of course, she doesn't know that because I have her blindfolded, and she's been trying to guess where we're going for the past 20 minutes. The carnival. I laughed at that one. The carnival, Ariella? Where is there a carnival going on? She laughed. I don't know. I'm just guessing random things now. I parked up the car. I noticed that, but you're telling me you seriously can't guess where we are? She shook her head. No, I seriously can't. I leaned over and took off her blindfold, and she blinked a few times before looking ahead of her, and a huge smile came onto her face. Yes. I can't believe I couldn't guess this. I adore this place. I chuckled. I know. I thought you'd like it. Like it? I adore it. She took off her seatbelt and leaned over to kiss me, and for the first time in a while, I gladly accepted. I lightly bit her lower lip, and she let me in without hesitation. We started contending for control, and because today was her day, I let her have it eventually. Before I could run my hands through her wavy dark hair, she pulled away from me, and my wolf whimpered. Well, it was actually me, but I'm blaming it on my wolf. Ariella smiled. I see you're quite distraught. It was my wolf. She raised an eyebrow at me. So you didn't appreciate the kiss? I didn't mean that. I just meant that. She cut me off by pressing her lips to mine briefly. Don't worry, darling, I understand. I didn't want to pull away, but I can smell the restaurant from here, and I'm really hungry. I smiled. Sorry. She gave me a light kiss on the lips, and before she could even reach for the door handle, I was on her side opening the door for her. My lady. She smiled. Thank you, sir. I took her hand and led her into the restaurant, and it was a good thing I made reservations ages ago because the line was ridiculous. We were shown to our table, and we quickly ordered our food. While we were eating, I decided to talk to Ariella. I think you should pardon your father. She looked up from her barbecue ribs and looked at me shocked. What? After what he did? I sighed. He's still your father, and you should be content that you have one that's willing to have a relationship with you. You still have both parents, whereas I don't. I don't want you to pass up the opportunity to have a relationship with both parents because one night you're going to wish you didn't. She looked at me softly before nodding. I'm sorry. I didn't consider that. I nodded. It's all right. Do you want sweet fare? She nodded, and I clicked my fingers at one of the waiters, and he knew exactly what it meant. It was time to propose. I ordered your favorite. Chocolate cake with strawberries on top. I winked at her. You know it. She smiled excitedly, and finally one of the waiters came out with her cake, and she gasped out in shock with the words on it. Will you marry me? I got down on one knee, and she looked at me with tears in her eyes. I said I would do this properly, so here it goes. I took a deep breath before continuing. I love you so much that it actually hurts. I have no idea what I would do if you weren't in my life, and I don't even want to think about it. I am so happy and proud to call you my girlfriend, but it would make me even happier if I get to call you my wife and then later on, the mother of my children. So please, will you do me the honor of wearing this ring, making me the proudest man on earth, and marry me? I opened the velvet box, and the tears just started freely flowing, and I could tell from how quiet the restaurant now was that everyone was now looking at us. Yes, she whispered, but then she hugged me forcefully and shouted it again. Yes, yes, 1,000,000 times yes. The restaurant cheered, and me and Ariella just laughed. I never knew they would be this excited about it. When's the nuptials? Who's invited? Where is it going to be held? Who's organizing it? A range of questions were being fired at us all at once, so I put my hand up, and everyone went quiet immediately. I can tell that you are just as excited as we are about this. The crowd laughed. I will have everything sorted out. As for the first 4 questions I heard, a date has not been set yet. Everyone is invited, of course. As we have no date, we can't decide a venue, and finally, me and Ariella will personally select people from the pack who we feel will do a great job at organizing the nuptials. The crowd erupted into a range of murmurs, and I smiled down at Ariella, who all of a sudden looked nervous, so I sent her a mind message. Darling, are you all right? You're not having second thoughts, are you? She looked up at me shocked. Of course not. Then why the nervous look? She sighed out loud and moved out of my hold so that she could stand in front of the microphone. All right, guys, settle down. The crowd went quiet and looked at Ariella patiently, awaiting to hear what she had to say. I have another announcement to make, something that only I know, but I feel I should share. I looked at her confused, and she took a deep breath before revealing her announcement. I'm expecting. The crowd gasped, and I just looked at her in shock. How did I not know this? I moved closer to her and sniffed the air, and sure enough, her scent had changed, which was a sign that she was indeed expecting. Once again, how did I not notice this? I know that it's a bit of a surprise, but it's better now that it's out in the open. How far along are you? I growled and faced the crowd. Don't even think about shouting out questions towards her. Ariella placed a hand on my arm, which I unconsciously shrugged off, and I looked at her to see she had taken a few steps back and was now looking to the ground, so I addressed the crowd once more. We will update you on the nuptial plans and on the baby, but for now, you are dismissed. Everyone bowed their heads before dispersing and going their separate ways, and I ran my hands through my hair before turning to face Ariella. Why now? Why would you announce it to everyone else, knowing that I had no clue? You were stressed, Riven. I was too scared to tell you. You were at a vulnerable stage. I didn't know how you'd react to it. What, do you think I would have shouted at you? Told you to get rid of it? Laid my hand on you? What do you think I would have done, Ariella? I don't know, alright? I was just frightened. Why? I just don't understand why. Why would you be frightened of me? I whispered the last part, and I could see a tear fall from Ariella's eye, and I so badly wanted to wipe it away from her beautiful face, but I needed to clear this up first. I wasn't frightened of you. I don't know. I just didn't know how to tell you. That's our cub, Ariella, our child, our genetic material, and you chose to hide it from me. I'm sorry. How far along are you? She looked down to the ground. 1 month. I looked at her shocked. 1 month she's been hiding this from me? 1 month. I can't believe you. I can't believe you would keep this from me. You knew how much I wanted a child, an inheritor to the pack, someone to teach right from wrong, someone to be a role model for, and you just hid it. Riven, I know, and I'm so sorry. You have to believe me when I say that. I'm such a terrible partner. You were expecting for a whole month, and I couldn't even see the signs. Those times you were vomiting, and I thought you were just sick, but I was too blind to see the actual truth. Riven, no. No. Don't deceive me, Ariella. Just don't. I've had enough falsehoods for one day. She flinched and ducked her head. I didn't deceive. No, you hid it, which isn't much better. She looked up at me and narrowed her eyes before walking up to me with newfound determination and confidence and pushed me, which made me move back a couple steps. I detest it when you're like this. She pushed me again. I tell you I was too scared to tell you, and you come out with this. She pushed me once more. Yes, I did the wrong thing and hid it, but did you ever stop to think why? No. Because you don't give a darn. And another push. You go off on some routine. First, you blame me, then you blame yourself, and then you play the guilt card. I've had enough of it. She pushed me back against the wall. You obviously don't give a hoot about me and this baby because not once have you asked how he or she is. Not once have you stopped and thought, wait, I'm having a child, this argument doesn't need to happen, and not one flipping time have you even asked how the pregnancy is going. It's like you've forgotten about your child already. Don't say that. Don't you ever flipping say that I've forgotten about my child. How dare you say that I don't care about you or my child? How dare you? Me and my wolf were furious right now, and I didn't even realize my hand being raised until I noticed Ariella step back with fear in her eyes, and I was being held back by Tauren and Brenna. I apologize for what I say next, Riven, but raising your hand towards your own partner and alpha female is wrong even for you. I looked down at my hand and then to Ariella, pleading her with my eyes to make her see that it wasn't me, it was my wolf. I would never injure you, Ariella, you know that. She placed her hand on her stomach and sighed, I know that. Then please get the look of fear out of your eyes when you look at me. I can't handle knowing that you're frightened of me. She shook her head, I wasn't frightened of you. I was frightened of your wolf. I have a child to care for. You mean we have a child to care for? She smiled and gestured for Tauren and Brenna to release me, and when they did, they both bowed their heads before walking away, and I opened my arms for her, and she walked up to me and wrapped her arms around me and leaned her head on my chest. I'm sorry for hiding this from you and for saying all those things before. You have nothing to be sorry for, darling. I'm sorry for everything I said. I didn't mean any of it, I swear. I promise I'll look after you and our cub. She leaned back and gave me a light kiss on the lips, and I leaned down and placed my ear next to her stomach. With wolves, we have overly sensitive hearing, so I should be able to hear the heartbeat of my cub. I take back what I said before. She looked down at me confused. What? I'll be looking after you and our cubs. She looked at me shocked. More than one? I nodded. Sounds like twins to me. I knew it. I was vomiting way too much for me to be carrying one baby. I chuckled and continued to listen to my baby's heartbeat, and I could feel my eyes tearing up at how gorgeous it sounded. Daddy loves you already. I can't wait to meet you both. I kissed Ariella's stomach lightly before standing up straight and softly kissing Ariella. I love you so much. She smiled. I love you too. I sat down on the stage and gestured for her to sit down next to me, so she hesitantly sat down, and I placed my hand on her stomach again. We need designations. We're gonna need like 4 designations, though. 1 for the boy and 1 for the girl, or 2 extra just in case we get 2 of the same gender. Dale Preston Kepler. Wow, straight in there with a boy's name. I chuckled, and she continued, I like that. It has a flow to it, and I definitely know what I want the girl's name to be. And what is that, my gorgeous fiancé? She blushed before clearing her throat. Yvonne Sadie Kepler. After my mother? She nodded, and I hugged her, burying my head into the crook of her neck. I miss her so much, Ariella. I know, darling, I know. I miss her too. Everyone misses her, but she'd want you to be content. I know, but it's difficult. How can I be content when she's not here to see me content? She is here to see you content. She pulled back and placed a hand over my heart. She's in here, Riven, don't forget that. You have 2 babies on the way, 2 babies that need their daddy to be strong for them. Make your mother proud and be the strong person she wanted you to be. I sniffed and nodded before wiping my eyes and nodding, you're right. She wouldn't want to see me like this. She nodded, how about we continue coming up with designations? I smiled and nodded, yeah, so we have Dale Preston Kepler and Yvonne Sadie Kepler. Now you choose a girl's name, and I'll pick the boy, that way, it's fair. All right. Coming up with a girl's name was much more difficult than coming up with a boy's name, but after mixing and matching different names, I came up with a simple name. Tasmin Ariella Kepler. She smiled, I love it. Thought of a boy's name yet? I'm stuck between Trenton or Lane. We could use both. Trenton Lane Kepler. There we have it, 2 boys and 2 girls. Dale Preston Kepler and Trenton Lane Kepler. And Yvonne Sadie Kepler and Tasmin Ariella Kepler. I gave her a light kiss on the lips. I can't wait till they're born. You still got to last the rest of the 3 months, Riven. You might not be able to handle me. I smirked. Is that a challenge? Do you want it to be? I shrugged. Doesn't matter. No matter what, I'll stick by your side, even through your mood fluctuations. We shall see about that. Yes, we shall. I leaned forward and lightly kissed her before I pulled away, and we just sat outside and looked up at the sky and started talking about my mother. Soon, some of the other pack members joined us in our conversation, and that's how we spent the rest of the day until it was time to go to slumber, but that was the best sleep I had in the past 2 months. I slept with a smile on my face, and nothing will erase it from now on. I mean, how can you? I'm engaged to the most beautiful girl on the planet, who is expecting my cubs. With that information, nothing could get me distraught. Chapter 32. Riven's perspective. 3 months later. Well, how can I describe the last 3 months? It's been demanding, let's just say that. Ariella has been very tricky to handle. I mean, her hormones have just been out of control these past few months, but I stayed by her side like I said I would, and I've been doing my utmost to care for her and my cubs. Ariella and I decided we would keep the gender of the twins a surprise, so we painted the nursery in yellow, so it isn't a boy's color, yet it isn't a girl's color either. Speaking of the twins, they are actually a week late. They were supposed to be born March 4th, but it is now March 11th, and I've been panicking ever since. Riven, are you still thinking about how late the twins are? I looked up at Ariella, who was now leaning against the door frame in the lounge with an eyebrow raised at me. I can't help it. I've never had a child before, let alone 2. I have no idea how this is supposed to operate. I get anxious at the slightest of things, like remember when you were feeling a little dizzy, and I panicked so much that I wouldn't let you leave the room for about a week. She laughed and walked over to me so that she could sit next to me on the sofa. Yes, I recall it very clearly. I smiled and placed my hand on her stomach. I'm just worried about you and our cubs. I know, darling, but there's no need to be. I'm fine, and the cubs will be fine. They're only a week late, there's no need to panic. I sighed. I know, I'm sorry. I gave her a light kiss on the lips, But she clearly wanted more than that because she grabbed the front of my shirt and pulled me closer so that my lips would connect with hers again. I gently bit her lower lip, and she quickly let me in and took control, but I didn't mind one bit because I love it when she takes control. She let out a whimper, and I pulled away from her confused. "You all right?" She nodded, "Just a small ache." I looked at her concerned. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. Don't start panicking." She cut herself off and let out a cry of pain. "Darling, we should really get you to the pack doctor." She shook her head. "Not yet, my water hasn't even broken." She cut herself off again and looked down, and I looked down as well, and sure enough, her water had broken, and I looked back up at her to see her with a slight smile on her face. Well, I spoke too soon. I started to panic. "How can you be so calm? I'm freaking out here." She laughed. "Riven, just breathe." I took deep breaths, and she was directing me like I was the one that just went into labor. All right, I can lift you up, right?" She nodded. "Yes, Riven." I ran my hands through my hair. "I don't know. Like I said, I've never done this before. And you think I have?" "All right, fair point." She laughed and shook her head at me, and I gently lifted her up bridal style and quickly ran to the pack doctor. I made it there in less than a minute, and Dr. Hyam came running up to me and was just about to take Ariella out of my arms when I growled at him, and Ariella hit my arm. "Riven, behave." I nodded but shook my head towards Dr. Hyam, telling him that he was not taking Ariella away from me, to which he nodded and just gestured for me to follow him. He led us to a room, just like the ones they had in the hospitals, and I gently placed her down on the bed and grabbed her hand. "You all right, darling?" She nodded and smiled. "Yeah. Does it hurt?" "Not really, it comes and goes." "All right, well, you're only 4 centimeters dilated, Ariella, and you need to get to 9, so we might be here a while." Ariella groaned, and I just chuckled and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "I bet it will go quickly." She narrowed her eyes at me. "Easy for you to say, you're not the one going through it. This is your fault anyway. You're the one that impregnated me." I laughed. "Hey, don't pin this on me. It takes 2 to tango, Ariella." She hit my arm, and I just continued laughing. "I detest you right now, Riven." I gave her a light kiss on the lips. "I love you too." 4 hours later. 4 hours later, and she's only 6 centimeters dilated, but the pain has increased much more, much more. You may think I may not know how much it's increased, but she nearly broke my hand off from how hard she was squeezing it, and with me being an alpha werewolf, for her to cause me that much pain, the pain she's going through must be intense. "Riven, I am never, I repeat, never going through this again." She cried out in pain. "I can't do anything, darling. I wish I could take away the pain." "Oh, cut the nonsense. I am not in that kind of mood right now." I was about to apologize when she cut me off. "Apologize once more, and I'll hurt you even more." I immediately closed my mouth, and she shouted out in pain again, and I just felt awful. I detested seeing her in pain like this, knowing that there was nothing I could do. Ariella grabbed my shirt and forcefully pulled me down so that I was about an inch away from her face and was looking into her eyes, which was filled with pain and anger. "If you ever get me expecting again, I will find a way to make you suffer." I quickly nodded, and she pushed me away from her before grabbing Dr. Hyam. "And you, I will hurt you after I give birth to my twins because I swear to God, you are doing nothing to help me." He gulped and nodded fearfully, and I chuckled lightly at how serious and scary-looking she looked right now. She scrunched up her face in pain before looking at me again. "Where's my mother and father?" "Outside." "Why are they not in here?" "Darn it, I need my family." I shook my head. "I know, but I told them they weren't allowed in here. Alpha's orders." "Oh, forget your orders, Riven, get them in here now." I nodded and ran out of the room to go and get her mother and father. Yes, she eventually forgave her father, after he begged her over and over, and after I persuaded her to. I walked into the little waiting room to see her mother, father, brother, Torren, Brenna, Adrian, Carl, and most of the pack really, and I knew there were more people gathering outside because this is a big thing for them, and they can't wait to meet their future alpha, whether it be a boy or a girl that's born first. "Ariella wants to see you, Teresa, and you too, Luther." They both nodded, and I turned and started walking back to the room, and I knew they were following me because I could hear their footsteps behind me. I could hear Ariella's cries and screams from halfway down the hall, so I picked up the pace and quickly walked into the rooms that I could grab her hand. Her father walked over to her and reached his hand out to her, but I growled at him, which made him retreat his hand. My wolf just didn't want anyone to touch her right now other than me. Riven. Now is not the time to be getting possessive. I sighed and nodded towards Luther, giving him permission to go up to her, so he put his hand on her cheek. "Oh, darling girl, you're doing so well." Ariella shook her head, and tears fell out of her eyes. "It hurts so bad, Daddy." "I know, darling, I know. Just keep strong, all right? You're doing fine." She nodded, and he smiled before taking a seat next to her, and her mother just basically repeated the same thing before taking the other seat next to Luther and reaching out to take Ariella's hand. "All right, you're 7 centimeters dilated, only 2 more to go, so I'd say another 1 or 2 hours. For goodness sake." She cried out again and closed her eyes while trying to take deep breaths, and I just stood there, speaking words of comfort to her. 3 hours later. "You flipping deceiver. You said 1 or 2 hours. It's been 3 hours, you idiot." I chuckled. "He didn't know, darling, just calm down." She growled at me. "Do not tell me to calm down." "Don't worry, Ariella, it's now time for you to push." Finally, I gently squeezed her hand for reassurance and sent her a mind message. "You can do this, darling." She nodded and took a few deep breaths, awaiting for the doctor's word. "All right, push." She followed his orders and pushed while screaming out in pain, and I could just feel the pain she was going through. I couldn't feel it as intensely as she does because it hadn't been inflicted on her, but I could just tell how much pain she was in from how pained her screams sounded. "All right, stop for me. I can see the head. Alpha, would you like to come look?" I looked at him shocked and shook my head. No, I'm all right." He chuckled and nodded his head before looking at Ariella again. "All right, push again for me." She nodded and pushed again, and I wiped away the sweat from her forehead. "All right, stop again, you're almost there." "I'm nowhere near. This is only the first child. I still have another one to push out. I really detest you for this, Riven. I'm sorry. Save it." I sighed, and her parents were just looking at us with amused faces. "We've been arguing like this for the past 3 hours, but we don't mean it." "All right, last push, Ariella." Ariella looked at me, and I nodded reassuringly before she looked straight again and pushed one more time, and she let out a final cry of pain before I heard the most beautiful sound I've ever heard, my baby's cry. "Well, I'm pleased to inform you that it's a girl." I smiled widely and looked at Ariella, who had tears falling down her face. "Alpha, would you like to come and cut the umbilical cord?" I nodded tearfully and walked over to him and took the scissors that he was holding and proceeded to cut the cord. He handed her over to 2 nurses who went to go and clean her up, and I was about to protest, but luckily for them, I could see them cleaning her up from where I was standing, and no more than 2 minutes later, they handed her over to Ariella. "Ivo." Ariella smiled down at her sleeping form, and her parents just gushed over her. "She's so cute. What's her full name?" "Ivo Sadie Kepler." They both smiled. "Your mother would have liked that." I nodded and smiled at them both. Yeah, she would have. I put one of my fingers into her tiny hand, and she gripped it, making me smile even more. Ariella let out a cry of pain, and I quickly took Ivo from her while the doctor came back. "Looks like baby number 2 is ready to come out." "Alpha." I looked at one of the nurses. "Yes? It would be best if I take her for a moment while you can properly comfort your partner." I hesitantly nodded and placed a kiss to Ivo's cheek before handing her over to the nurse and paying attention to Ariella, who was now ready to deliver our second child. "All right, this one should be a little easier, so push." She followed his orders again and pushed while once again screaming out in pain, but this one wasn't as loud as the first, which was a sign that it still hurt but not as much as when she first started. "All right, stop for me. I can see the head." She stopped and started taking a few deep breaths so that she could get her breathing under control, and I wiped her forehead again for her. "You're doing great, darling girl, it's almost over." She nodded at her father, and I gave her a quick light kiss on the lips. "Nearly there, darling." She smiled before looking at the doctor again. "All right, one big push should do it." She took a deep breath for the final time, and a few seconds later, I heard the cry of my second child, and the tears just started flowing again, and I heard Ariella let out a breath of relief. "And here is your son. My son. My son." No matter how many times I will say that, I will never get used to it, just like I won't get used to saying my daughter. It hasn't yet sunk in. Alpha. I looked at Dr. Hyam to see him holding the scissors out to me, so I walked over and took them from him and cut the cord of my baby boy, and he passed him to the nurses so that they could clean him up like they did with Ivor. They came back with both of my children, and they passed me Ivor while they gave my son to Ariella, and it was still up to us as to which name to give him. Does he look like a Dale or a Trenton? I looked at my son carefully before deciding which name to give him. Dale. She nodded and looked down at him. "Hi, Dale, I'm your mommy." I smiled. "And I'm your daddy. And we're your grandparents." Me and Ariella laughed at her parents at the way they just spoke that out. I looked down at Ivor. "Do you want to meet your brother?" She let out a tiny yawn, so I chuckled. "I'll take that as a yes." I passed him over to Ariella so that she now had the twins in both arms. Luther walked over to me and slapped a hand down on my shoulder. "So, you're a father now, how does it feel?" "It feels wonderful, and I'm going to try and be the best father to them." "You will be, son, don't worry. You'll want to do anything to protect them, and you'll go through any lengths to make them content." I smiled down at my children. "Yeah, I know." Ariella looked up at me and pointed to her lips, and I got the hint immediately, so I leaned down and softly pressed my lips against hers before pulling back and looking into her eyes. "I love you so much, thank you." She looked at me confused. "Thank you for what?" "For giving me two beautiful children." She smiled and lightly kissed me on the lips. "There's no need to thank me." We both looked down at Ivor and Dale, and I placed a kiss to each of their foreheads, which made them move a little in Ariella's arms before settling down again. "Alpha, when would you like to weigh them?" "Weigh them now." The nurse nodded, and I took Dale from Ariella and handed her to one of the nurses while Ariella passed Ivor to the other, and we waited patiently for them to be weighed, as hard as it was for me. 2 minutes later, they were being handed back to us. "So? How much did they weigh?" "Dale weighs 6 pounds and 8 ounces, and Ivor weighs 5 pounds and 6 ounces. "Is that a healthy weight? I mean, does Dale weigh less than normal baby boys, or?" Ariella cut me off. "He panics a lot." The nurse laughed and proceeded to answer my question. "They both are a very healthy weight, Alpha." I let out a sigh of relief. Thank God. "So you have an option, Ariella. Would you rather breastfeed them or bottle feed them?" I answered for her. "Bottle feed, definitely bottle feed them." Riven. I looked at Ariella. "What? If we have guests over and they're hungry, I'm not going to let you breastfeed them while the guests are there. Bottle feeding would be better." She sighed and nodded. "Bottle feeding it is then." The nurse nodded. "All right, if they start to get fidgety, that means they're hungry, so just give me a shout, and I'll prepare the bottles for you." Ariella nodded. "Will do." She smiled and left the room, and I looked at Ariella and her parents. "So, how do we show my two beautiful children to the pack?" "Well, we can't bring everyone in one by one, that would take all day, and it's not best for Ariella to get out of bed right now." "Daddy, I'm not injured. You just had 2 kids, darling girl, you're staying in bed, and I'm sure Riven will agree with me." He looked at me pointedly, and I looked at Ariella to see her giving me the puppy dog eyes, and I groaned. "You know I detest it when you do that, Ariella. You wouldn't want me to be distraught, would you?" I shook my head. "No." "Then can I get out of the bed?" "Ariella, you just had twins." She added a pout. "Please, darling." I nodded. "All right, fine, but you have to ask the doctor first." She nodded excitedly, and a few seconds later, Dr. Hyam walked in. "Yes, Ariella? Is everything all right with the new additions?" "Yes, doctor, I'd just like to ask if I can get out of bed, like right now." "Well, not really, it hasn't even been an hour yet." "Please, doctor, I want to go and show the twins to the rest of the pack. I know they're desperate to see them both." He looked torn, so he looked at me for confirmation, and I nodded slightly. "All right, but I'd advise you to go and take a shower or bath first to get rid of any soreness that you may be feeling." She nodded. "Thank you." He smiled before walking out of the room, and I turned to look at Luther and Teresa. Can you go and get 2 diapers and their baby grows for me, please? They're all neutral colors, so just choose any 2. It should be in the drawer in the nursery, the one under the window, second drawer. They both nodded and left the room. I would go and get them myself, but Ariella needs to go and take a shower, and someone needs to watch the twins because I didn't want to take them out with me to go and get the diapers and baby grows myself because then the pack would see them. Darling, can you take Yvonne for me? I nodded and took Yvonne from her and positioned them both so that me and them were in a comfortable position. Go and take a shower. I'll be here when you come out. I'll get your mother to get you some clothes. She nodded and gave me a light kiss on the lips before walking into the little ensuite we had next to the room, so I started talking to the twins. I can't believe you're finally here. You're both so beautiful, just like your mommy, and I know you're both going to have me wrapped around your fingers, just like your mommy does as well. I love you so much. I gave them both a kiss on the cheek, and Yvonne started to fidget while Ariella was in the shower. I called the nurse for a bottle, and she immediately came in with 2, just in case Dale got hungry as well. Her parents came back into the room just in time because Dale started to fidget soon after. Luther, would you like to feed Dale while I feed Yvonne, or you can feed Yvonne while I feed Dale? He chuckled, either is fine, Riven. I smiled and handed him Dale, and he sat down and started to feed him while I grabbed the other bottle and started to feed Yvonne, and they both calmed down immediately. When they both finished, I burped Yvonne while Luther burped Dale, and when that was over, we proceeded to get them changed so that we could show them to the pack. Teresa walked into the bathroom, I assumed to put Ariella's clothes in there for her, and a few minutes later, Ariella came out of the ensuite, dressed and ready to go, and I just couldn't help but stare at her. Riven, what's wrong? I shook my head, nothing. Then why are you staring? Because, my dear fiancé, you are simply gorgeous. She blushed and looked down, thank you. I chuckled at her and stood up with Yvonne in my hands, and Luther handed Dale over to Ariella. Luther, can you please go and make sure that everyone is out back? Call me when everyone's ready. Will do. Luther left the room, and Teresa followed close behind him, and Ariella sat down in the chair next to me. Are you feeling all right? She nodded. Compared to what I felt like before, I feel great. I laughed. I bet you do. I'm sorry for shouting at you, by the way. It's fine. I knew that you didn't mean it. You were in pain. It was understandable. She smiled. Desire to switch. I nodded, and she handed me Dale while I passed her Yvonne, and I just started to analyze Dale's facial features. He has my chin, but he has Ariella's nose and brown hair, whereas Yvonne was the complete opposite. She has Ariella's chin and my nose and black hair, but you could clearly see that they were twins. We didn't actually know what eye color they both had because they hadn't yet opened their eyes properly. Riven, we're ready. I looked at Ariella, let's go introduce them. She smiled, and we both stood up and walked out of the room towards the back of the pack house where, unexpectedly, Luther was announcing us all. Presenting our alpha and alpha female with the newest members of the pack, our future alphas, Yvonne and Dale Kepler. Everyone cheered, and me and Ariella smiled before stepping outside and happily walking onto the stage, and I could hear a range of ahs coming from the crowd, which made me and Ariella laugh. I put my hand up to silence everyone. Before anyone asks, we will tell you their full names. I'm holding our son, Dale Preston Kepler, who was born at exactly 9:20 p.m. at 6 pounds, 8 ounces. And of course, I'm holding our daughter, Yvonne Sadie Kepler, who was born 5 minutes before her brother at 9:15 p.m. at 5 pounds, 6 ounces. The crowd bowed their heads to them, and it kind of reminded me of the Lion King, but the only difference is that we're not holding our kids on a huge rock hundreds of feet high, and we're not lions. It's a pity that my mother couldn't be here with us today to see this, but I know that she's watching right now, and my daughter has been passed down her name so that we will never forget her. The crowd cheered, and I looked to the side to see my father step onto the stage, and I looked at him shocked. I haven't seen him for a few months, to be honest. Yes, we live in the same pack house, but it's like he's been avoiding me. Father, how have you? He cut me off and just hugged me, and I positioned Dale so that he wouldn't get hurt and wrapped my free arm around my father. I'm sorry for everything I've done, but just remember, I love you, son. I smiled and pulled back. I love you too, father. He smiled back and kissed Dale and then went over to hug Ariella and kissed Ivor as well before stepping off the stage, and the crowd was still cheering. They get so excited when it comes to things like this. I looked down at Dale to see he had opened his eyes slightly, and I could just about see he had my blue eyes. It's like he knows what Ivor is doing. Her eyes are open as well. I looked over at my daughter to see her eyes were open too, and she had Ariella's greenish-brown eyes. When can we hold them? Who will be the future alpha? Can we celebrate? I silenced them again. What is it with you all and shouting out questions? They all laughed. I will answer the questions I heard. You can hold them whenever we have time, but not for the next few days. The future alpha will be Ivor as she was born first. It's rare to have a female alpha, but as she is older than Dale, that's how it goes. And yes, you can celebrate, but without us. The crowd groaned in disappointment, and Ariella laughed. We just had twins, guys. You can't expect us to be partying today. We'll arrange another party later, but knock yourselves out and have one tonight. But don't be too loud, alright, the twins will be sleeping. Yes, Ariella. Dismissed. The crowd dispersed and nodded towards the pack house, so I let Ariella go first, and we both walked up to our bedroom where, of course, the twins will be sleeping. We placed them both in their separate cots, and they immediately drifted back to slumber, and I lay on the bed with Ariella. I love you so much, you know. She smiled. Oh, I know, and I love you too. She gave me a light kiss on the lips and leaned her head on my chest, and just as my eyes were drifting shut, she said one last thing. You're getting up for the night feed. I chuckled at her because she was half awake and half asleep as she said that, but I said all right anyway and drifted off to slumber. I now have 2 beautiful children who I love so much and a perfect fiancé who I also love very much. The next step of my life is to marry her, and I can't wait for that day to come. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. Ariella's viewpoint. 2 years later. Alright, 2 years have gone by, and here we are. This very day marks my wedding. After a couple of years, I finally get to utter I do to the dearest person in my existence. What makes it even better is that my offspring will be present through the entire occasion. Now, I'm aware I previously mentioned I wouldn't have any more progeny, but honestly, Riven is incredibly alluring, and I have certain desires. Combine those 2 factors, and there you have it. So yes, I now have 3 offspring, 2 sons and 1 daughter. We did discover the infant's gender before his arrival, and we were planning to name him Trenton. However, when he was born, we opted against it because, as peculiar as it sounds, he didn't resemble a Trenton whatsoever. Instead, we chose to Elias-10 him Tyson Sebastian Kepler. He arrived a year following on the 7th of May, precisely at 5:44 p.m., with a robust weight of 6 pounds, 3 ounces. Consequently, Ivor and Dale are now 2 years old, and let me tell you, they are quite a handful. Even though they're merely 2, they articulate words exceptionally well. They grasp concepts with astonishing speed, but don't be deceived by their sweetness. They are incredibly cunning when it comes to obtaining what they crave. One instance, I declined to give them a lollipop simply because supper was nearly prepared. They began to wail, but I wasn't going to succumb. Instead, they approached Riven, and he, being as easily duped as he is, credited every utterance they made to him, so he furnished them with the lollipops. They are mischievous little impish beings, yet I adore them immensely. Mama. Speak of the mischievous impish beings. I rotated my body to face Ivor. Yes, darling girl. Dale fractured something. Ivor. I chuckled at both of them. It appears that due to being twins, they dispute far more frequently. I bowed down and raised Ivor into my embrace. What did he fracture? A decorative jar. And how did that unfold? Well, he commenced chasing me, so I sprinted, and he overturned it, and it shattered. I acknowledged with a nod. Dale. Dale entered slowly, his head bowed, gazing at the ground. I apologize, Mema, I didn't intend to. I beamed and knelt to his height. I understand, darling, but what have I cautioned you about dashing inside the dwelling? He lifted his gaze. Not to do it. I nodded. Precisely. Can you go and put on your formal attire, please? I don't wish to. I elevated an eyebrow at him. All right, allow me to rephrase that. Go and put on your formal attire, Dale. He shook his head, and I exhaled before advancing to alternative strategy. Don't compel me to summon father. No. I'll proceed. He dashed away to don his formal attire, and I giggled. It's not that Dale dreads Riven, it's simply that Riven is exceedingly stern when it pertains to his offspring, and he tolerates no tomfoolery, whereas I am the more lenient progenitor. Mama, may I go put on my ceremonial gown now? I beamed and nodded. Certainly, you may, but return here afterward, all right? So I can capture an image of my magnificent little girl. She smiled broadly and nodded before leaping from my embrace and hastening to her chamber to put on her ceremonial gown. I stood erect and swiveled to confront the looking-glass where my bridal gown was suspended, and I smiled. I simply cannot comprehend that after 2 years, I am finally at this juncture. Ariella. I directed my gaze toward the entrance to behold my mother alongside Sam, Christina, Francesca, Adele, and Elias. I'm going to review each person individually before perplexity materializes. I eventually had to disclose to Sam, Christina, Elias, and Lyle that I am a lycanthrope. One reason was that they were commencing to grow dubious as to why I wasn't attending scholastic institutions most of the time, and then I was with child for only 4 months, which for them was simply abnormal. The second reason was that I simply felt contrite. They are my mates. I couldn't conceal it from them and then persist with my existence knowing they were uninformed. It would be unjust. As for Francesca, I am not one to harbor resentment or anything of the sort, but I don't genuinely favor her. The sole justification for her presence at my matrimonial ceremony is that she is my brother's mate, and that is also the only reason why I endure her. Adele, now, is an entirely distinct narrative. We ascertained that Lucas had kept her isolated for a duration and coerced her to join the collective, and when she was liberated, she automatically became a component of my and Riven collective, and that did not sit well with her. After days of disputing, I finally slapped some rationality into her, literally. I simply couldn't endure it any longer, so I struck her, and let me tell you, it felt splendid. After I instilled logic in her, she consented to remain within the collective, and she and Riven are gradually repairing their fraternal sororal connection, so here she is, at my matrimonial ceremony. Elias snapped his digital appendages in front of my visage, jolting me out of my contemplation. What were you pondering about there, my dear? Everything, truly, and pardon my directness, why are you present? He chuckled. Pleased to encounter you as well. I am here because Riven dispatched me to ascertain your well-being. Oh, truly? Is that the case? He nodded gradually. I possess a premonition that I likely should not have divulged that and simply fabricated a falsehood. Oh, Eliastov, you have no conception how accurate your statement is. You may return to the lower level. I shall mentally communicate with him. I abhor you and your lycanthropic capabilities. They are so extraordinary. I laughed and propelled him from the chamber before securing the portal and mentally communicating with Riven. Dispatching Elias to scrutinize my condition? That is simply ignoble. He chuckled. I offer my apologies, but I haven't beheld you since yesterday, nor the offspring, for that matter. I am becoming distraught here. I shall instruct Dale and Ivor to descend in a moment once they are prepared, all right? Where is Tyson? With me. What then is the predicament? He laughed. As delighted as I am to see Tyson, I still desire to behold my other 2 offspring and my exquisite betrothed. Well, if you permit my departure now, you shall behold me very shortly. Before you depart, may I pose a query? Proceed. What attire are you currently wearing? He inquired alluringly. Farewell, Riven. He laughed, and I severed the mental connection and simply smiled, and everyone was gazing at me bewildered. What did he utter? I shook my head. Fret not, it is merely Riven being Riven. They all nodded. All right, well, let us prepare you before he ascends here due to impatience. I laughed. I could entirely envision that transpiring, but could someone, please, go and inspect Ivor and Dale? Christina nodded. I shall attend to it. Thank you. She smiled and exited the chamber, and I seated myself upon a chair in front of the looking-glass and permitted everyone else to execute the labor. As you may have observed, We are conducting the matrimonial ceremony within the collective dwelling. I mean, where better a locale to host it than within the collective dwelling? And Riven also desired to hold it here so that he could be in closer proximity to his maternal parent, which is comprehensible. I possess no notion of what everything appears to be, as I was not authorized to behold anything, thanks to my maternal parent who expended protracted periods, along with a few other collective members, organizing everything. 45 minutes subsequent. Finally, after an exceedingly protracted 45 minutes, I am at last prepared. My nuptial motif is ivory and crimson, so my gown is ivory, but it featured a band of crimson traversing the bust and also at the bottom of the gown, encompassing its entirety. As for the attendants' apparel, they are of a comparable pattern but are pure crimson, whereas Yvonne's attire is ivory with a crimson ribbon traversing the middle. Dale and Tyson's formal wear is ebony with a crimson bow tie and undergarment, and I instructed Riven to procure an ivory formal wear with a crimson cravat and undergarment, but he declined to permit me to behold it. He asserted that if he was not permitted to behold my bridal gown, I was not authorized to behold his formal wear, so I am hoping he obtained the ivory and crimson formal wear. I rotated to confront everyone, and they were simply smiling at me oddly. As much as I relish the focus, your grins are unsettling me. They laughed. You simply appear so exquisite. I blushed. Thanks, maternal parent. Mama. 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 Yvonne came dashing into the chamber, calling my designation, and when she beheld me, she halted and smiled. You appear beautiful, Mama. I smiled and bowed down so I could bestow upon her an embrace. Thank you, darling girl, you appear beautiful as well. She gave me a wide, toothy grin. Thank you, but I wish to capture an image with Dale, but he doesn't wish to. Why not? Because he wishes to go behold father. I rolled my visual organs at that. I neglected to mention that Dale is a complete and utter father's boy. He literally executes every instruction Riven imparts to him, or even when he doesn't instruct him to execute something, he executes it anyway simply to bring him contentment. Dale Preston Kepler. Dale came ambulating into the chamber. Yes, Mama. I would like to capture an image of you and your sister. But I wish to go behold father. I shook my head. No buts, Dale. You shall behold father soon. All right. He proceeded to stand by the window, and I gestured to Yvonne to do likewise, and she literally skipped next to him, and they clasped each other's hands, and I simply stood there smiling at my two magnificent offspring. My maternal parent captured the image and then instructed me to capture one with them, so I walked over to them and lifted both of them into my embrace, and we all smiled for the apparatus that records images. Ariella, do not compel me to ascend there and drag you down here to unite in matrimony with me. You are so impatient. I am descending now, all right? You had better be at the conclusion of the platform awaiting. You can rely upon it, darling. See you shortly. He severed the connection, and I smiled. All right, everyone, Riven is growing impatient, so I believe it is time to depart. Everyone nodded, and we all grasped our poses of crimson and ivory blossoms while Yvonne grasped her diminutive receptacle of blossom petals, and Dale grasped the pillow with the circular ornaments upon it. We all exited the chamber and descended the steps where we encountered my paternal parent, and he gazed at me with tear-filled visual organs. You appear exquisite, darling girl. Thank you, Daddy. No tears, please, you will mar my facial adornment. He laughed. You women and your outward appearance. I smiled and linked my arm through his. Are you prepared? I inhaled deeply and nodded. I am prepared. He smiled, and we both gazed toward the portal to behold Adele exit, who was the last of the attendants, so I realized that it was now my turn, so I placed my gossamer covering over my visage and commenced to ambulate in unison with the melodic sounds and my paternal parent. We rounded the bend, and I released an inaudible gasp. The embellishment was astonishing. They possessed ivory seats with a crimson ribbon around the rear. There was a crimson floor covering extending along the middle, and with the ivory petals that Yvonne had scattered, it rendered it appear even more superior. I gazed directly ahead at Riven, and he smiled at me affectionately, and then I gazed at Tyson and waved, to which he smiled and returned a small wave to me. We finally reached the conclusion of the platform, and my paternal parent transferred me to Riven after threatening to inflict harm upon him if he ever harmed me, which garnered a few chuckles from the attendees. Riven elevated my gossamer covering and leaned down to whisper into my auditory organ. "You appear so exquisite. How about we simply bypass to the post-matrimonial voyage?" I struck his arm playfully. "Behave." He shrugged and winked at me before leaning back and directing his attention to the spiritual leader. "Beloved brethren, we are gathered here in the sight of the Almighty, and in the presence of this assembly, to join together this male and this female in holy matrimony, which is an honorable condition, instituted by the Almighty in paradise, and into which holy condition these two individuals present now come to be joined." Riven smiled at me and grasped my other hand so that he was now clasping both of them. "Do you, Riven Jameson Kepler, accept this female, Ariella Milena Kaelith, as your legally united partner? Will you cherish her, console her, honor and preserve her, in affliction and in well-being, and forsaking all others, commit yourself solely to her, for as long as both of you shall endure?" He nodded. "I do." "And do you, Ariella Milena Kaelith, accept this male, Riven Jameson Kepler, as your legally united partner? Will you cherish him, console him, honor and preserve him, in affliction and in well-being, and forsaking all others, commit yourself solely to him, for as long as both of you shall endure?" "Well," I trailed off, and Riven growled at me playfully, so I simply winked at him. "I do." "All right, so I've been informed that you have devised your own solemn promises. Who divulged that to you?" I, along with the spectators, laughed at Riven's bewilderment, so I set him straight. "I did." "Fret not, darling. Simply articulate what comes to mind." He inhaled deeply and nodded. "All right, well, when we initially encountered each other, I spurned you." I growled at the recollection, and Riven rubbed my arm up and down to tranquilize me before he continued. "But I exerted every ounce of my power to reclaim you because you were, and still are, deserving of contention." I smiled, and I could feel my inner lupine recede, and I became calm. "I detest it when you are irate with me, and I will execute everything feasible to secure your forgiveness. I recall the last occasion you were irate with me. I acquired another vehicle for you." I laughed. "You were not obligated to." He smiled. "I understand, but I desired to because I adore you, and when you are irate with me, it feels as though a portion of me is absent, and I execute everything within my capacity to retrieve it. I will never, I reiterate, never cease loving you, and I hope that you will never cease loving me either, because either way, you are bound to me. If it were up to me, I would have united with you in matrimony 2 years ago when I proposed, but you females desired an elaborate matrimonial ceremony." I struck his arm, and he chuckled. "I jest, darling. I am pleased we chose to defer for a few years because now we have our offspring here to witness this." We both gazed at Yvonne, Dale, and Tyson, and they all blushed and lowered their gazes, which caused everyone to laugh, and Riven continued. "If it were not for you, I possess no notion where I would currently be, but I do not even wish to contemplate that. All that matters is that I am present right now, uniting in matrimony with you, the beloved of my existence, and I am never going to release you. I cherish you too immensely for that." I smiled, and the spiritual leader gestured for me to speak, so I inhaled and proceeded to articulate my solemn promises. "Well, Riven, what can I articulate concerning you? You are exceedingly possessive. You possess a volatile disposition. You exhibit a propensity not to adhere to instructions." He rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly while I continued. "But, if you were none of those attributes, I would not adore you as I do. I cherish it when you are possessive for reasons of my own. I cherish tranquilizing you because there are numerous methods by which I can accomplish that, and all I must execute is employ the plaintive canine gaze, and you adhere to instructions." Everyone laughed, and Riven merely smiled and shook his head. "As you articulated, I will never, I reiterate, never cease loving you either, because to articulate it simply, you are my existence, and without you, I would be devoid, but then I would possess our offspring, a reminder of what you bestowed upon me. I cherish you so immensely, I cannot even elucidate the extent to which I cherish you, but I believe you comprehend. I shall demonstrate to you later on anyway." He winked at me, and I could hear Elias, Lyle, and Torren emitting lupine whistles, which caused everyone, including the spiritual leader, to laugh. So yes, finally, after 2 years, I get to unite with you in matrimony, because if I had to defer any longer, I would have dragged you to Vegas and had us clandestinely married. He laughed. In essence, I cherish you with all my affection, and you are never ridding yourself of me. He smiled, and the spiritual leader commenced speaking. All right, so where are the circular ornaments? I gazed at Dale, and Riven whispered him forward. That is your cue, mate. Dale swiftly advanced, and Riven meticulously selected the circular ornament and grasped my hand. All right, reiterate after me. Riven nodded. I bestow upon you this circular ornament as a representation of my affection and allegiance. I bestow upon you this circular ornament as a representation of my affection and allegiance. As I affix it upon your digital appendage, I commit my core and being to you. As I affix it upon your digital appendage, I commit my core and being to you. I implore you to adorn this circular ornament as a remembrance of the solemn promises we have articulated this day, our matrimonial day. I implore you to adorn this circular ornament as a remembrance of the solemn promises we have articulated this day, our matrimonial day. He slipped the circular ornament onto my digital appendage, and I retrieved the other circular ornament from the pillow and clasped his hand in mine and reiterated the same words before sliding the circular ornament onto his digital appendage as well. Therefore, if anyone can present any just cause as to why they may not lawfully be joined together, let them now speak, or else hereafter forever hold their silence. Riven emitted a menacing growl toward the assembly, cautioning anyone that if they objected, they would incur harm, so no one uttered a sound. All right, then by the authority invested in me, I now declare you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride. Riven slowly leaned forward, so I rolled my visual organs and grasped his neckwear and forcefully pulled him toward me until his lips made contact with mine, and the assembly cheered. He separated from me and gazed into my visual organs. I cherish you, Mrs. Kepler. I smiled. I cherish you too, Mr. Kepler. He bestowed upon me a tender kiss upon the lips and grasped my hand in his before we confronted the assembly where hundreds of images were being captured. Mama. Tyson came dashing toward me, so I lifted him into my embrace and bestowed upon him a kiss upon the cheek. Hey, Ty, I haven't beheld you since this morning. You abandoned me. I adopted a somber countenance, and he placed his diminutive hands upon my cheeks. Don't be sorrowful, Mama. I'm sorry. May I receive a kiss to make me joyful? He nodded and placed a kiss upon both of my cheeks. I bestowed upon you too, now you can be extra joyful. I smiled. Thank you, Ty. He smiled and leaped from my embrace, and then Dale came dashing toward Riven while Ivor came dashing toward me, and we both lifted them up. Who is prepared to celebrate? The entire assembly cheered, and I simply shook my head in amusement at Elias and how eager he was to celebrate. Well, let us proceed to celebrate then. I nodded, and Riven and I commenced ambulating toward the luxurious automobiles with Ivor and Dale while my maternal parent took Tyson. The celebratory gathering is being held in a lodging establishment merely 15 minutes away from the collective dwelling, and yes, I have beheld the lodging establishment, but I possess no notion of what the embellishments are like, so this should be a splendid astonishment. 25 minutes subsequently. We arrived at the lodging establishment, and Ivor and Dale were the first to emerge from the luxurious automobile as soon as the portals were opened, but then Riven summoned them back. Ivor and Dale Kepler. They both immediately ceased ambulating and rotated to confront Riven. Yes, Daddy. They articulated simultaneously. What have your mother and I instructed you about absconding from us in an unfamiliar locale? Not to execute it and to always grasp your hands until we reach a more secure locale. He nodded, and I smiled at how they recollected that. Precisely, so execute it, please. They nodded, and Ivor came to clasp my hand while Dale went to clasp Riven's hand, and we all ambulated into the lodging establishment together toward the grand chamber where the celebratory gathering was being held. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you Mr. and Mrs. Kepler along with their son and daughter, Ivor and Dale Kepler. The attendees commenced cheering as we entered through the twin portals and waved at everyone. As we were ambulating toward our dining surface, Tyson came dashing toward us, so Riven lifted him into his embrace, and we continued ambulating. We took our seats at the dining surface, and Riven moved my seat closer to his so that he could wrap his arm around the rear of it. You appear so exquisite. I simply cannot believe you are mine. I blushed and leaned my head upon his shoulder. Well, believe it because I am not departing anywhere. He smiled and pressed his lips to the summit of my head. Hush. Cease mental communication. I gestured offensively toward Elias, and everyone laughed. Literally everyone in the chamber was a lycanthrope, and those who were not knew about us anyway, so we had no difficulty conversing about it so openly. When we were halfway through our sweet course, Elias decided to commence the addresses, and I groaned. Oh, endure it, Ariella. I am delivering my address whether you favor it or not. Everyone laughed, and Riven merely chuckled while I placed my head in my hands as he commenced articulating. Well, Ariella Kashela, pardon my oversight, Ariella Kepler over there only divulged to me she was a lycanthrope literally about a year ago when I have known her for at least nearly 3 years now. I know, a superb bond we possess. I hurled my utensil at him, and he merely laughed. That evokes recollections. I recall in the 6th form, she hurled a receptacle of liquid over me simply so I would cease kissing my female mate. The assembly laughed. Yes, you are laughing about it, but I was not at the time, but we achieved parity because I hurled liquid over her as retribution. Yes, I detested you for that, Elias. I cherish you too, Ariella. Riven chuckled and awaited Elias to continue. But anyway, let us proceed to the commendable attributes she possesses, not that she possesses many. I hurled Riven's utensil at him, but this time he evaded and gestured offensively toward me, which caused me to laugh. So yes, she is an exceedingly direct individual, and she tolerates no impertinence from anyone. I mean, she divulged to me that even though Riven is the alpha, she still struck him about the visage when they initially encountered each other. If that is not formidable, I possess no notion what is. I gazed at Riven and pressed my lips to his cheek. I apologize for that, darling. He smiled. It is satisfactory. I merited it. I bestowed upon him a tender kiss upon the lips and gazed back at Elias to behold him awaiting us patiently, so I kindly gestured for him to continue, to which he responded by rolling his visual organs. Anyway, Ariella and I are now great mates. I might even venture so far as to articulate best mates. I mean, she is the one who united my female mate and me in the first instance, along with the assistance of Riven, so I cannot disparage her. To articulate it simply, she is a splendid female, and Riven, you possess no notion how fortunate you are to possess her. Trust me, I do. I smiled, and Elias winked at me before seating himself, and then Torren stood erect, who is, of course, Riven's most excellent mate. First and foremost, allow me to commence by articulating that when Ariella first entered Riven's existence, he behaved like a complete reprobate. I growled. Vocabulary. I looked pointedly at Yvonne, Dale, and Tyson. I apologize. Allow me to rephrase that. He behaved like a complete imbecile. I nodded in endorsement at his alteration of words. Anyway, he was going to permit Ariella to escape due to his own self-centered requirements, and if I were not his most excellent mate, I would have pursued her. Riven growled, but I merely laughed because I could discern that he was being deadly serious. But I did not. If anything, I am the one who propelled you together, so cease with the growling. Riven rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly as he continued. Apart from Riven's apparent imperfections, he is a splendid male, and I am certain that many of you are aware of that. Ariella has transformed him for the better and has rendered him into a far more contented individual, and I honestly cannot sufficiently thank her. I smiled. Now, Riven, I know you are my most excellent mate and all, but if you ever release this female, you must possess some significant issues. Riven chuckled and stood erect, straightening his neckwear, which caused me to emit a low, alluring growl. I possess no notion why, but the manner in which he executed that simply appeared so captivating. Riven cleared his throat. I still cannot believe that the most exquisite female I have ever laid my visual organs upon is my marital partner. The assembly uttered sounds of endearment, and I simply gazed at him affectionately as he rotated to gaze into my visual organs. She is my entire cosmos. She has bestowed upon me 3 magnificent offspring, and yet she requests nothing in return from me, and that simply causes me to desire to be a superior individual for her, and now I will ensure to be the most excellent spouse for her. It is the least I can execute." He smiled at me, and I smiled back. "Before I continue, our offspring would like to execute something." Everyone, including myself, gazed at the identical siblings and Tyson expectantly as they all stood erect in front of me. "Well, Dale, Tyson, and I obtained this for you." Ivor gestured for Tyson to advance, and when he did, he handed me a long, velvety container. "Open it, Mama." I executed as Tyson instructed me to and opened the container, and my visual organs widened at what was within. It was a golden chain with a decorative case at the extremity, and I gently lifted it from the container and rotated the decorative case to behold an inscription, "We cherish you, Mama," with the commencement of each of the letters underneath. I lifted my gaze at the three of them, tear-filled visual organs, and Tyson shook his head. "I bestowed upon you 2 kisses, Mama. I thought you were joyful?" I sniffed and nodded. "I am joyful, Ty. These are joyful tears." "Oh." I laughed and gestured for an embrace, and all 3 of them dashed into my embrace. "I cherish you so immensely." "We cherish you too, Mama." They separated and smiled before returning to their seated positions, and Riven meticulously retrieved the neck adornment from the container and proceeded to place it around my neck. To conclude my address, it imbues me with so much contentment, self-esteem, and honor to be able to designate her Mrs. Ariella Milena Kepler. So please, can everyone elevate their receptacles to my exquisite marital partner? Everyone elevated a receptacle. To Ariella. I inhaled sharply because I was weeping, and Riven gently wiped away the tears from my visage and gazed into my visual organs. "Will you honor me with a rhythmic movement?" I nodded and clasped his hand in mine, permitting him to pull me up from the chair and lead me toward the middle of the area designated for rhythmic movement, where we were to execute our initial rhythmic movement. The melodic composition we chose to execute rhythmic movement to was Ave Maria, the rendition by Beyoncé, purely because we simply adore the melodic composition. He wrapped his arms around my waist while I placed mine around his neck and leaned my head upon his shoulder. "I cherish you so immensely, Ariella." I pulled back and gently pressed my lips to his. "I cherish you too," I murmured against his lips before pulling away and bestowing upon him another tender kiss upon the lips. "You appear captivating in your formal wear, by the way." He smirked. "Oh, truly? How captivating. I shall demonstrate to you how captivating on our post-matrimonial voyage." He emitted a low growl. "You, my dear marital partner, are such a provocateur." I smiled. "Is that not why you cherish me, though?" I grasped his neckwear and pulled his visage closer to mine. "Is that not what you covet?" He shrugged. "Yes, that is partially why I cherish you, but I do not covet you provoking me." He whispered into my auditory organ. "I covet you." I shuddered at how his respiration felt against my epidermis, and he pulled back and winked at me, and only then did we realize that the melodic composition had concluded, and everyone was staring at us with smirks upon their visages because they had literally just overheard every utterance of our colloquy, and knowing that, I blushed under everyone's intense gazes, and Riven chuckled at me. "We are united in matrimony now. Who cares? It does not render it any less mortifying." He smiled and wrapped an arm around my waist so that he could lead me back to our seats. We seated ourselves at the dining surface, and Ivor leaped onto my lap while Dale sat upon Riven's, and I gazed around for Tyson. "Darling girl, where is Ty?" She pointed toward my maternal parent to behold her clasping him and my paternal parent tickling him, which caused me to smile before I gazed back down at Ivor. "Are you all right?" She nodded. "Yep, are you?" I smiled and nodded. "I am splendid." She commenced to play with my neck adornment. "Do you like what we obtained for you, Mama?" She gazed at me expectantly. "Of course, I do, darling girl. In fact, I do not merely like it, I adore it." "Truly?" I nodded. "Truly." She smiled broadly and embraced me. "I cherish you, Mama." I smiled. "I cherish you too, Ivor. How dare you even set foot in here?" I abruptly separated from Ivor because I recognized that as Riven's vocals, and he did not sound very contented. I stood erect and placed Ivor upon the chair before swiftly ambulating over to Riven to behold him clasping someone against the wall menacingly, but from my vantage point, I could not discern who. I merely came to felicitate you, they choked out, and I recognized that vocals as Charisse, so I walked up to Riven and placed my hand upon his arm, gazing up at him, pleading with him to tranquilize himself. Now is neither the appropriate time nor locale for this to transpire. She needs to depart, he articulated menacingly, and I nodded. All right, but simply release her. This is our matrimonial day, Riven. Do not mar it, please. Me? Are you serious? She enters here uninvited, and you are instructing me not to mar it. Shorai's commenced choking. I narrowed my visual organs at him. Release her, Riven. You cannot execute this here. What would your offspring contemplate, beholding you thus? His visual organs softened, and he rotated his head to gaze at the identical siblings and Tyson to behold them all gazing at him with a sort of terrified countenance, and that is what caused him to release her, the fact that his own offspring appeared apprehensive of him. I apologize. I nodded my head and gazed down at Shorai's. I appreciate you arriving here to felicitate us, but it would be in your best interest to depart right now before anyone else decides to conclude Riven's task. She nodded and stood erect before exiting the grand chamber, and it appeared as though everyone released a breath of relief simultaneously. No one actually pardoned Shorai's for what she executed, and sibling or not, I could not accept her back into the collective, not when everyone else detests her. It simply would not be equitable, so she has not returned, well, until today, of course. I assume that Tyler divulged to her about the date of the matrimonial ceremony, but I will not execute anything. I mean, why should I? They are mates. There is not much I can execute. May I receive some service over here? I am deficient in fermented beverages. Everyone laughed at Elias's outburst, and I mentally thanked him for alleviating the tension in the air before I rotated to confront Riven to behold him with his head in his hands, and I could sense his culpability through the connection. Riven. He did not lift his gaze at me, so I walked up to him and wrapped my arms around his waist. Darling, it is satisfactory. No, it is not. I nearly marred our matrimonial day simply because I permitted my ire to overcome me, again. I cannot believe I terrified my own offspring. They were probably more perplexed than anything. Why do you not go converse with them while I go and converse with Elias? He gazed at me bewildered. You are not irate with me? I mirrored his countenance. Why would I be irate? All right. Yes, you became irate, but you ceased before it progressed too far. He smiled and bestowed upon me a tender kiss upon the lips. Thank you. I smiled and propelled him in the direction of the offspring, and he merely chuckled while I walked off in the direction of Elias to behold him with his arms slung over the back of Sam's chair while he was simply articulating nonsense. Elias Doff Limia, are you intoxicated? He rotated to confront me and shook his head. Oh, of course not. I'm joyful. I crossed my arms. Aha, I can discern that. Drink some potable liquid or something. I don't wish to. He whined, so I walked over to him and struck him across the head and whispered into his auditory organ low enough so that the offspring could not overhear. Drink some darn potable liquid, or I will execute everything within my power to ensure you can never imbibe again. Comprehend? I pulled away, and he gulped before nodding fearfully, and I smiled an innocent smile. Splendid. The dining surface laughed, and I winked at Elias before ambulating back over to Riven. Is everything resolved? He nodded. Yes, I elucidated what was transpiring, and they were a bit perplexed. Obviously, I did not delve into detail, but I believe they grasped some fragments. All right, splendid. He wrapped his arms around my waist. I believe it is time we depart for our post-matrimonial voyage. I wrapped my arms around his neck. And where precisely would that be? Let us simply articulate, it is not in the country of England. I smiled and bestowed upon him a tender kiss upon the lips before we both separated to bid farewell to everyone. We would be absent for a little over 1 week, but the offspring were not pleased about that because it required a total of 15 minutes for them to permit our departure when we divulged to them we would bring them something back from wherever we were going. Riven clasped my hand and led me toward the luxurious automobile, and we were on the thoroughfare for about half an hour before we pulled up at a harbor. I am aware you abhor aerial conveyances, so we are utilizing a private vessel instead. I nodded excitedly, and we both exited the luxurious automobile toward the most substantial private vessel there, typical of Riven to obtain the most substantial one, but I cannot lament. We stepped onto the private vessel and awaited the operator to place our entire baggage on board before we departed, and Riven handed me what appeared to be 2 brochures. That is where we are heading. I gazed down at it and gasped in astonishment to behold where we were directed. According to what he inscribed upon it, the initial 4 days we would be in the Maldives, and the remainder of the post-matrimonial voyage we would be in Hawaii. So, do you like it? I embraced him forcefully, causing both of us to fall back onto the seat. I shall interpret that as an affirmative. I pressed my lips against his and immediately bit his lower lip, and he eagerly permitted me entry and granted me command. Even though I do adore it when he offers resistance, it renders it more intense. I separated from him, breathless, and he smiled at me. All right, I shall interpret that as an emphatic affirmative. I smiled. I adore it, and I cherish you. He bestowed upon me a tender kiss upon the lips. I cherish you too. I reclined my head upon his chest, and we remained in a comfortable silence for a duration before I decided to articulate something that has been within. I laid my head upon his chest, and we remained in a pleasant quietude for a short duration before I opted to utter something that had been occupying my thoughts throughout the entire day. I am eager to assist you in removing that formal attire. He chuckled. I will be divesting you of your ceremonial gown before you can even make contact with me. I smirked. I am counting on it. He pressed his lips to the crown of my head, and we reverted back into silence. 1 week of just Riven and me, undisturbed, within a dwelling by the shore. What more could one possibly request? Finally, after 2 years of anticipation, I was able to voice I do to the man I cherish more profoundly than existence itself. And now, not only are we linked by our fated bond, but also by the sacred institution of matrimony, and there is nothing more gratifying than possessing that knowledge. Epilogue. Riven's viewpoint. 7 years later. Father. I lifted my gaze from the official documents I was presently tending to and dispatched a rejoinder to my eldest daughter and offspring overall. Yes, Yvonne? Is there an issue? She shook her head, causing her dark hair to cascade into her face, so she tucked it behind her ear before she replied, Mother desires your presence, and she does not appear joyful. Did you isolate her mentally once more? I nodded. I was engaged with my professional duties, my dear girl. I invariably sever my mental connection when I am working. Why does she require my presence? She shrugged. I do not know. One moment I am observing moving pictures with Eliasty, and the next she is instructing me to summon you. Is Eliasty present? She nodded. Indeed, alongside Uncle Elias and Aunt Sam. All right, inform your mother I shall descend in a moment. All right. She skipped from the chamber, and I simply smiled at her. Yvonne is currently 10 years of age but possesses remarkable maturity for her years, a characteristic she inherits from Ariella. Dale is, naturally, of the same age, as they are twin siblings, and he is a diminutive instigator of mischief. He precipitates a considerable amount of trouble alongside Trevor, who is Talon and Francesca's 6-year-old son, and even though they are separated by 4 years, they harmonize exceptionally well, perhaps too well, if I am being candid with you. Eliasty is Elias and Sam's daughter, and she and Yvonne are the dearest of mates. They are literally inseparable, despite the fact that, like Dale and Trevor, they are also separated by 4 years. Tyson is now 9 years old, and he is an absolute and complete mother's boy. He adheres to Ariella like adhesive. If anything, he is probably with her at this very instant. Now, when I stated Yvonne is my eldest daughter and offspring overall, that assertion holds true now, considering I now possess 5 offspring in total. Yes, astonishing, I am aware. 5 years prior, Ariella delivered a magnificent little girl whom we Eliased and Tasman, as that was the second female's designation we selected, and then 1 year later, she delivered another male whom we Eliased and Sasha. Not being discourteous or anything, everyone, but I do not recall extending an invitation to any of you here, not that I do not relish your presence, but you are all present. Thanks for highlighting that, Captain Obvious. You comprehend what, Elias? Go consume an ovum. You are so cruel to me it is surreal. Well, perhaps if you conducted yourself with maturity, I would not need to be. Yes, as if that would restrain you, he articulated sarcastically, and I chuckled, which earned a slap across the head from Ariella. Do not encourage him. I am contrite, darling. You comprehend I am on your side 100%. Only because you comprehend that if you are not, you will not be receiving any intimacy tonight. No specifics. Everyone laughed at Elias's overstatement. That is not even specific. How can you even be uneasy discussing it? You possess a daughter. That is not the point, Ariella. It is different when other individuals discuss it. She rolled her visual organs. Certainly it is, Elias, whatever you articulate. Apologies for interrupting your discourse, but where are our offspring? Everyone acknowledged what I articulated and gazed around the chamber, and only then did they perceive that none of the offspring were with us. Did I not instruct Tyson to await in here? I nodded. You did, and Tasmin was in here when I departed. They have not acquired their mental connection yet, so summon them. Yvonne, Dale, Tyson, Tasmin, and Sasha. Yes, Mother. They all replied concurrently. Descend the stairs, please, and bring Eliasty and Trevor. All right. No more than a minute later, they all came dashing downstairs. Eliasty leaped onto Elias's lap, Trevor leaped onto Francesca's, and all 5 of our offspring leaped onto Ariella and me, causing us to laugh. Father, Dale propelled me. I gazed at Dale and raised an eyebrow at him. Oh, truly? And why is that? She incessantly annoyed me and Trevor. That is still no justification for you to propel her. Apologize to your sister, please. He shook his head. No, I will not until she does. Dale, she executed nothing amiss. Apologize, now. Why does she invariably evade consequences? Now, Dale, you comprehend that is not accurate. He gazed at Ariella. It is accurate, Mother. Simply because she is the favored one. From where are you deriving this? You comprehend that your father and I cherish all of you equally. Whatever. He leaped from the couch and exited the chamber, and Ariella and I simply regarded each other bewildered. How long has he felt that way? I shrugged. I possess no comprehension. I gazed down at Yvonne. Why do you not go and converse with him? He does not favor me. He is your twin, dear girl. Of course, he favors you. She shook her head. He does not favor me because he believes that I receive all of the focus. Do you believe that is accurate? She shrugged. I mean, certainly, I am the eldest, but Dale and I are only separated by 5 minutes, so I do not know. I nodded. Can you attempt to converse with him? I am certain he will lend an ear to you. I will endeavor. I bestowed upon her a kiss upon the cheek before she dashed off to go and converse with Dale, and I gazed at everyone else to behold Elias playing with Eliasty and Talon playing with Trevor, and I gazed over at Torren to behold him gazing down with a somber countenance in his visual organs, so I gestured for him to proceed into the food preparation area. I meticulously placed Ariella upon the couch, and she regarded me bewildered, so I bestowed upon her a tender kiss upon the lips. I am going to go converse with Torren. She nodded and softly pressed her lips to mine once more. Do not delay. I pulled away and nodded before entering the food preparation area and securing the portal behind me. So, would you care to articulate what is amiss? He sighed and gazed at me. Everywhere I proceed, I behold parents with their progeny. I mean, did you witness the scene just now? I nodded. Yes. It causes me to desire progeny of my own. And have you conversed with Anastasia regarding this? He shook his head. I do not desire for her to believe I am pressuring her into desiring progeny. What if she articulates to me she does not desire offspring? I would be devastated. You are never going to know if you do not inquire. I am apprehensive, though. I ambulated over to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. Just inquire of her. Should I summon her in? He nodded slightly, so I shouted out to her. Anna, can you come into the food preparation area, please? I cannot disclose it to her. I shrugged. Too late. If you do not, I will. Anastasia entered the chamber and regarded Tauren bewildered. What transpired with him? She ambulated over to him and bowed down to his level only to have him turn away from her, and she gazed at me, awaiting me to provide her with a rejoinder. Care to elucidate? I nodded. He is distressed because he desires progeny of his own, but he did not desire to disclose it to you because he felt that he would be pressuring you. Her countenance softened, and she gazed back at Tauren. I hope you comprehend that nothing in the cosmos would render me more joyous than possessing progeny with you. He gazed at her surprised. Truly? Are you serious? She nodded and smiled. I am 100% serious. You do comprehend that signifies I must transform you into a lupine creature. I comprehend. I cherish you sufficiently to execute that, but do I not have to join a collective? You can join ours, correct, Riven? I nodded. Of course. You will have to undergo the ritual, though, like everyone else. She nodded. Whatever it necessitates to maintain our togetherness, Tauren and I. I smiled at her and nodded before leaving them to deliberate on whatever. I ambulated back into the sitting room and seated myself next to Ariella, and she leaned her head upon my chest. Is everything satisfactory with Tauren and Anna? I nodded. Yes, just a few matters that necessitated resolution. Hey, Riven? I lifted my gaze at Elias. Yes. Can you instruct your son to desist from bothering my daughter? Which son are you referring to? Tyson. I smirked. Why? Does he harbor a romantic interest in her? He snorted. That is an understatement. It is more akin to an obsession. I laughed. Oh, please, do not overstate. It is a romantic interest. Leave him unmolested. Whatever. Do not articulate that I did not caution you. I rolled my visual organs at him and gazed down at Ariella. Where are the offspring, by the way? Upstairs engaging in play with each other, I hope. I chuckled. You hope? I merely instructed them to ascend the stairs. I possess no knowledge of what they are executing. Only you, Ariella. You cherish me regardless. Of course. How could I not? She smiled and leaned up to press her lips against mine, and naturally, I did not decline her. Procure a private space. Ariella smiled against my lips before pulling away from me. This is my dwelling, Elias. Oh, yes. Everyone laughed. Remind me again, Elias, why I remain with you. Well, Lyra, my dear, it is because you cherish me, and we possess a beautiful daughter together. Oh, yes. Mother, father. Ariella and I both noticed the trace of apprehension in Tyson's vocals, so we immediately sprang up and dashed upstairs as swiftly as we could, and as soon as we entered Yvonne's chamber, we comprehended what was transpiring. She and Dale were undergoing their initial transformation, sooner than anticipated. I thought they were supposed to transform at 12? I do not know. Perhaps it is because they possess alpha lineage, but even still, it should not be transpiring this rapidly. I dashed over to Yvonne and Dale and knelt down next to them. Ariella, console Yvonne while I execute the same for Dale. She nodded and commenced murmuring comforting words to Yvonne, and I gazed down at Dale. You are performing admirably, mate. It will not persist for too long. He shook his head. It causes discomfort, though. Can you not cause it to cease? Tears streamed down his visage, and it fractured my core to behold him in such profound agony. I comprehended how intensely it caused discomfort, and it caused immense discomfort. I cannot, Dale. I am contrite. You simply must remain resilient. He cried out in anguish alongside Yvonne, and I could hear some of their skeletal structures commencing to snap into place, and Ariella buried her cranium into my shoulder and commenced weeping. I desired to weep, but I comprehended I had to remain resilient, not only for both of them but for Ariella as well. Father. I relocated over to Yvonne. Not much longer now, dear girl, I promise. Father, it genuinely causes discomfort, she cried. I comprehend, darling, I comprehend. I could discern the perspiration forming upon her forehead. That is how one comprehends the exhausting nature of their initial transformation. We overheard some more of their skeletal structures snapping, but it was drowned out by their vocals of pain, and I comprehended from that juncture there was nothing Ariella or I could execute, so we observed them agonizingly. After 5 protracted, tormenting minutes, the vocals of pain ceased, and the transformation concluded, and I gazed at both of them, now in lupine form, with pride. You achieved it, everyone. They both emitted a whimper and continued to recline upon the ground, respiring heavily. Dale's lupine form was a profound shade of ebony, akin to mine, but he possessed a band of ivory descending his posterior. Yvor's was a pure shade of brown, akin to Ariella's lupine form, but like Dale, she also possessed the band of ivory descending her posterior. It is probably a twin characteristic because Ariella and Talon's lupine forms are also identical. Ariella wrapped her arms around both of their bodies and whispered something indistinct to me into their auditory organs, and they both nodded slightly and attempted to stand erect. Proceed gradually. You possess all the temporal duration you necessitate. Ivor was the initial one to stand erect. Her lower limbs commenced to tremble somewhat, but after a few seconds, she mastered it. That is my girl. She bestowed upon me a lupine grin and dashed over to me, causing me to fall onto my back, and she commenced to lick my visage repeatedly, causing me to laugh. All right, Ivor. She dismounted me and seated herself, and I proceeded to stroke behind her ear, causing her to purr, and I smiled at her. You were so courageous, dear girl. I am proud of you. She reclined upon her abdomen and closed her visual organs, and I gazed over at Dale to behold him in the identical posture, gazing away from Ariella and me. Dale, do you desire to attempt to stand erect? He gazed away from us even more, and Ariella gazed at me somberly before gesturing to Ivor, and I comprehended what she intended. I am proud of you as well, Dale, you comprehend that. Look, how about, if you stand erect for me, we will go for a run outside in lupine form? His auditory organs perked up, and he gazed at me expectantly, awaiting me to affirm it, so I nodded. Just ambulate over to me. He gazed down at the ground before lifting his gaze once more and commenced to stand erect slowly. He was somewhat unsteady at first, which was to be anticipated, but after a short duration, he mastered it and commenced to ambulate over to me. I stroked him as I did with Ivor, and he seated himself in front of me. I am very proud of you, Dale. You and your sister performed so commendably. He gazed at Ariella expectantly. I am proud of you as well, darling, of course, I am. Now, awaken your sister so we can all go for a run. He nodded, and instead of gently rousing her, he leaped onto her instead, causing her to leap up in astonishment and growl protectively, but when she perceived it was only Dale, she calmed down and utilized her front paw to propel him away from her. Ivor, do not push. She whimpered but listened. Ariella, can you lead Ivor and Dale outside while I converse with everyone else? She nodded. Come on, everyone, outside we proceed. They both practically skipped from the chamber, and Ariella and I simply laughed at their eagerness to reach the outdoors. Ariella followed them outside, and I ambulated downstairs into the sitting room, and everyone gazed at me expectantly. Well, Ivor and Dale have both transformed earlier than anticipated, but I am pleased to articulate they endured it. Everyone emitted a sigh of relief. Where are they now? Outside. We are going to go for a run. Father. I gazed over at Tyson to behold him weeping, so I ambulated over to him and bowed down to his level, and he wrapped his arms around my neck and wept into my shoulder. What is amiss, mate? Eivor and Dale, what transpired with them? They have transformed into lupine creatures now. He gazed at me with wide visual organs. How? It is termed a transformation. It transpires at a specific age. Will it transpire with me? I nodded. I am contrite to articulate, but yes, it will. It is going to cause discomfort, though. I will be present to assist you through it. And Mother? I nodded. Mother will be present as well. I promise. He bestowed upon me an embrace. Do not break your promise, Father. I shook my head. Never. He pulled away and smiled, to which I returned it before rising and ambulating outside to join Ariella, Ivor, and Dale. I ambulated outside to behold Ivor and Dale playing with each other in lupine form, and I smiled at both of them, and Ariella rotated to gaze at me. Are you prepared? I nodded. As I will ever be. She smiled and immediately transformed on the spot, which caused the identical siblings to cease what they were executing and gaze at her in both astonishment and reverence, probably at how colossal she was compared to them. I transformed as well and shook my fur before gazing at them to behold they had retreated a few paces away from me. What is amiss? I dispatched to both of them, and they leaped in astonishment, so I comprehended they received the message. You possess your mental connection now. Contemplate the individual you desire to dispatch the message to and simply converse within your cranium. They gazed at each other briefly before I overheard Dale's vocals in my cranium. You are genuinely massive, Father. Because of two justifications: I am older, and because I am an alpha. Who will be the subsequent alpha? I gazed at Ariella, and she nodded slightly. Might as well inform them now instead of later. Ivor. Ivor's cranium abruptly pivoted to face me. Why? Because you are the eldest, but we will discourse about this when you are a bit older, alright? Who desires to lead the run? Me. They both articulated concurrently, and I chuckled and gestured toward the dense woodland. Proceed then. They both gazed at each other before dashing into the dense woodland, and Ariella and I smiled at each other before pursuing them. I came to a halt after a duration in an open expanse because I noticed Ariella had drifted away from me, and even though I comprehended they were merely playing, I was still vigilant. I necessitated keeping them secure. Unexpectedly, all three of them leaped out from behind the arboreal growths and leaped onto me, causing me to fall onto the ground, laughing. Whose conception was this? Mother's. Ivor and Dale articulated concurrently, and I chuckled. Thanks, everyone. I gently licked the side of Ariella's visage, to which she executed the same before laying her cranium into the side of my fur and purring contentedly. Dale commenced biting my auditory organ playfully, and I lifted my gaze at him and gently propelled him off. Unfair. Simply because you are larger than I am. I can guarantee that one day you will attain my magnitude. Truly? I nodded. Truly. Father, can we return now? I am fatigued. I lifted my gaze at the firmament and realized that it was indeed growing late. Of course, we can, dear girl. Climb on. She excitedly leaped onto my back, and it was somewhat challenging in lupine form, but she accustomed herself to it. I gazed over at Dale. Do you desire to leap on? He shook his head. I desire to ambulate back with Mother. I will make you a bargain. If you and Mother can reach home before Ivor and I will take you to Disneyland next week. Really? Do you promise? I promise, but you must reach home first. He wasted no time in dashing back to the collective dwelling, and Ariella bestowed upon me one final lupine kiss before pursuing him, and I tilted my cranium to gaze at Ivor to behold her with her visual organs closed, so I gently commenced to jog back to the collective dwelling, being meticulous not to awaken her in the process. I emerged from the arboreal growths no more than 10 minutes later to behold Ariella and Dale back in human form, apparently awaiting Ivor and me. I defeated you, Father, he articulated with a smile, and I nodded. You were simply too swift for me, mate. You had best commence contemplating what to bring to Disneyland. He excitedly dashed into the dwelling, and Ariella ambulated over to me and retrieved Ivor, who was still in lupine form. She stroked behind my ears, causing me to purr, and she smiled down at me. I will meet you inside. I nodded, and she ambulated inside. I retrieved my garments between my dental structures, assuming that Tauren left them out here, and proceeded behind an arboreal growth so I could transform back and change. I emerged a few minutes later and ambulated into the dwelling and into the sitting room. Hey, Riven, I hope you do not object to us remaining here for the weekend. I shook my head before seating myself upon the couch. No, I do not object. There is sufficient room, so I discern no reason why not. Well, since you are offering, can Anna remain as well? Regarding that, I believe it would be most advantageous if she simply relocated in. Tauren gazed at me shocked. Truly? I nodded. Well, she will be joining the collective soon, so yes. He smiled. Thanks, comrade. Do not mention it. Anna smiled at me as well. Thanks, Riven. Enough with the gratitude. You are practically family. I waved her off, and she rolled her visual organs, so I leaned back into the chair and closed my visual organs but opened them again when I felt Ariella lean her head upon my chest. Ivor is back in human form and profoundly asleep, and Dale is in his chamber observing moving pictures. Tyson is asleep alongside Tasmin, but Sasha insisted he slumbers in our bed tonight, so that is where he is. I groaned. Splendid, and here I was hoping to experience good fortune tonight. She laughed and struck my chest playfully. Well, I am not departing anywhere anytime soon. Excellent, because I am not releasing you. She smiled and snuggled into me even more, and I kissed the crown of her head before gazing around the chamber. After 7 years, everyone is precisely where they desire to be. Elias is still with Sam, and they now possess a 6-year-old daughter. Talon is still with his fated partner, Francesca, and they possess a 6-year-old son, and Toren finally discovered his fated partner, Anastasia, and are soon going to endeavor to procreate, and then there is me. After 7 years, I am still united in matrimony with the beloved of my existence, and I now possess 5 offspring. I still contemplate my maternal parent and how she never had the opportunity to behold my kin group expand into what it is now, but I comprehend she is observing me, and I hope she is proud of what I have become. I cherish my kin group with all of my core, and nothing will alter that, and trust me when I articulate, I would not alter anything because everything is impeccable precisely as it is. I laid my head upon his chest, and we remained in a pleasant quietude for a short duration before I opted to utter something that had been occupying my thoughts throughout the entire day. I am eager to assist you in removing that formal attire. He chuckled. I will be divesting you of your ceremonial gown before you can even make contact with me. I smirked. I am counting on it. He pressed his lips to the crown of my head, and we reverted back into silence. 1 week of just Riven and me, undisturbed, within a dwelling by the shore. What more could one possibly request? Finally, after 2 years of anticipation, I was able to voice I do to the man I cherish more profoundly than existence itself. And now, not only are we linked by our fated bond, but also by the sacred institution of matrimony, and there is nothing more gratifying than possessing that knowledge. Epilogue. Riven's point of view. 7 years later. Father. I lifted my gaze from the official documents I was presently tending to and dispatched a rejoinder to my eldest daughter and offspring overall. Yes, Ivor? Is there an issue? She shook her head, causing her dark hair to cascade into her face, so she tucked it behind her ear before she replied, Mother desires your presence, and she does not appear joyful. Did you isolate her mentally once more? I nodded. I was engaged with my professional duties, my dear girl. I invariably sever my mental connection when I am working. Why does she require my presence? She shrugged. I do not know. One moment I am observing moving pictures with Eliasty, and the next she is instructing me to summon you. Is Eliasty present? She nodded. Indeed, alongside Uncle Elias and Aunt Sam. All right, inform your mother I shall descend in a moment. All right. She skipped from the chamber, and I simply smiled at her. Ivor is currently 10 years of age but possesses remarkable maturity for her years, a characteristic she inherits from Ariella. Dale is, naturally, of the same age, as they are twin siblings, and he is a diminutive instigator of mischief. He precipitates a considerable amount of trouble alongside Trevor, who is Talon and Francesca's 6-year-old son, and even though they are separated by 4 years, they harmonize exceptionally well, perhaps too well, if I am being candid with you. Eliasty is Elias and Sam's daughter, and she and Ivor are the dearest of mates. They are literally inseparable, despite the fact that, like Dale and Trevor, they are also separated by 4 years. Tyson is now 9 years old, and he is an absolute and complete mother's boy. He adheres to Ariella like adhesive. If anything, he is probably with her at this very instant. Now, when I stated Ivor is my eldest daughter and offspring overall, that assertion holds true now, considering I now possess 5 offspring in total. Yes, astonishing, I am aware. 5 years prior, Ariella delivered a magnificent little girl whom we Eliased and Tasmin, as that was the second female's designation we selected, and then 1 year later, she delivered another male whom we Eliased and Sasha. That designation is originally of Russian origin, but Ariella favored it so profoundly that I did not even trouble myself to contend with her. So, in summation, we possess 5 offspring, Ivor and Dale, who are both 10, Tyson, who is 9, Tasmin, who is 5, and finally Sasha, who is 4. They are all a handful, but I cherish them profoundly. Riven Jameson Kepler, you had best reactivate your mental connection or descend the stairs immediately. Do not compel my ascent. I chuckled at my spouse and opted to descend the stairs before she could impose a penalty upon me. I placed all of the official documents into the receptacle with a lid and secured it before I proceeded to descend the stairs. I entered the sitting room, and everyone pivoted their crania to face me and regarded me with dissatisfaction. How could you, Riven? I gazed at them bewildered. How could I what? You genuinely do not recall? I shook my head slowly. I possess no comprehension of what you are referring to. What is the current calendar date? April 15th. And does that sound familiar to you? I commenced to contemplate that calendar date meticulously, and then it dawned upon me, and I groaned. Precisely. April 15th, the day Ariella and I first encountered each other. We practically commemorate this day akin to our secondary matrimonial commemoration, and I neglected it. She is going to be exceptionally displeased with me. She is displeased, is she not? Father. Why is mother weeping? I gazed at Tasmin to behold her entering the sitting room. It is because father neglected something of immense significance. So, you caused her to weep? Not intentionally. She nodded. You should rectify it, father. I do not favor it when mother is distressed. All right, dear girl. I commenced ambulating into the food preparation area, but not before I paused and placed a tender kiss upon Tasmin's cheek, causing her to smile. I entered the food preparation area and observed Ariella seated at the table with her head in her hands. Darling, I am profoundly contrite. I cannot believe I neglected what today was. She sniffed. You do not care. I gazed at her with hurt. Of course, I care. She lifted her gaze at me, and I could genuinely discern how severely my oversight had impacted her. She was truly weeping. You cannot care, because if you did, you would have remembered. You comprehend how significant this day is to me, and you simply neglected it. I commenced ambulating toward her when she slowly shook her head, so I halted and simply regarded her beseechingly. I would never neglect intentionally. You comprehend that. She sniffed once more and simply remained silent, and at that juncture, Tyson entered through the portal, which was an exceptionally unfavorable occurrence. Do you recall when I stated he was a mother's boy? Well, he is not going to appreciate beholding Ariella in this state. Mother, why are you weeping? She shook her head at him. Fret not, Ty. He narrowed his visual organs slightly. No, I necessitate knowledge. No one can cause my mother to weep and evade consequences. She smiled faintly at him and drew him into an embrace. I am fine, Ty, truthfully. He regarded her unconvinced. Are you certain? She nodded. Absolutely. You invariably comprehend how to improve my sentiments. He smiled broadly. Do not mention it. She laughed and bestowed upon him a kiss upon the cheek before instructing him to proceed into the sitting room, and he complied immediately and exited the food preparation area, and then she rotated back to confront me. I am not infuriated with you, but I am distressed with you. I ambulated over to her and knelt down in front of her so that I could grasp her hand. I understand, and you can impose any penalty you desire, so long as it leads to your forgiveness of me. May I receive a tender kiss? I smiled and nodded before leaning forward slightly and pressed my lips against hers softly. It was a brief but sweet tender kiss. I separated from her and gazed into her visual organs. I swear I will compensate for this, if it is the last action I perform. Feel at liberty to strike me if it improves your sentiments. She smiled and shook her head before softly placing her hand on my cheek. I forgive you. I might not be able to forget this, but I can discern how contrite you are, so I forgive you. She bestowed upon me a tender kiss upon the lips. Just do not permit it to transpire again. It will never transpire again. I promise you now. Excellent. Let us just hope you do not neglect our matrimonial commemoration. I chuckled. How could I neglect one of the most joyous days of my existence? As readily as you neglected today. I sighed. I stated I was contrite. I genuinely am. I simply possessed so many official documents to tend to and dilemmas within the collective. My thoughts were simply elsewhere. I understand. I should not have even articulated that. How about we simply disregard it? I nodded and bestowed upon her a tender kiss upon the lips. Agreed. I bestowed upon her another one before standing erect and grasping her hand so that I could pull her up from the chair. We ambulated into the sitting room, hand in hand, and I seated myself upon one of the couches and pulled Ariella down onto my lap, causing her to emit a small shriek of astonishment, making me chuckle. So, did you strike him forcefully? I did not strike him at all. Tauren gasped. Why not? He neglected your commemoration. I at least anticipated a small slap. I narrowed my visual organs at Tauren. Are you attempting to cause me trouble? He shook his head innocently. Nope, just attempting to articulate the veracity. You are fortunate Anastasia is not present to overhear you articulating this. Is not present to overhear him articulating what? Everyone gazed toward the doorway to behold Anastasia regarding me with an elevated eyebrow, and concurrently, Ariella and Elias both whispered, apprehended. Fret not, Anna. You comprehend I detest it when you conceal matters from me, Archway. I comprehend, darling, but he is correct. It is actually nothing to fret about. I was behaving appropriately. She smiled and ambulated over to him. I would hope so. She seated herself next to him and bestowed upon him a tender kiss, and he wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Anastasia Roberts is Tauren's fated partner. He finally discovered her 3 years prior when, conveniently, he was out shopping with Ariella. They encountered each other in a sandwich establishment, actually a peculiar locale to discover your fated partner, but that is how it transpired. The drawback was that Anastasia is a human being, and when he finally disclosed to her about being a lycanthrope, she became somewhat alarmed, but after a period of solace and persuasion, he elucidated everything to her, and she accepted him as her fated partner, much to his relief, naturally, as he had been anticipating her for ages. Not being discourteous or anything, everyone, but I do not recall extending an invitation to any of you here, not that I do not relish your presence, but you are all present. Thanks for highlighting that, Captain Obvious. You comprehend what, Elias? Go consume an ovum. You are so cruel to me it is surreal. Well, perhaps if you conducted yourself with maturity, I would not need to be. Yes, as if that would restrain you, he articulated sarcastically, and I chuckled, which earned a slap across the head from Ariella. Do not encourage him. I am contrite, darling. You comprehend I am on your side 100%. Only because you comprehend that if you are not, you will not be receiving any intimacy tonight. No specifics. Everyone laughed at Elias's overstatement. That is not even specific. How can you even be uneasy discussing it? You possess a daughter. That is not the point, Ariella. It is different when other individuals discuss it. She rolled her visual organs. Certainly it is, Elias, whatever you articulate. Apologies for interrupting your discourse, but where are our offspring? Everyone acknowledged what I articulated and gazed around the chamber, and only then did they perceive that none of the offspring were with us. Did I not instruct Tyson to await in here? I nodded. You did, and Tasmin was in here when I departed. They have not acquired their mental connection yet, so summon them. Yvonne, Dale, Tyson, Tasmin, and Sasha. Yes, Mother. They all replied concurrently. Descend the stairs, please, and bring Eliasty and Trevor. All right. No more than a minute later, they all came dashing downstairs. Eliasty leaped onto Elias's lap, Trevor leaped onto Francesca's, and all 5 of our offspring leaped onto Ariella and me, causing us to laugh. Father, Dale propelled me. I gazed at Dale and raised an eyebrow at him. Oh, truly? And why is that? She incessantly annoyed me and Trevor. That is still no justification for you to propel her. Apologize to your sister, please. He shook his head. No, I will not until she does. Dale, she executed nothing amiss. Apologize, now. Why does she invariably evade consequences? Now, Dale, you comprehend that is not accurate. He gazed at Ariella. It is accurate, mother. Simply because she is the favored one. From where are you deriving this? You comprehend that your father and I cherish all of you equally. Whatever. He leaped from the couch and exited the chamber, and Ariella and I simply regarded each other bewildered. How long has he felt that way? I shrugged. I possess no comprehension. I gazed down at Yvonne. Why do you not go and converse with him? He does not favor me. He is your twin, dear girl. Of course, he favors you. She shook her head. He does not favor me because he believes that I receive all of the focus. Do you believe that is accurate? She shrugged. I mean, certainly, I am the eldest, but Dale and I are only separated by 5 minutes, so I do not know. I nodded. Can you attempt to converse with him? I am certain he will lend an ear to you. I will endeavor. I bestowed upon her a kiss upon the cheek before she dashed off to go and converse with Dale, and I gazed at everyone else to behold Elias playing with Eliasty and Talon playing with Trevor, and I gazed over at Torren to behold him gazing down with a somber countenance in his visual organs, so I gestured for him to proceed into the food preparation area. I meticulously placed Ariella upon the couch, and she regarded me bewildered, so I bestowed upon her a tender kiss upon the lips. I am going to go converse with Torren. She nodded and softly pressed her lips to mine once more. Do not delay. I pulled away and nodded before entering the food preparation area and securing the portal behind me. So, would you care to articulate what is amiss? He sighed and gazed at me. Everywhere I proceed, I behold parents with their progeny. I mean, did you witness the scene just now? I nodded. Yes. It causes me to desire progeny of my own. And have you conversed with Anastasia regarding this? He shook his head. I do not desire for her to believe I am pressuring her into desiring progeny. What if she articulates to me she does not desire offspring? I would be devastated. You are never going to know if you do not inquire. I am apprehensive, though. I ambulated over to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. Just inquire of her. Should I summon her in? He nodded slightly, so I shouted out to her. Anna, can you come into the food preparation area, please? I cannot disclose it to her. I shrugged. Too late. If you do not, I will. Anastasia entered the chamber and regarded Torren bewildered. What transpired with him? She ambulated over to him and bowed down to his level only to have him turn away from her, and she gazed at me, awaiting me to provide her with a rejoinder. Care to elucidate? I nodded. He is distressed because he desires progeny of his own, but he did not desire to disclose it to you because he felt that he would be pressuring you. Her countenance softened, and she gazed back at Torren. I hope you comprehend that nothing in the cosmos would render me more joyous than possessing progeny with you. He gazed at her surprised. Truly? Are you serious? She nodded and smiled. I am 100% serious. You do comprehend that signifies I must transform you into a lupine creature. I comprehend. I cherish you sufficiently to execute that, but do I not have to join a collective? You can join ours, correct, Riven? I nodded. Of course. You will have to undergo the ritual, though, like everyone else. She nodded. Whatever it necessitates to maintain our togetherness, Torren and I. I smiled at her and nodded before leaving them to deliberate on whatever. I ambulated back into the sitting room and seated myself next to Ariella, and she leaned her head upon my chest. Is everything satisfactory with Torren and Anna? I nodded. Yes, just a few matters that necessitated resolution. Hey, Riven. I lifted my gaze at Elias. Yes. Can you instruct your son to desist from bothering my daughter? Which son are you referring to? Tyson. I smirked. Why? Does he harbor a romantic interest in her? He snorted. That is an understatement. It is more akin to an obsession. I laughed. Oh, please, do not overstate. It is a romantic interest. Leave him unmolested. Whatever. Do not articulate that I did not caution you. I rolled my visual organs at him and gazed down at Ariella. Where are the offspring, by the way? Upstairs engaging in play with each other, I hope. I chuckled. You hope? I merely instructed them to ascend the stairs. I possess no knowledge of what they are executing. Only you, Ariella. You cherish me regardless. Of course. How could I not? She smiled and leaned up to press her lips against mine, and naturally, I did not decline her. Procure a private space. Ariella smiled against my lips before pulling away from me. This is my dwelling, Elias. Oh, yes. Everyone laughed. Remind me again, Elias, why I remain with you. Well, Lyra, my dear, it is because you cherish me, and we possess a beautiful daughter together. Oh, yes. Mother, father. Ariella and I both noticed the trace of apprehension in Tyson's vocals, so we immediately sprang up and dashed upstairs as swiftly as we could, and as soon as we entered Yvonne's chamber, we comprehended what was transpiring. She and Dale were undergoing their initial transformation, sooner than anticipated. I thought they were supposed to transform at 12. I do not know. Perhaps it is because they possess alpha lineage, but even still, it should not be transpiring this rapidly. I dashed over to Yvonne and Dale and knelt down next to them. Ariella, console Yvonne while I execute the same for Dale. She nodded and commenced murmuring comforting words to Yvonne, and I gazed down at Dale. You are performing admirably, mate. It will not persist for too long. He shook his head. It causes discomfort, though. Can you not cause it to cease? Tears streamed down his visage, and it fractured my core to behold him in such profound agony. I comprehended how intensely it caused discomfort, and it caused immense discomfort. I cannot, Dale. I am contrite. You simply must remain resilient. He cried out in anguish alongside Yvonne, and I could hear some of their skeletal structures commencing to snap into place, and Ariella buried her cranium into my shoulder and commenced weeping. I desired to weep, but I comprehended I had to remain resilient, not only for both of them but for Ariella as well. Father. I relocated over to Yvonne. Not much longer now, dear girl, I promise. Father, it genuinely causes discomfort, she cried. I comprehend, darling, I comprehend. I could discern the perspiration forming upon her forehead. That is how one comprehends the exhausting nature of their initial transformation. We overheard some more of their skeletal structures snapping, but it was drowned out by their vocals of pain, and I comprehended from that juncture there was nothing Ariella or I could execute, so we observed them agonizingly. After 5 protracted, tormenting minutes, the vocals of pain ceased, and the transformation concluded, and I gazed at both of them, now in lupine form, with pride. You achieved it, everyone. They both emitted a whimper and continued to recline upon the ground, respiring heavily. Dale's lupine form was a profound shade of ebony, akin to mine, but he possessed a band of ivory descending his posterior. Yvonne's was a pure shade of brown, akin to Ariella's lupine form, but like Dale, she also possessed the band of ivory descending her posterior. It is probably a twin characteristic because Ariella and Talon's lupine forms are also identical. Ariella wrapped her arms around both of their bodies and whispered something indistinct to me into their auditory organs, and they both nodded slightly and attempted to stand erect. Proceed gradually. You possess all the temporal duration you necessitate. Yvonne was the initial one to stand erect. Her lower limbs commenced to tremble somewhat, but after a few seconds, she mastered it. That is my girl. She bestowed upon me a lupine grin and dashed over to me, causing me to fall onto my back, and she commenced to lick my visage repeatedly, causing me to laugh. All right, Yvonne. She dismounted me and seated herself, and I proceeded to stroke behind her ear, causing her to purr, and I smiled at her. You were so courageous, dear girl. I am proud of you. She reclined upon her abdomen and closed her visual organs, and I gazed over at Dale to behold him in the identical posture, gazing away from Ariella and me. Dale, do you desire to attempt to stand erect? He gazed away from us even more, and Ariella gazed at me somberly before gesturing to Yvonne, and I comprehended what she intended. I am proud of you as well, Dale, you comprehend that. Look, how about, if you stand erect for me, we will go for a run outside in lupine form? His auditory organs perked up, and he gazed at me expectantly, awaiting me to affirm it, so I nodded. Just ambulate over to me. He gazed down at the ground before lifting his gaze once more and commenced to stand erect slowly. He was somewhat unsteady at first, which was to be anticipated, but after a short duration, he mastered it and commenced to ambulate over to me. I stroked him as I did with Ivor, and he seated himself in front of me. I am very proud of you, Dale. You and your sister performed so commendably. He gazed at Ariella expectantly. I am proud of you as well, darling, of course, I am. Now, awaken your sister so we can all go for a run. He nodded, and instead of gently rousing her, he leaped onto her instead, causing her to leap up in astonishment and growl protectively, but when she perceived it was only Dale, she calmed down and utilized her front paw to propel him away from her. Ivor, do not push. She whimpered but listened. Ariella, can you lead Ivor and Dale outside while I converse with everyone else? She nodded. Come on, everyone, outside we proceed. They both practically skipped from the chamber, and Ariella and I simply laughed at their eagerness to reach the outdoors. Ariella followed them outside, and I ambulated downstairs into the sitting room, and everyone gazed at me expectantly. Well, Ivor and Dale have both transformed earlier than anticipated, but I am pleased to articulate they endured it. Everyone emitted a sigh of relief. Where are they now? Outside. We are going to go for a run. Father. I gazed over at Tyson to behold him weeping, so I ambulated over to him and bowed down to his level, and he wrapped his arms around my neck and wept into my shoulder. What is amiss, mate? Eivor and Dale, what transpired with them? They have transformed into lupine creatures now. He gazed at me with wide visual organs. How? It is termed a transformation. It transpires at a specific age. Will it transpire with me? I nodded. I am contrite to articulate, but yes, it will. It is going to cause discomfort, though. I will be present to assist you through it. And Mother? I nodded. Mother will be present as well. I promise. He bestowed upon me an embrace. Do not break your promise, Father. I shook my head. Never. He pulled away and smiled, to which I returned it before rising and ambulating outside to join Ariella, Ivor, and Dale. I ambulated outside to behold Ivor and Dale playing with each other in lupine form, and I smiled at both of them, and Ariella rotated to gaze at me. Are you prepared? I nodded. As I will ever be. She smiled and immediately transformed on the spot, which caused the identical siblings to cease what they were executing and gaze at her in both astonishment and reverence, probably at how colossal she was compared to them. I transformed as well and shook my fur before gazing at them to behold they had retreated a few paces away from me. What is amiss? I dispatched to both of them, and they leaped in astonishment, so I comprehended they received the message. You possess your mental connection now. Contemplate the individual you desire to dispatch the message to and simply converse within your cranium. They gazed at each other briefly before I overheard Dale's vocals in my cranium. You are genuinely massive, Father. Because of two justifications, I am older, and because I am an alpha. Who will be the subsequent alpha? I gazed at Ariella, and she nodded slightly. Might as well inform them now instead of later. Ivor. Ivor's cranium abruptly pivoted to face me. Why? Because you are the eldest, but we will discourse about this when you are a bit older, alright? Who desires to lead the run? Me. They both articulated concurrently, and I chuckled and gestured toward the dense woodland. Proceed then. They both gazed at each other before dashing into the dense woodland, and Ariella and I smiled at each other before pursuing them. I came to a halt after a duration in an open expanse because I noticed Ariella had drifted away from me, and even though I comprehended they were merely playing, I was still vigilant. I necessitated keeping them secure. Unexpectedly, all three of them leaped out from behind the arboreal growths and leaped onto me, causing me to fall onto the ground, laughing. Whose conception was this? Mother's. Ivor and Dale articulated concurrently, and I chuckled. Thanks, everyone. I gently licked the side of Ariella's visage, to which she executed the same before laying her cranium into the side of my fur and purring contentedly. Dale commenced biting my auditory organ playfully, and I lifted my gaze at him and gently propelled him off. Unfair. Simply because you are larger than I am. I can guarantee that one day you will attain my magnitude. Truly? I nodded. Truly. Father, can we return now? I am fatigued. I lifted my gaze at the firmament and realized that it was indeed growing late. Of course, we can, dear girl. Climb on. She excitedly leaped onto my back, and it was somewhat challenging in lupine form, but she accustomed herself to it. I gazed over at Dale. Do you desire to leap on? He shook his head. I desire to ambulate back with Mother. I will make you a bargain. If you and Mother can reach home before Ivor and I will take you to Disneyland next week. Really? Do you promise? I promise, but you must reach home first. He wasted no time in dashing back to the collective dwelling, and Ariella bestowed upon me one final lupine kiss before pursuing him, and I tilted my cranium to gaze at Ivor to behold her with her visual organs closed, so I gently commenced to jog back to the collective dwelling, being meticulous not to awaken her in the process. I emerged from the arboreal growths no more than 10 minutes later to behold Ariella and Dale back in human form, apparently awaiting Ivor and me. I defeated you, father, he articulated with a smile, and I nodded. You were simply too swift for me, mate. You had best commence contemplating what to bring to Disneyland. He excitedly dashed into the dwelling, and Ariella ambulated over to me and retrieved Ivor, who was still in lupine form. She stroked behind my ears, causing me to purr, and she smiled down at me. I will meet you inside. I nodded, and she ambulated inside. I retrieved my garments between my dental structures, assuming that Tauren left them out here, and proceeded behind an arboreal growth so I could transform back and change. I emerged a few minutes later and ambulated into the dwelling and into the sitting room. Hey, Riven, I hope you do not object to us remaining here for the weekend. I shook my head before seating myself upon the couch. No, I do not object. There is sufficient room, so I discern no reason why not. Well, since you are offering, can Anna remain as well? Regarding that, I believe it would be most advantageous if she simply relocated in. Tauren gazed at me shocked. Truly? I nodded. Well, she will be joining the collective soon, so yes. He smiled. Thanks, comrade. Do not mention it. Anna smiled at me as well. Thanks, Riven. Enough with the gratitude. You are practically family. I waved her off, and she rolled her visual organs, so I leaned back into the chair and closed my visual organs but opened them again when I felt Ariella lean her head upon my chest. Ivor is back in human form and profoundly asleep, and Dale is in his chamber observing moving pictures. Tyson is asleep alongside Tasman, but Sasha insisted he slumbers in our bed tonight, so that is where he is. I groaned. Splendid, and here I was hoping to experience good fortune tonight. She laughed and struck my chest playfully. Well, I am not departing anywhere anytime soon. Excellent, because I am not releasing you. She smiled and snuggled into me even more, and I kissed the crown of her head before gazing around the chamber. After 7 years, everyone is precisely where they desire to be. Elias is still with Sam, and they now possess a 6-year-old daughter. Talon is still with his fated partner, Francesca, and they possess a 6-year-old son, and Tauren finally discovered his fated partner, Anastasia, and are soon going to endeavor to procreate, and then there is me. After 7 years, I am still united in matrimony with the beloved of my existence, and I now possess 5 offspring. I still contemplate my maternal parent and how she never had the opportunity to behold my kin group expand into what it is now, but I comprehend she is observing me, and I hope she is proud of what I have become. I cherish my kin group with all of my core, and nothing will alter that, and trust me when I articulate, I would not alter anything because everything is impeccable precisely as it is. Thank you for watching this video. Please subscribe and like this video to continue listening to this type of story daily and also, to appreciate this community too. I would like to know the country in which you are in, listening to this story. Which country is that? Please comment below.